Thanks, Jeep Girl. I appreciate it. How's everybody doing? Alright, what is the percentage on this thing? No, this should be good, actually. No, I don't want it to be on this. Amy, Jeep. Oh, I already said hi to you, Jeep. Want to discuss the budget? What budget? What budget are you referring to? Oh, good, 92%. We are good. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't know, what budget are you referring to? Just dropped this morning? Yeah, I gotta look into it then. All right, we're all good here. Good morning, everybody. Get it, or well, if you're on the East Coast, good afternoon by 5 minutes. But good morning to everybody else. Make sure you guys send in your heart me if you have not done so yet. I'd appreciate that. And you guys can keep tapping and sharing, that'd be great. See you, Mega Daddy. Hello, Karma. Thank you, Kinsey. I appreciate you for sharing the live out. What am I doing? I just lost track of what I was doing. Ah, there we go. Hey, John. Oh yeah, the audio is going to be fucked up every single time this happens. Nah, whatever. It's all good. All right, guys. Again, if you can keep tapping and sharing, that would be great. Sorry I wasn't live yesterday. You guys know that, at least anybody who was watching me, the day before I was traveling, and I got back in the evening, and I was just too tired to live stream. And yesterday, I just didn't. But hey, here I am. Murad, yeah, I get that. I get the temptation, man. I hear you there. All right, guys. Again, for everybody just joining, hope you're all having a good Friday so far. Thank you, Taylor. If you guys can keep tapping and sharing, that'd be great. Make sure you guys all send in your heart me. You guys should all be able to send it in because I haven't gone live yet today. And I do have the gift goal. The gift goal is my gift, the gift of me. 500 of them. But it's just one coin. It's equivalent to like the little hearts or lightning bolt things. Thank you, Cetino. You know, I gotta shift it over here a little on YouTube. There we go. All right, now we're good. No hater here. Well, okay then. Thank you for mentioning that. Lori, thank you. Appreciate you. It's not natural to be gay. Who gives a shit? Even if it weren't. What the fuck does that matter? It's not natural for me to wear these glasses. It's not natural for me to wear this. What the fuck does it matter? Even if that were to be true. But if it weren't natural, then we wouldn't have gay people. Like, what? What do you think, they're artificially gay? No, I don't know how to floss, John. I've never lost before. I'd be a raging alcoholic if I had to deal with the... Welcome to my life, CT. JK, sort of. All right, once again, guys, if you can keep tapping and sharing, and if y'all can send in the heart me's, that'd be great too. Hey, Charlie, forsake, thanks. Kinsey, thank you again for the shares. For some reason, every time I come back from Seattle, the live streams always seem to be like slow for a day. I don't know why. I mean, like, there's no rhyme or reason to it. We'll see. But if you voted for Trump or you disagree with the background, either or, just hit the request button there at the bottom of the screen. Looks like a pink and blue person. And eventually, I know I said this a million times before, well, not a million times, a bunch of times. I would like to start having scheduled lives. I know I was going to do it at one point, but then shit changed with my schedule here with my clients, and it was just hard to stick to it. But ideally, I would like to, because it would be better for people in general if they knew exactly when I would be live and not just me going live on the spot. But anyways, let's get to this guest over here. TDS for sure, man. For sure. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, nigger. I'm calling my ops, nigger.
All right. At least I never have to hear or see from you again. Very funny. You're such a funny person. Hilarious, guys. Guys, the N-word is just so funny. I remember when I was in middle school and I thought it was funny to say that. Why are you allowing racism? John, go up 7 floors and jump off a roof. Please. And thank you. With a mattress at the bottom, of course, so you would safely land. I would never want you to unalive. Ever. Ever. I would never want you to unalive. No, I want you to go onto a mattress. What are you talking about? No, you're not going to be able to report me, John, because I'm blocking you. Thank you, Natty. Keep tapping and sharing, guys. Yeah, probably a little bit too much of a joke, but hey, what are you going to do? Song was kind of hitting. I mean. Phil Trump. This is probably not going to last long. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, how you doing?
Awesome, good, bro. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just need to know your age, please, just for TikTok TOS. I'd appreciate it.
2104.
Right on, man. Right on.
Yeah.
All right. So what's up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate anyone. I
That's
am against the LGBTQ.
Okay. Why is that?
Specifically the act, not the people. Just to be clear.
Okay.
I believe.
What do you mean you're against the act? What does that mean?
Yeah, the sexual acts that they would engage in this community.
But like, what is it you're against? Like, I'm confused. Like,
the sexual acts that they would commit in this community.
But like, what do you mean you're against it, though?
I believe it's immoral.
Okay.
And I believe that I believe that any view that any two consenting adults should be able to engage in sexual relations can lead to some absurdities. So that's why I reject it mainly.
Well, yeah, I think you're engaging in a fallacy there.
What fallacy? I'm confused.
I mean, you don't know you're a Phil bro. You should know exactly what fallacy that is.
What fallacy is it? I'm not a Phil bro.
You're not, but you just have it in your name.
I'm Phil Trum, bro. You know what a Phil Trum is. You've heard of it.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, engaging in fallacy thinking that just because Act A is going to happen, then everything B through Z is going to happen. Right? Like, what makes you think that because we allow two consenting adults to do these things that somehow you just don't like, that you think some other thing is going to happen?
No, it's not a slippery slope. I'm saying the idea that
It is
it's
a slippery
okay.
slope.
No, I'm
But like,
saying the idea.
what?
The
But what's
idea alone
immoral?
that it's,
What's immoral about two men doing things with each other or two women doing things with each other?
yeah, it's outside of God's nature, but we don't even need to make it a religious argument
Yeah,
because I
let's
don't
not,
think.
because I don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't believe in God. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I can even, so yeah, I'll make the secular argument.
Okay.
Right. So if our standard is that, for sexual relations to be, deemed okay, they need to be consenting adults.
Hmm.
That's
I know
typically
you're going to use siblings, right?
you can do siblings, but you can do a lot of different things. I mean, there's a lot of weird things. It's like,
What else could you do besides siblings?
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
What else would be wrong? Yeah.
I mean, from an atheist worldview, it's really hard to defend like with animals, like
Well, those,
necrophilia.
but that's not
A
an
lot of
adult.
different
But wait,
things.
that's not a consenting adult, an animal.
Yeah, an animal can't consent.
Nor is it a
Well,
human.
but you still eat it. Doesn't consent to being eaten. So I don't know why
But
animal consent matters in your worldview.
So
well,
now we're conflating two entirely separate actions.
No. So yeah. So for the
so
two
if you can eat
consenting,
it, you can fuck it.
hold on. For the two let me finish. For the two consenting adult worldview,
I mean,
the problem with that is that siblings. That's the main problem. That siblings fit that description like two brothers would.
So what if I was to add the idea that two consenting adults engaging in non-harmful action is not something I give any fucks about? And
Yes,
again,
like
when we
two brothers.
qualify that, we actually do. We have the studies on this, and we recognize that these sorts of relations between family members like that are abusive. They inherently lead to harm.
Okay, so just to clarify, are you making like you're against it in principle? Like, are you against the act in principle, or because like of some form of evidence?
I think it's weird to compare the two in general. But if we're just gonna play this game, right, of like, oh, I can just add the aspect of harm reduction, and then we bring in the fact that like the thing that the comparison you're making, one actually is through studies determined to be harmful and abuse, and one is not. Right?
So
Then we can see how we can add that additional qualifier, and then your entire argument falls the fuck apart.
Well, yeah. Let me ask you a quick question. Are you against it in principle, meaning like outside of evidence, just the pure act alone? Is that immoral, or is that wrong to you?
Is the pure act alone immoral to me?
Are we
Or
still
is it
talking about
because
siblings?
there
Are
can
we
be
still
some
talking about
harm?
siblings? By the way,
Wait,
are we
hold
still
on.
talking about siblings?
Yes.
Okay.
Why would I not have external reasons outside of like to determine whether or not I think something is moral, right? Do I just with every position I take, it's got to have reasoning behind it, not just like hell. Even if I find it gross, right? There's got to be some level of justification for why I find it gross.
Yeah, well, the problem with not saying certain things are wrong in principle is that like if I give you a hypothetical where the evidence said otherwise, then you have to change your view. Like for example,
Do you have wait, hold on. Do you have any evidence that negates what I've stated previously?
yeah, let me run a quick hypothetical, right?
No, don't run the hypothetical. Run the reality. Hold on. If you have something in reality that actually just removes my statement there of harm reduction or of harm being a qualifying factor here, awesome. I'd love to hear it.
And guys, we'll get to
any evidence that.
Guys, we'll get to a new guest at 25,000 likes, guys. We can get to a new guest, by the way. Go ahead, man.
I'm confused. Do you not grant like reductios? Are they not valid in your view?
I'm just curious. Do you have anything to point to the idea that every single consenting gay relationship is abusive, like we do?
I never said that. I literally never said that.
Hold on. But you are just. But I pointed out that hey, we can actually point that out with familial relations like that. I'm trying to find TikTok approved words for it, but. Yeah, familial relations like that are inherently abusive, whereas relations in other regards are not inherently abusive. In other words, if we add the additional qualifier, your entire point is moot again. And again, it's a stupid thing to compare anyways. But even if we take your very silly, gross point, it doesn't work.
No, I can make it work just fine. Yeah, let's just say that two brothers, they just met. They have no other family. They were separated at birth. They just met as consenting adults. There's no family to be affected.
Okay. So
there's no hierarchical. It's not like one older brother. They're twins.
So they don't know.
They just found out. They just met.
They just found out. then I mean, obviously, they're probably going to have to reassess a few things, my guy.
But I think that's hold on.
Is it wrong?
That's so
hold on.
weird.
What do you mean by wrong, though? Like, is it gross?
Like, whatever you mean.
It's not something I would do. It's not something 99.9% of the population would do. But like, at the end of the day, I don't. I don't give a shit what people like. I don't like. It's gross, yeah, but like, I don't really.
But you think
care.
it's fine?
Yeah. I'm a fine. No, we literally we both just said we think it's gross.
But like, would you legislate against it if you had the power?
No, because I don't think people. No, I won't, because I don't think people are going out of their way, and I don't think there's a huge population that's trying to do that, whether we legislate it or not.
Wait, why does sample size of something matter?
Well, you have to actually show that this is happening to a degree.
No, you don't.
You don't. No, hold on. So in the United States, we operate under the example of negative liberty, right? Our concept of liberty is that we only that we grant freedoms, and we only legislate based off of that, right? We grant broad freedoms and legislate in afterwards. In other words, you need to find a reason to come up with this legislation outside of a hypothetical. You need to show it as a tangible problem that is affecting the society. And if you can't do it, you're just being a silly goose.
Hold on, I gotta read a payment out loud. Tino, thank you for the 5 on the blue out with the V. It says, if that guest was any more inbred, he would be a sandwich. Tino, thank you. W-Tino, T-I-N-O, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, but we can go in the sample size. Like how many? Just give me like a number. How many would there need to be of these cases for like it to be valid to legislate against?
How about you? I mean, you'd have to show it a widespread enough of a problem. So
okay, great. So hold on.
How about 10,000?
Yeah. So if so let me ask you this.
Can you show 10,000 examples of it happening over the past year?
Let me ask you this: if grape cases were under 10,000 in America, would we legislate against them still?
No, we still would, because the inherent harm comes there as the lack of consent. We have other laws based off of that as well.
So sample size is irrelevant.
Hold on. No, you've taken away the nuance from everything else. So again, we're talking about this now. You're not identifying an actual problem. You haven't, right?
Grape itself is problematic.
If it's wrong in principle, it doesn't matter how many happen.
Grape isn't problematic because it's icky, right? We don't legislate grape because I personally find it offensive. We legislate it because of the actual societal harm that comes with, or the physical harm that comes to the victim. You can't show that with your example.
Yeah,
I also want to make it very clear. I also want to make, and guys, remember, 25,000 likes we can get to new guests. I also want to make it very clear, whether we determine at the end of this conversation that stuff with siblings is immoral or not, it still doesn't determine whether being with two men that are not siblings or two women that are not siblings is immoral or not. Whether we we acknowledge this one is or isn't.
I agree, but then it would show that the standard of consenting adults would not be a good standard. Because once again, these fit that standard. And
Doug and I already held to this point where it's like, while we find it disgusting, realistically, I'm willing to die on the hill of, hey, if my standard is consenting adults, I'll bite the bullet.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm just gonna say that's why I reject it, because I find it absurd that like there's nothing inherently wrong or in principle with two brothers.
What is inherently wrong then about two adults that are not siblings sleeping with each other?
Yeah.
You really need to ask me that?
Yeah,
I do. Can you do it outside of religion? Can you do it without using religion?
Can I tell you why something's wrong in my worldview without granting my own worldview?
Got it. So it's entirely on the basis. Wait. So hold on. You can, but if it's entirely on the basis of religion, I'm sorry, Doug. I'm sorry.
No. You're good. Good.
You can do that, but if it's entirely on the basis of religion, I just don't care, because we live in a secular country. Your religious views.
Let's not make it a pragmatic. This isn't a pragmatic argument.
Your religious views matter to you. They don't fucking matter to me or Doug.
Wait, can I just flip the argument and say your secular values don't matter to me?
No, but we're not a nation that's based on religion, though. That's the issue.
But this isn't a pragmatic argument, though. This isn't like what should we legislate right now. This is like morals. This is That's
so
more.
It is so. The conversation is not, hey, I'm trying to legislate against these people. It's just like, hey, this is why I don't like gay people. This is your entire point.
No, why it's immoral? Yeah, I don't.
Cool,
I
and
don't
it's immoral.
dislike people. That's
clearly
You
do.
said you did say when you joined the conversation that you dislike the action, or you find the action to be immoral.
Yes.
You just compared gay people to people who commit familial relations. I would say that means you don't like those people.
No, I'm comparing your standard of only two of consenting adults being the only standard. I'm saying then two brothers fit your standard. That's why I find it absurd.
What would you and guys, again, 25,000 likes. Keep tapping and get to new guests. What would you like these people to do if in your world they couldn't engage in sexual actions with each other, sexual acts? Like two men that are not siblings or two women that are not siblings. What would you want them to do? Just pretend to be straight?
No, just no. I mean, just not commit it. Not
so
commit the act. It'd be the same. I'd say the same thing.
So just force them to be single their entire life, and not find love, and not find love.
Yeah, it sucks. I'd say the same thing to you can't even say the word, but like files, like the Epstein guys. I'd say the same thing. Just don't do it.
But what? We're not.
I would say the
we
same
should
thing.
Deny you.
That's another immoral sexual
I want
desire.
you guys. I want you to deny yourselves a basic concept of humanity because my book says a thing. I'm the good guy.
Holy Reddit argument.
But hold on, you're comparing gay people and lesbians to P3DOs.
Again, it's so funny.
Yeah, I'm saying for any sexual immoral act, my response to the person who has those desires would be to just like abstain from doing it.
What defines something as sexually immoral to you?
Yeah, what's outside of God's nature.
You said, but Phil, hold on. When you came here, you said that you can do the argument. You can do the secular argument. You said you can do it without God.
Yeah, and the secular argument is the two brothers, which shows the absurdity.
That doesn't show that two people that are not siblings is wrong.
No, but it shows the standard. You have to come up with a different standard then, because your standard.
Non-harm.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Consent and lack of harm. That was the standard, and you got butthurt about that too.
Wait, what do you mean butthurt? I'm confused.
Well,
I brought up the standard of consent and a lack of harm.
Right, but you can but it's so simple. I can just run the hypothetical where no one's harmed, and then you have to say it's fine. That's why I still think it's absurd.
No, because that's not a hypothetical. Because you can run that hypothetical, but that hypothetical runs directly the opposite of reality, right?
Right.
That's why it's a hypothetical, dude. It's called.
Hey guys, if I run the hypothetical that I can fly. Like, I can make any fucking argument about how I can get to the third floor of my building without any issue. But unfortunately, it's just not useful for an actual conversation.
Yeah, it's called a reductio. Are you not?
No, it's not called a reductio. It's called being a jackass.
Wait, do you not? If you don't grant reductios, that's fine. I just don't know why. You're not providing an argument at all.
I have provided an argument. You just run the gambit of being ridiculous, right? The problem here is that you run a philosophical argument engaging in hypotheticals that run contrary and that run in direct contradiction of the reality. But hey, man, here's the deal. I'll say this though for your edification, and because Doug and I have already said this too. If you can prove that there was no harm in a relationship that you are comparing gay relationships to, then I would not be able to justify defending it in that regard, right? Then I would have to say, yeah, then that has to be acceptable in my worldview. Unfortunately for you, the reality, right? The actual reality is that it is harmful. And that it has been shown to be harmful. That we know it's shown to be harmful.
Showing something's harmful, through empiricism, that's going to be a bad standard, because if I could show somehow that grape wasn't harmful empirically, then with that standard, you'd have to say it's fine. That's why things have to be wrong.
Grape is always harmful. Always.
Yeah, by definition.
Always. Yeah, the very act of it. You're not going to be able to find a situation in which it's not.
Okay, let me just brute fact it then. Yeah, I can just brute fact that.
Quick filter. I had to mute you just to point this out. If you could even do that, we could maybe have a conversation, but you can't do that.
It's called...
What if I come up with a hypothetical of a square circle? Right? What if I come up with a hypothetical of a square circle? Can I do that? No, because it violates the fucking laws of goddamn logic.
Right, you have to.
Does my hypothetical violate logic? What law did I break?
No. Hypotheticals are fine, but it has to be a hypothetical that is possible, and there is no situation in which grape is not harmful. By its very definition, it is harmful.
No, it's not. There's no. I did not break any of the laws of logic here.
But if you find a situation, if you find a situation in which grape is not harmful, then it wouldn't be grape. Like if you give an example of where she likes it or whatever, well then that wouldn't be grape. That would just be consensual.
No, exactly.
My whole point is that
a non-harmful grape scenario would violate the law of identity. Yeah, Alex Kahn and I are on the same page. You would be coming up with a hypothetical that violates a fucking law of logic, which means your hypothetical is nonsensical.
Wait, how does it break the law of identity? A equals A?
Because the identity of grape is something that causes harm.
That's all it is?
It's a harmful action. Yes, the violation of consent and abuse is...
Wait, why are you just brute facting things now? Can you show how that's the case?
Can I show how it's the case that that causing harm is harmful?
No. You can't just brute fact, grape is just harmful. In your worldview, why?
By definition, it's harmful.
By your definition?
No, but are we speaking the same fucking language?
Yeah, people gonna have different definitions of them.
In the English
I gotta put myself on mute. I gotta put myself on mute for a second if you just wanna handle it for a minute. Yeah.
In the English language, grape, by definition, is harmful by the agreed upon words we use to define that word. So, I'm sorry, but in your hypothetical, you have to maintain the 3 laws of logic. If you can't do it, if you simply redefine the concept of grape, it's no longer a valid hypothetical. It's not a reductio ad absurdum. It's not a reductio at all. It's just a bad argument.
No, I'm asking why it's bad.
Because it violates the law of identity and sets
not the hypothetical. Grape.
Why is grape bad? Why is grape bad?
Is it like objectively? I'm confused. Is it like objectively bad? Is it bad to you?
We're not getting into the objective versus subjective moral argument right now. That's again, I can't stand Phil Bros. I'm not going to moral philosophy. It's very boring.
Well, this is what this question is about. This.
It's not about this at all, because going into this is just this bullshit of objective versus subjective. That's not the conversation we're having. So
it's part of the argument I gave.
There are 160 people here. None of them want to fucking hear about the positive and objective versus subjective morality. Because then we just go down the bullshit of you don't hold an objective moral view either. You don't have an objective moral standard. And you don't want to go down that because it's boring. Because you have to interpret morality through your mind, therefore making it subjective. Even if you believe that the Bible is this almighty word of God, right? You are still interpreting it through your own subjective view, through your own subjective lenses. Therefore, it's a subjective moral view. It is impossible to have objective morals.
Wait, so everything, just to be clear, everything you interpret through your mind makes it subjective?
By definition, subjectivity is mind dependent.
Right, but
how can you be a Phil bro and this bad at
No.
This is philosophy.
You're terribly mistaken.
This is Phil 101 in high school.
You're terribly mistaken. Yeah.
I'm not.
Objective is mind dependent. Objective is mind dependent.
No, objective is mind independent.
Sorry, yes, that's what I meant. Yeah, objectivity is mind independent, but just because you have to use your mind to access it doesn't make it less objective. Let me ask you this. It does
if you're interpreting it subjectively, which is why Christians...
I'm not, though. I'm not, though.
You are.
How do you know I'm interpreting it
That is what every Christian believes. And yet every Christian has a different sense of morality and interprets their own holy text differently. Which is why there's, 4,400 different Christian denominations all holding different moral standards?
So let me ask you this.
So I'm sorry, my guy.
Let me ask you this. If people disagree...
No, hold on. I'm just pointing this out. This is why I don't
want to go down... That's just a fallacy, bro.
Hold on, Phil. This is why I don't want to go down the fucking moral or philosophy thing, because it's fucking boring, and it's just going to lead to this whole concept of we both hold subjective worldviews. It doesn't fucking matter. So getting back on the fucking topic, why is grape bad? Do you want to get graped?
No, of course not.
Cool. Neither the fuck do I. We just established why it's bad.
Because neither of us want it. Wait. Let me ask you a question. Do you want to have sex with a guy?
Do I?
Yeah.
It depends how pretty he is.
Are you serious? Okay. I didn't know you were like that, bro.
You may not know me. So you know what? Whether I'm serious or not, it's up for everyone's subjective interpretation.
Yeah, W. So let me ask you a question. If I ask Doug if he wants to have sex with a guy, he says no, and I say me either. Does that make it wrong too?
Well, because again, there's 3 people here, and I would disagree.
So right, but if I'm having this conversation with Doug, it would be the same logic.
It also doesn't make it objective. It's just like, hey, we can have the conversation of it being harmful because neither of us can imagine a scenario involving this thing that leads to either of us finding it anything but harmful. It would harm both of us.
I could say the same thing with homosexuality, though. I could say the exact same thing.
No, actually, it wouldn't, because we'd go back into... Okay, yeah, go ahead.
One sec, guys.
I couldn't conceive of a time where I would enjoy it. I'd hope Doug would say the same thing. Does that make it bad?
Hold up. Guys, we have 6 people in a request box. Remember, if you want a new guest, just tap click or we'll get to 25,000 likes. Go ahead, Phil.
Really fun is that it brings us back.
Let me finish my point.
It would be. Wait, are you saying that you would not consent to having a relationship with a man?
Yeah, I wouldn't, but let me explain this to you.
If he was to force himself on you, anyways.
No, let me explain this to you. Let me explain. Can I finish?
Phil, if he was to force himself on you, would it be harmful to you?
Yeah, of course, but let me finish my point.
So, got it. So, and would we define that instance as grape?
Yeah, but let me finish my point.
No, the point's moot now. So we just established that grape is harmful. We can move past this bullshit now.
No,
everybody, are we all glad that we took this journey together?
Yeah. So your standard for why grape is wrong is because you don't want it and I don't want it. But I could just say the same thing for consensual homosexual relations. I don't want it. Someone else might not want it. Therefore, it's bad. It's the same exact logic.
Because it's bad for you happening to you.
Right? No. Grape is wrong because not 2 people are consenting. Not both parties are not consenting to it. Right? Well, if we're talking about 2 men or 2 women, they're both consenting.
Again,
that would explain the definitions. That doesn't explain like the moral wrongness of it.
Why is it morally wrong?
Lack of consent is the immorality.
So you think that do you think that lack of consent is in any case ever moral?
In sexual relations?
Yes.
Well,
of course not, but that's because I...
Hold on, in anything.
Us agreeing does not make you right.
Hold on,
we have different reasons for why we come to that conclusion.
No, in anything, lack of consent. In anything, lack of consent is wrong. Yes, in sexual relations,
like eating animals? Like eating animals?
Animals can't consent, so that's a whole different conversation, but like...
Animals don't consent to eating.
Here's the problem. Once again, it doesn't matter how we get to the conclusion. If we both get to the same conclusion, we don't need to go backwards. We're starting at the same point. No, we don't. It doesn't matter. This is what people like you try to do, and it's fucking boring.
I can explain. Do you want me to explain to you why that's wrong?
No, it's not. Here's the thing. We have both agreed that consent is good and that grape is harmful. We are just starting from there. You want to go into this nuance, and I don't care. I don't think Phil cares. I don't think 175 people watching this live care.
I am Phil. You mean Doug?
Did I say Doug? Yes, I apologize. Yeah. Doug.
Wait, no, yeah. If you don't have a justification for why you say something or why you believe something, you can't just say, "Oh, we're starting at the same point," but I had no actual justification.
We are, and here's the thing: we all already agree that consent is important, and that not having consent is harmful.
So you don't think you need to be justified in your beliefs now?
I just don't think that we need to have the discussion of the justification.
I'm asking you: do you need to be justified in your beliefs?
Phil Trump, it doesn't matter on that. I think you do, we both have already reached a conclusion. It doesn't matter how we got there.
I can explain to you why it matters.
No, it doesn't, because it gets boring. It delves into the weeds of bullshit philosophy that nobody cares about. I'm sorry that... No, see, here's the thing. This is just the behavior of what people do who've actually talked to a woman in their lives. Right? Someday I hope you can go outside and do that, but like engaging with human beings in a fucking human manner sometimes means we just agree to a certain thing, and then we go from there, rather than getting into dumb weeds that nobody gives a shit about.
So you just don't want to justify your view. That's fine.
No, I just don't want to waste time on a discussion when we all already agree to. right? We all already agree that the number is 4. It doesn't matter if we're adding 2 plus 2 or 1 plus 3.
Yes, it literally does matter.
We just agree that the number is 4.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I said to you that, like, let me ask you a question. If I said to you that grape is wrong because I don't think it feels good, is that a good reason for it to be wrong?
It's good enough for you. Fuck it, man. You know what, man? If
you think that's fine? You really think that's fine? That's really weird.
I would just be like, I agree with you. Grape is wrong.
That's disgusting, dude. You should say I'm like a horrible human for believing that.
Why would I say you're a horrible human for not liking grape? I think that makes you pretty
because I have a
normal.
terrible reason for the case.
Who cares? We both agree that grape is wrong. We're starting from there. If we both agree that grape is wrong, I'll be like, yeah, man, you got that one right.
Dude, if someone told me that they don't like grape because they don't think it feels good.
Hey, for people in the guest request saying new guest, please. Again, you need to like the live more. We're happy to move on to the next guest.
We will, guys.
Do your work. Give yourself
25,000 likes. Guys, yes, I promise we can get to a new one, but you guys have to top 25,000 likes, okay?
Anyways, what's up, Phil?
Yeah, so if someone said they don't like grape because when they do it, it doesn't feel good, I would say that person is morally wrong for saying that because they have a bad justification for why they don't like it.
Wait, I got
because I think your reasons for a conclusion matter. I don't know why you guys think otherwise of your conclusions.
Part of my reason for not liking grape though, and not ever wanting to get graped, would be because it wouldn't feel good.
No,
I gotta be honest with you. That would be one of my reasons. When they perform it?
Yes, so that would obviously be a bad reason.
So the grapist doesn't like grape.
Yes.
So the grapist is committing actions that they don't like.
That makes no fucking sense.
Wait, so someone can't do something and then decide they don't like it.
I'm allergic to peanuts, guys. That means I know this because I eat peanuts every single day.
Yeah, you would have to eat a peanut to know you're allergic, dumbass.
No, you wouldn't.
For the most part. For the most part.
No, I have a lot of friends of mine who know they're allergic to peanuts
and
they've never eaten peanuts.
Never consume one their entire life.
Not intentionally.
I don't know why you're so fixated on the grape thing, man. Like, it's weird.
I think it's just a good reductio.
Well, it's just fucking weird. It's giving. I don't have a good worldview. And I don't have a coherent worldview, so I'm going to.
No, I think I've shown quite the opposite.
Well, of course you think so.
Right. Of course you would, right? That's the key part of narcissism. It's
yes.
Paige, just to be clear, sorry.
No, you can explain it. That's fine.
I was just gonna say, somebody's asking what does this have to do with the background. Guest is attempting to make the claim that like. Doug in my position, which is, hey, what happens between two consenting adults with no harm is like just not a big deal, and it's not like immoral. There's no reason to judge that morally. And guess like, oh well, grape or other
familial,
things.
yeah.
So,
well, you've already conceded that two brothers can be fine in certain instances.
I said if you were able to prove a scenario in which there was no harm being committed, then I would be beholden to this idea.
Right, and I'm just saying that's disgusting and absurd. And
but I agree. Hold on, I agree. Doing things with siblings is disgusting. I agree.
And do you think it's absurd?
Sure.
Do you think that
it's not a matter of allowing it or not.
To do it? Do you think allowing it's absurd?
It's not whether I allow it or not. People are going to do that. If like
that's a terrible argument. That's terrible logic.
The three people that do it in the U.S. are going to do it whether I allow it or not.
Right, yeah, but numbers don't matter. It's an in principle.
I think riding a unicycle is pretty absurd too. I'm not going to like go after the unicycle rider.
No, do you think it's absurd to allow people like two brothers, if there's no harm, to engage in relations?
Do I think it's absurd to allow it? No, I don't think it's absurd to.
That's crazy. See, that's why I'm going to reject your worldview, because I'm going to say that's always wrong. That's
really?
Always wrong, no matter what.
Why? Tell us what's wrong about it. If they're not having offspring or there's no like power dynamic. Tell us what's wrong about it.
Yeah, because they're using the sexual function or sexual organs in an immoral way because it's outside of God's.
That's circular. What about it is immoral?
It's outside of God. It's outside of God's nature.
I want to make sure that we all know that Adam and Eve and whatever happened with them, there was familial stuff there too. Okay, so if it's against God's worldview, then that wouldn't have happened.
Thank you. Oh my God, I was going to come down to this. Hey, like, what happened to the first people? Are you a biblical literalist? Do you think that like the Book of Genesis is literal?
Yeah.
So you have literally no basis to find familial relations to be immoral.
No, so here's the thing about God. He's all powerful, right? So he has the ability to make it a different case. If that's something.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Goodbye.
Special plead.
Get the fuck out of here. Guys, God allowed it. God is all powerful. Therefore, it's okay in that scenario. Fuck out of here with that shit. That was possibly the worst argument ever.
Oh, you might not want to keep me up here. I only came up to clarify a few things that you guys might find interesting.
Are you opposition? I'm just looking.
No, I'm not opposition. I'm not.
Okay,
and I understand you've been searching for it.
Yeah, let me bring you down. But if you still wanted to later on, if it slows down,
could I just say one thing before I go?
Super quick, please.
Yeah. So the reason why grape is wrong is because it's a form of special pleading. If you don't want something to happen to you against your own bodily integrity, you doing it to someone else against their bodily integrity is literally a logical fallacy. Thus, it is immoral.
Okay,
that's all.
All right.
One of like 14 logical fallacies that we're engaged in that conversation.
Yeah. All right, Alex. Hey, I appreciate you mentioning that. Okay. All right, guys. Again, we're looking for opposition. If you disagree with the background prop, please come on up. And please, for God's sake, let's not like go to the great thing again. Like, I don't want to entertain it anymore. Make sure you guys all send in your heartbeats. Guest, how you doing? Laster?
Alistair.
Alistair. Hi. I just need to. Did you mean to request?
Go ahead.
Did you mean to request? Or is it an accident?
It's my birthday right now, so I just wanted to say something really quick.
Are you opposition? Are you give me a thank you. Are you opposition?
No, I'm a member of the community.
Okay, listen. I have a rule where I can't have friendlies on up. I made a really quick exception for the other guy. I'm just looking for debates for the time being. Please don't take it personally, okay? I got to bring it up. All right, take care. Happy birthday. Guys, please, I'm just looking for opposition, okay? I don't want you guys kind of like pushing the boundaries on that. Just because it's your birthday, that doesn't mean that I'm just going to make an exception. But I appreciate you trying to use that. Rye Guy, what's up? Rye Guy going once. Rye.
Guys, if you're a friendly, just leave the request box, please.
Please and thank you. We only have one other person in the request box. This is the last one coming up right here if they load. But again, if you are opposition, hit the request button. I saw Paige's comment.
I love it.
Right, Guy, you're okay. It happens. Don't worry. Belly rub. He said he was part of the community you were debating. Okay. I understand.
So he's part of the Christian community?
No, I part of the LGBT plus community. Okay.
Yeah.
But guys, again, I can't like if you guys get it. I can't just bring friendlies up. Otherwise, it's just going to turn into
chambers get boring.
I get it. You guys have opinions on the conversations. I understand. But if I let one friendly up, then it kind of puts me in a position where I have to let others up, and then it just becomes, again, an echo chamber.
It sets a precedent.
Yes.
We talked about this a few days ago. I'm so sick and tired of the fucking familial relation comparison.
They always use it. Always use it.
With this shit. Every fucking time.
Always. I don't... Like, it makes no sense to me, right? Because as I told him, even if we acknowledge that familial relations is bad or immoral, that still doesn't say why non-familial relations between two men or two women is immoral.
Well, that means the consent argument's bad. No, man, no. Consent's still going to be a key portion of this, right? Consent's still going to be a major fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like it's... to be fair, when it comes to like the Schminzest stuff, I look at that and I'm just like, no, it's also immoral because of the inherent abuse that comes with it. Because it is abusive. Like, it's not just immoral because it goes against God's plan It's especially because, as you pointed out, and I was so happy when you said that God's plan included it numerous times.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible is filled with these examples. Mary and Joseph were cousins.
I don't know why I didn't bring that up sooner. That should have been something we brought up much sooner. But hey, next time.
To be fair, a lot of Christians aren't biblical literalists, so you never know.
Kate, and I didn't even know this. I'm in Florida. Florida just voted against banning marriage to your cousin. That I'm not surprised on at all.
Yeah,
That Florida would vote against that, the ban.
It's also funny because, like, we look at examples like child marriage, which is primarily defended today by the very people who are attempting to debate the morality of same-sex relations, and it's just like, why?
Muslims marry first cousins. Do you talk down to them too? Yeah, if they did that.
Yes, if I've talked to people of the book who literally try to defend the Aisha marriage, and like that's also bad. This is not some only Christianity's bad with this. Plenty of religions or plenty of cultures have held things that I consider to be immoral.
Oh, for sure. Keep tapping and sharing, guys. If anybody's in live and you haven't sent in your heart me, they're at the top left. If you could go ahead and do so, that would be great. I may restart here pretty shortly. It's a little slow, it seems, but I don't know, guys. For some reason, every time I go to Seattle to visit my parents, the lives are always much better over there. I should just move over there so I have more people in the life.
Wait, for which one? Move where?
When I go to Seattle, my stepmom and dad live in Seattle, and I visit there somewhat often. Every time I go there, I tend to get so much more people in my live stream. I don't know why. It's really weird.
Huh.
Yeah,
maybe
it's the time difference. Maybe it forces me to go live at times I wouldn't otherwise go live here. But I don't know.
Friday mornings are often super hit or miss too, where it is just like, I don't know. My lives get a lot less attendance on Fridays compared to other days.
It's the flugelhorn. Yeah, my dad plays the flugelhorn, and sometimes he does it while I'm live over there, and the chat seems to like it, even though I don't. But although I never tell him that. Fuck it, he watches the live shit. Dad, I was joking if I said that. If you're watching, I was joking. It's great,
Mr. Doug's dad. I support you, and you know, I want to encourage your artistic talents.
I am back home, Paige. Yeah, I got back home Wednesday. I just didn't feel like going live yesterday. Your dad plays the French horn, and his dog and cat hate it. Well, there you go. Oh, yeah, the airport. I'm sure you guys have questions about that. Going to Seattle from the Tampa airport, totally fine. Wouldn't have noticed any difference. Going from Seattle back, yeah, it was a bit busy for sure. There was only one conveyor belt or whatever thing, whatever the security. There was only one thing open out of like 5 or 6 that could have been open. So yeah, it was a bit slower there. It took a lot to get through the line. Tampa, I think the reason why I don't know if this is 100% true, but from what people have told me in Tampa, they're contracted out by like a private whatever. So if in a case like this where they don't get paid, they get paid by this private contract, whatever. So I believe that was the reason why Tampa airport was normal. Carousel, whatever. You guys know what I was talking about. But the plane ride is long. Going to there's a little bit longer because you get headwinds. Going there was like 5.5-ish hours. But I slept like 90% of the plane ride. Because it was a very early morning flight. It was a 7 a.m. flight. And I made sure not to have caffeine beforehand because I normally have caffeine in the morning. And so I was just able to pass out on the plane pretty much the entire way. Which was good. On the way back, I slept for a good amount. Then I played video games for the other part. I'm playing GoldenEye on my little handheld thing that I have. I'm trying to beat every level on Double O Agent, and it's starting to get really fucking difficult. It's very stressful. It's one of my major stresses in life right now, trying to beat GoldenEye. I guess that's a good thing if that's my major stress. It's a great game, Paige. Great game. But it really pisses me off when I don't beat a level. God, it really pisses me off. I'm as you guys know, I'm normally a really calm, put together guy, but that goes out the window when I play games. It's I hate to admit it, but it goes out the window when I play any sort of game. I am not calm, which is kind of sad. Ever since I was a little kid, I've been that way. Probably something I should work on. Anyways, keep tapping and sharing, guys. We're trying to have this guest come on up. They may have XLI requests. Trying to unlock cheats is crazy. Yeah, so I mean, you can put in the codes to unlock the cheats, like the up, down, whatever. But the issue with that is it doesn't let you, and for good reason, it doesn't let you beat a level or advance if you're using a cheat code. Like you can play previous levels with a cheat code, but it doesn't allow you to advance to Double Agent or whatever if you're using a cheat code. Yeah, no, I am highly competitive. I am. It's not good, and it's for no reason too.
All right, what's your favorite weapon in GoldenEye?
Shit, out of all, well, I don't remember what it's called. It's like a orange and black one. It's the one that Xena uses. Xenia, whatever her name is.
Oh, yes.
It's like a machine. It's like a machine gun or whatever.
Yeah.
I forget. RC something, I think.
Yeah, I think the RC 170.
Something like that. I love that one. I mean, you can get a lot of rounds out real quickly.
Let's see here. It's the RCP-90.
RCP-90, got it. No, I love it. Although you can't zoom in with it. There's the other one. There's the assault rifle one. I forget what it's specifically called. And that one you can get a lot of rounds out quickly, but you can also zoom in, which is nice. Although, okay, so I beat so there's Agent, Secret Agent, and Double O Agent. I have beat every single level on Double O or Secret Agent minus the last one, Cradle. Or is that what it's called, Cradle? The one where you have to beat Trevlin on that thing, get to kind of pew him off the edge. If you remember that one. That one is really difficult on Secret Agent. I don't know. It's really goddamn difficult. And it's annoying me a lot. Alright, guys, I'll stop talking about it. I know, probably annoying. Yeah, the giant satellite. Yes, the discussion is not matching it. Sorry, we're talking about off-topic things. Sorry. I apologize, guys. Next time I'll make a background about GoldenEye. I do not play Fortnite. I have played it, though, before, but I do not... Well, the baked, if this doesn't apply to you, then it doesn't apply to you. Now, if you are a Trump supporter, you voted for Trump, I am going to make the argument that you do, in fact, hate the LGBT plus community, whether you consciously are aware of it or not.
Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, if you voted for Donald Trump in 2024, I think you're a racist, right? You may not think you're one, but you voted for the guy who said and committed racial actions, and you were fine with
it. All right, guys, it's probably time for a restart, I suppose. Oh, I didn't read that's MAGA saying that. Yeah. But even so, I mean, I could do this topic without putting MAGA in front of it. This would just be applicable to anybody who, in fact, does hate the LGBT plus community. But the reason why I put MAGA in front of it, because there are a lot of Trump supporters that come on in here and say, well, I don't hate them. And then we get further on in the discussion, and they seem to do so.
I don't hate them. I just deny gender identity and also think that young kids are being indoctrinated into being gay because I don't understand these concepts.
Well, yeah, there is that, which you inherently have a negative view towards them. And secondly, and this is just a guess, but I believe it to be true. If Trump had the ability to say ban gay marriage just unilaterally, I don't think he would lose much support. I think most of these people that say, oh, I don't have a problem with gay people, there's trans people, if Trump decided to ban gay marriage, they wouldn't stop supporting him. They wouldn't. There may be a couple that would, but for the most part, he would retain 95% of his supporters.
There were LGBTQ creators on this app when the Supreme Court was ruling on this last year, who were like, yeah, you know what? Even if the Supreme Court rules against it, I didn't need it anyways. I'm like, wait, I hate you. I hate you so much.
Yeah, exactly. The Phil guy, he said, I don't hate them, but I don't want them to have sex with each other. Like, that was pretty much his argument. This app is hell. Sometimes it can be. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to restart though, okay? Because we're kind of losing some viewers here. I'll restart, and if for some reason we still don't get viewership, I'll just change the topic, okay? So make sure. I imagine everybody in here already follows me, but make sure you do give Corey a follow as well. And it's gonna be a very quick restart, guys. I'm gonna end it, restart. I'm not gonna do anything in between. I promise. I'll see you guys all in 10 seconds or less. Goodbye. For those watching on the tube, hello, how are you? I need to post my number, my phone number there, so you guys can call in, okay? Give me 1 second here. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. All right, so here's for people watching again on the tube. You can call on in. Here's the number. I like how some of you guys try to call me when I'm not live, as if like you think it's going to annoy me or something. Like you guys will call me at like 8 at night when I was live like 12 hours before. But like it's a silent phone call. It does nothing to bother me. All right, here's the number. Control copy. There we go. Yeah, it is really weird. Like, because yeah, the number, like, I guess you can technically call at any time. It'll like I'll be having like like when I was in Seattle, I'll be having dinner with my parents, and then like I'll see them trying to call through or something. And I'd imagine if I picked up, they're going to say really something really stupid on the phone, but I never pick it up. It's a silent notification though. Like my phone doesn't ring or anything. It just kind of shows it above, and that's it. I voted red, straight Republican across the board. Okay, your vote is your vote. You are welcome to vote however you want. Happiness Love 777. Now you guys can say that. There are people that come on in and say, "Well, I'm a Trump supporter. All my friends don't care if you're gay or whatever." However, every time I do this topic, just like the first guest that I had up, had an issue with gay people. It wasn't even about trans people. He had an issue with gay people, and I have a handful of those per live stream. And again, I don't think if Trump had the ability to ban gay marriage, that any of you guys would stop supporting him. Now, some of you guys would say, well, I don't agree with it, but I'm still going to vote for him, or I'm still going to support him, which means you really don't support them. Like, you just support them right now because you believe it's convenient to say so. If you truly did, you would stop supporting somebody who spoke out against it, or, again, in a hypothetical situation, banned it. As long as people aren't telling people what to do in their personal life, I could care less. I agree, but it's typically the people on the right that are telling them not to do it, not to do whatever they can in their personal life. I don't see anybody on the left saying you have to be gay or you have to be trans. I do hear people on the right saying you shouldn't sleep with other men or women if you're a man or a woman, or it's wrong to be transgender or something. Like, some people on the left that are telling you what to do with your body or bedroom. Do I support this? Yeah, I support what consenting adults do. Yeah, I have 1,000,001 things better in life to worry about than if two men are sleeping with each other or two women sleeping with each other. I just better. And if that's something that you think about, I think you probably think about gay people more than gay people think about gay people, which means he might be gay. Anyways, people on the TikTok, if you all can keep tapping and sharing. I know most of you probably already sent in your heart me on the previous live, but if you are just joining now and you weren't on the previous live, please do send in your heart me. I'd appreciate it. And again, if you do disagree with the background, vote for Trump, etc., hit the request button at the bottom of the screen. Okay. We don't ideology. Nothing is being forced upon you. You're just a snowflake. A gay couple being in a movie or a TV show isn't it being pushed upon you. You just don't like seeing gay people in movies or TV shows. Because when straight people are in movies or TV shows, you don't say that's being pushed upon you. Nothing is being pushed on you. Unless you like being pushed onto. In that case, go for it. How do you share it? Yeah, it's at the bottom. There's a like an arrow down there that says 26. On your end, I don't know if it says 26 or not, but it's an arrow. And you can repost it or share it on out. Gays can't fight. Okay. That's a weird thing to say. I don't even know what that means, that they can't fight. What inherently about being attracted to same sex means that you cannot fight? What do those two things have to do with each other? Again, if you guys can send in your heart me, if you're just joining this live stream and you have not sent in one yet today on my live, please go ahead and do so. And if you disagree with the background prompt, come on up, okay? They can fight, but they don't punch with any force. Again, weird thing to say. I think you should probably talk to a therapist. We are tired of having it shoved down our throats. Greg, nothing is being shoved down your throats. You just don't like gay people and trans people. That's all it is, buddy. Nothing is being pushed down your throats. Again, a trans or a gay person being in a show or a movie isn't being pushed down your throats. You just don't like seeing them in movies or TV shows. Because God does. Fucking God. Francis, I mean that's almost always the case. That's what it boils down to, really. They can cover it up, put like a neat little ribbon and bow around it to make it sound and look a little bit better, their argument, and pretend that they're okay with it. They just don't like it being quote unquote shoved down their throat, which again is a very ironic saying for them to be constantly using for the people who claim not to like that. But at the end of the day, they just don't like it. Mostly stemming from religion. Mostly. I mean, there are people that seem to have an issue with LGBT plus community on a secular basis. But most of it seems to stem from religion. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Because it's gay, dude. Okay. It's like an argument a middle schooler would use. Somebody doesn't like the LGBT plus community because it's gay. Okay. Very cool. So are you guys against LGBT community? Just trying to clarify. You guys as in who? I mean, I think I don't mean to be whatever, but I think the topic sort of makes it kind of clear where my position is. I believe if you just click on my profile, my bio should also indicate what my views are. They're all closet cases. Listen, I'm not going to say all of them are. I think there's certainly a good percentage of people that are against the LGBT plus community that are in the closet themselves. Again, would I say that's every one of them? No, but I think it's a sizable percentage. There it is. James just repeats the same thing that they always say. We don't hate it. You guys are just trying to force it on us. James, give me an example where it's being forced on you by the definition of force. Again, it being in a movie or a TV show is not it being forced on you. Because if that's your argument, then you're going to have to say straight relationships are being pushed on you. Because those also exist in movies or TV shows. They say the same exact line every single time. Every single time. They're trying to teach young kids about it. Sure, James. Yet, out of the thousands of people I've spoken to over the years on this app, none of them can provide any specific example whatsoever of it being forced on kids. Not happening. You're not going to be able to give an example. You're just repeating propaganda that you just seem to gobble on up because you lack the ability to think for yourself. That's not a specific example, you schmuck. Give me a specific example of where it's been forced on kids. Other than it just being mentioned that gay people exist or trans people exist. That's like saying World War II is being pushed on kids because it's being taught in schools. Or grammar is being pushed on kids because it's taught in school. It's a ridiculous argument. Just admit that you have an issue with gay people. I would have slightly more respect for you for being honest about it. Although I'd still highly disrespect you for hating something that has nothing to do with you, but there would be slightly more respect because of the honesty. Again, there it is, guys. There it is. We hate it because you're pushing it on us. The same line. This is all they've given so far. This is it. The same argument every single time. Very, very pathetic. Let's invite these people on up. You guys truly believe this, and why don't you accept a request and we'll talk about it. You hated the new Scream movie. I haven't seen it. Was it really that bad? I haven't seen all the Screams anyways. I think I've seen like one, maybe two of them. Yeah, James, why aren't you accepting the request? Why do you want to hide in the comments? Nobody hates Alphabet Mafia. The Alphabet Mafia hates anyone that disagrees with them. Sure. Nobody hates them except all of the guests that come on up here when I do this live stream. None of them except those people. I don't hate, I simply disagree with an action that has nothing to do with me between two consenting adults. I just disagree with it. Well, James, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to invite you one more time. If you don't accept it, you're just going to get muted in the live, so you're not going to be able to comment on the live. If you're opinionated enough to comment on the live stream, you would also be opinionated enough to come up on the live stream. So if you lack the cojones, as they say, to come on up and express your viewpoints, you're just going to be muted. Again, people on the tube, you can call on in. I got the number right there. Block. I'm not gonna block somebody for that. You get muted. Soft, says the guy who lacks, again, the cojones to come on up and express their viewpoints because they're too scared to actually talk in person. Yep, I am gonna mute you for not joining because you're a wuss. You're too afraid to back up your opinions. You can only do it behind a keyboard. Good, James. Goodbye. Goodbye. So long. Goodbye, James. Now, you can still have your voice being heard. Nobody's limiting your quote-unquote free speech as you're probably screaming behind the keyboard. You can come on up and actually express it using your voice. Again, it's weird if you just hide behind the keyboard and say things that you wish you could say in person. Just say it in person. Or as in person as this could be. Keep tapping and sharing, though. Again, if you guys disagree with the background, come on up. We are looking for ops. Highest inflation rate ever, highest unemployment rate ever, highest fuel rates ever. EA, I don't know what that has to do with the topic. None of what you said is factually true. Highest inflation rate ever is just a factually untrue statement. It's just factually untrue. But you are repeating Trump talking points because I don't think you even know how to look up the inflation rate. I think you just let Trump do the thinking for you.
So,
hey, Torta, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I know you've been on the live before, but just state your age just for TikTok US, please.
Yeah, I'm 30.
Cool. All right, what's up?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't have a problem with individuals, but there are certain characters from the whole Rainbow Mafia that I do have contention with. Also,
Okay.
one of the things is it's very victim mentality. Did you see the Canadian liberal whatever convention?
I don't know what you're referring to. What's
Oh man, so it's like a convention for politics or whatever, and they actually had victim cards. And so what they did was, depending on how much of a victim you were, like a woman, LGBT, disabilities, you got a different tier of card, and your tier of card could skip in line to speak on the people who had a higher tier. It was crazy,
okay?
really
How does
entertaining.
that affect you?
Well, I mean, that just shows like where the umbrella is going. Now, individuals, yeah, I've got tons of gay friends. I've got tons of trans friends. I've got a few lesbian friends.
I don't believe you have tons of trans friends. I just don't believe that.
Yeah, I do.
I have a
don't have a
very, very hard time believing that.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't understand. What is your issue with them other than you just seem to not like it? Yet you have plenty of friends that are trans
it's
and
the
gay.
difference is right. So, like the trans individuals that I'm friends with, they know they're men, right? Or they know they're women. They know what they were born as, right? They know they can't change that. They just want to present
but
a
you don't
certain way,
understand, Torta.
and
You
all I
don't even
do is I
understand
treat
the
them like
argument.
that, right?
You don't even understand the position, and none of you guys do. You guys purposely misconstrued a position so you can always be right. And you're arguing a point that's not made.
Really?
Yes, because no trans individual denies the sex that they were born as. They all understand that.
I don't know, man. Have you
Yes,
been on
they
TikTok?
all. Yes, I've been on TikTok for 2+
Lily
years.
Tino, I mean, it's a good example. I mean, that's a really good one.
Okay,
Also, a little fun fact.
I don't care about Lily Tino. You pointed out one
Here's
person.
how,
Doesn't apply to
here's
all
how
of them.
virtue signaling, right? You know who made that flag behind you, right?
I don't care.
That was 4chan. So a little fun fact, if you take 4 of those flags and you rotate them 90 degrees and put them all together, it makes a really interesting symbol.
Okay, that's a really stupid argument because the flags aren't positioned in that order. That's like saying, well, if you move this and you did that and you did that, it would look like a swastika. Who the fuck cares? What kind of art? Like, what do you do?
Because it was made by 4chan to do that, to make fun of the LGBT community.
Prove it. Prove it.
Instead, they
prove
take
it.
the flag.
Prove it. Prove it.
Go and pull it up on 4chan.
It's your argument. You prove it.
Do I still have the original post?
It's your argument. You prove it. Guys, if we hypothetically put things together that have nothing to do with each other, it makes a symbol. That's why I don't like these people, because hypothetically, if you did something, this hypothetical thing would occur. Most ridiculous arguments ever.
All right. I got you, boo. Here you go. I wish I had like some of the original posts, but yeah. There you go. It's the whole article talking about it, and then what you can do is you can pull up the number and pull it up, and then people share everything about it.
Hold on.
I even painted over to try to help you.
This doesn't prove anything. This is just a post. The fuck does this prove?
Look at the ID, and then you can look at the history from it. That's
what do
just
you mean
all I
the
have
history,
on hand, right?
Dude? That's a 4chan post, and that's your fucking evidence.
Yeah, 4chan created that flag.
How fucking dumb are you?
I was there.
You were
when
there.
we were doing it.
Okay, now you're there. Okay,
I'm 30 years old, my guy. I've been around the block.
Sure. Can you provide any proof that's not a 4chan post, please?
Can you provide any proof that it's not a 4chan post? Like, what do you mean?
I want you to provide proof that it was made by 4chan for
Again,
lulz without
look
using
up the
4chan
ID
as your...
number.
No,
Look
you
up the
provide
ID
evidence.
number.
You can provide evidence yourself of it
Wait.
being the case.
So hold on. So what you're saying is that I need proof that it was made by 4chan, but I'm not allowed to use 4chan as proof, is what you're saying.
Because anybody can say anything on the 4chan. Do you not understand how things work?
They link back to the original forum when they were making it.
When was 4chan?
Like
when
over
did
10
4chan,
years ago.
Did 4chan exist in 1978?
That particular trans flag did not exist in 1978.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that
Okay, cool.
particular one right there.
Cool.
I'm not talking about the OG
4chan
trans flag.
So 4chan didn't make the LGBT plus flag. Cool.
No, not the original one. That one that you have in your background, they did, right? That's the one that they made.
I don't care. I don't see what this has to do with anything. What's this argument? Your argument is I don't like the LGBT plus community because a forum made it, hypothetically. That's your argument?
What do you mean?
Your argument is that you don't like them and you think it's weird or wrong because a forum made the flag. Or somebody on a forum made the flag.
I don't like.
What the fuck does that have to do with it? And if we hypothetically put
you
flags
asked me a
together
question,
in an
would
order,
you like me to answer?
No. So if we hypothetically put the flags in an order in which they don't exist, it creates a symbol that, like, you have the dumbest arguments ever. You can do that with the American flag. You can put them in a way that would make it look like a swastika if you really wanted to edit them and crop them. Does that mean that that was made in order for swastikas to exist or supports it? It's a stupid argument.
Okay, sure. Anyway, like I said, don't mind individuals. Don't like the community. Also, lesbians.
Why don't you like them?
That's one other thing. What?
Why don't you like them?
Well, the community is nothing but a victim complex and oppression Olympics of, oh, why is me? Oh, my life is horrible, right? But there's
even if that were true,
there's a lot of LGBT people that don't follow underneath the banner, right? There's a lot of Brokeback Mountain guys out there.
I don't understand your argument. Your argument is it's wrong because I don't.
Personality.
Your argument is it's wrong because I don't like it. That's your argument.
Are you gay?
No.
No? Okay. Well, see, I'm gay, right?
Cool.
But I don't make it my entire personality or identity.
Cool.
Right?
Good for you.
I'm the type of person that I can go out to the store, buy stuff, do things, and no one's going to be like, oh, look at that faggot, right?
Yeah.
I just look like a normal, everyday person.
All right, guys, we're looking for guests that aren't purposely trying to get kicked because they have nothing else to say, so goodbye. Steven, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm just why did you kick him?
Because he slurred. You can't slur on TikTok. It's a violation of TikTok rules.
Oh, jeez. What did he say?
He said the F slur. He said the F slur. It's a violation against TikTok rules. His account would actually get taken down. So. Anyways, though, I just need to know your age, please, and then we can move forward with the discussion.
37.
Okay, what's up?
I was just going up for your prompt, saying why do you MAGA? Why do you hate LGBTQ community? And I just don't think that's the case. I think majority of MAGA could care less. There are, of course, always going to be people that hate other people, and that's on every spectrum.
I mean, when I do these live streams,
what's the point of your prompt? You're basically stating that all MAGA hates LGBTQ.
Well, I think your vote inherently harms the LGBT plus community, whether those are intentions or not. However, when I do these live streams, I have multiple people come every single time that, in fact, do hate gay people or have an issue with gay people. And I would venture to guess.
I'm not saying, like I said, of course there are, but I would say majority do not.
Let me ask you this. If Trump had the authority and the ability and did so to ban gay marriage unilaterally, How much support do you think he would lose?
How much
Almost
support
none.
would he lose?
Almost none, right?
I mean, we're talking. You're making up hypothetical stuff right
Answer
now.
the question.
Trump,
Answer the question. I'm
has,
asking your opinion. How much support do you think he would lose if he somehow had the ability to get ban gay marriage?
I mean, I have no idea because it's hypothetical, so I couldn't tell you.
So you refuse to answer the question.
I'm not refusing the answer. It's hypothetical, so I don't have an
because
answer.
You know the answer. Because you know the answer. Because you know the answer. Because you know the answer is that he would lose.
You're just making up hypothetical.
You know the answer is
drama
if
try to back your fake.
If the answer was in fact that he would lose a lot of support, you would say so. And you know the answer is that he would lose little to no support. You know that's the answer. That's why you're refusing to answer it. You can go ahead.
I'm not refusing to answer you.
Okay.
It's a hypothetical that there's literally zero answers to that because you're talking about hypothetical. Let's talk about facts.
That's an answer, Stephen. Stephen, your response is all I need. I appreciate that. That's all the response I need.
That's your dumb opinion. That's fine. Let's move on.
Okay. If the answer was otherwise, you would have said so. If the answer was otherwise, you would say so.
What has Trump done?
Ban transgender individuals from the military. 15,000 individuals effectively got fired, stripped of their benefits and pay, all because of their gender identity, all of which they passed every single standard to be into the military, and they've all been in the military successfully and honorably up until then.
Yeah, transgenders in the military. Okay, what else?
Let's discuss that, because that's harming the LGBT plus community on the basis of their gender. So let's not skip past that.
What else? Is that all you got?
Can we discuss that one and then we can move forward to the other ones?
I mean, what was his reasoning?
Does it matter?
Obviously, yeah, it does.
There is no reason in which banning trans people from the military is okay. And your answer, once again, is giving me the answer that I already know.
No, you just like to put words in people's mouth and assume.
Well, then, Stephen, if it was wrong,
have a rhetorical or debate.
If it was wrong, you would have just said so. If it was wrong, you would have just said so, Stephen. But instead, you have to say, well, what was his reasoning? Which means you don't think it was wrong. And you can't even admit it. You're not even man enough to admit it. That's how weak you are. Like, you can't even admit that you don't have an issue with it. Just admit it.
Dude, someone who's weak, who you finally had a gay man up on your panel, and because he disagreed with you, you dropped him.
No, I already gave you the answer. He gave a TikTok violation.
And then when he proved to you the flag in the background that it was actually from 4chan, all of a sudden you didn't care anymore, which I thought was fucking hilarious.
Can you tell me why the flag being...
because you didn't care anymore.
Can you tell me why the flag being from 4chan's a problem?
As soon as he proved you wrong, you got mad.
Well, he didn't.
And said you didn't care anymore.
Well, he did. For one, he got kicked because he broke TikTok violations, which I already told you, and you knew the answer to that. And also, he never proved it was from 4chan. He just gave me a 4chan post, and even if it was from 4chan, I don't see what that has to do with anything.
Then why did you even bother arguing about it?
It was his argument.
If you didn't care.
It was his argument.
If you didn't care, then you would have moved on to something else.
It was his argument, and I told him that exact same thing, that even if it was from 4chan, I don't see how that proves why it's a bad or wrong thing. I said that to him.
And then you booted him when he said he was gay, because you're like, oh, I can't.
I booted him because he slurred, and this is the third time I've told you that, but you refuse to listen because you want to give some other narrative.
That's just a scapegoat to boot
It's not a scapegoat. It's a violation. You can't slur.
It was a legit scapegoat.
Stephen, can you slur on TikTok Lives? Is that within TikTok rules?
Can you slur? Some slurs, yeah.
What slur can you say on TikTok that makes it okay?
Or curse words, I guess, is what I'm.
That's a curse. That's not a slur. That's not a slur. You cannot slur on TikTok, and it's not going to be within their rules. It's going to be against their violations. And most people slur because they know they're purposely going to get kicked. So they slur because they have no other argument to give, which I'm sure you're going to do at some point.
And why would I do that? I don't. I'm
A
not. I'm
lot of
not
people,
racist or
a lot.
bigot, so I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna
Okay.
use a
So that
slur
so
in
that
my
previous
vocabulary.
so that previous guest was a bigot.
What's that?
So that previous guest was in fact a bigot then.
I'm not saying he's a bigot. How did he use the word? How did he use the word?
How did he use the slur?
The word?
Guys, how
He
did
didn't
he use the
call
slur?
somebody that word. He said if someone called me that word. Those are two different things, so let's not try and turn it around, dude. Let's not be a gaslighting douche.
Hey Steven,
Let's not.
if somebody called me the
Did he
N-word, I
call
said the
someone the
N-word.
F word? Did
So
he call someone the F word?
if I call myself the N-word, it's okay to say?
If you're saying that other people are calling you that, which is
Then
what
it's
the
okay.
context that he used, did you
Then
forget
it's
the
okay to say
context
it?
that he used it in already?
So it's okay to say the word if I call myself that?
If you're referring to the context that he did, yes. Because he said if people called me this word.
All right, so
moron,
according
dude.
to Steven, it's okay to say the F slur and the N slur as long as you say it about yourself, guys. And it's okay to kick trans people out of the military depending on the reasoning.
That is not what I said. That is
Okay.
not what I said. Let's stop being a douchebag.
Okay.
In the context that the previous guy that you kicked used it, he wasn't calling himself that. He said when he goes out, people don't call him the F word. That is what he said. That is the context that he used it in.
Sure.
Am I wrong?
If you want to say that's okay, go for it.
Is that what he said?
That doesn't justify saying the N-word or the F slur or any of those.
In my opinion, the way he said it, but you're avoiding that context.
I'm not. I say that's wrong. I'm saying it straight up. It's wrong.
That's fine. I don't use the slurs myself. I have no reason to. I'm just saying in the context he was saying, he wasn't calling someone that word. He was saying when he's out shopping, people aren't calling him that.
Okay. Guys, we can get to new guests at 30,000 likes. Keep tapping and sharing. All right, man. So why else do you have an issue with the LGBT plus community?
I don't have an issue with the LGBTQ community.
So, but you're okay with trans people being kicked out of the military?
I mean, I don't think anyone should be kicked out of the military. If they're there to serve, then no, I don't agree with it.
All right, but it doesn't bother you enough to stop supporting him.
Who says I'm supporting him? He's already been voted in.
Do you still support him?
I support the ideas behind the majority of MAGA. I don't support everything he does. I don't blindly follow
who I vote for. I'm not saying you do, but you still support him, though. It's not enough for you to stop supporting him.
I support him in the things that I care about in my life, the conservative values that I care about in my life.
Right, because fuck other people.
Not everything that he does. I'm not going to sit there and agree with everything he does. I'm sure that you didn't agree with everything that Biden did or what Kamala Harris was about.
You're right.
I would hope
you're right.
not.
You're right. I did not. However, there was nothing that was harming human rights, and that would be a deal breaker for me. Like if Harris or Biden or whoever say ban gay marriage, for example, as the example I gave before, I would stop supporting them.
Absolutely. If Trump ended gay marriage, I wouldn't support him because I feel like that's a huge thing. I mean, you're talking about millions and millions of people.
So how many trans people have to be harmed for it to not be problematic?
You said that Biden did nothing to harm individuals.
To harm human rights. There's nothing that.
But the millions of illegals that came across the border that committed murders and rapes and all that is harming individuals.
Well, Stephen, that's a silly argument because they commit crimes at less of a percentage than U.S.-born citizens do, and crime went down during his presidency, as it has been for decades. So,
I'm sorry, say that again?
Crime has been going down for decades, including under Biden's presidency, but crime went down. Not to mention, undocumented immigrants commit less crimes. They commit less crimes
committed by illegals.
Right, they commit less crimes as a percentage than U.S.-born citizens do.
No, what I'm asking you, the crimes committed by illegals, did they go up or down during the Biden era?
We would have to check it, but that doesn't mean that he was necessarily responsible for that, because you can say it about any president.
How is he not responsible? He's allowing it to happen. He had the open borders. So if crime
well,
is going up during that time period,
it
who's
wasn't. It was going
directly
down.
responsible?
It was going down.
No, crime committed
Yes.
by illegals went up.
Prove it. You know, crime committed by ICE has also gone up. Trump would ultimately be responsible for that. Would you say that he is also unaliving people at the end of the day? Whoever's calling me on the tube, I'm currently talking to somebody, so, you know. Yeah, I mean, listen, this idea that he had open border policy is ridiculous, because I don't think any of you guys can name a policy in which it changed that allowed for the borders to be open. I doubt most of you can even name the policies that actually govern the border to begin with. And guys, remember, 30,000 likes, we can get to a new guest, okay? Keep tapping and sharing, please. Joey, that's all they ever go to. Yeah, and Stephen, again, even if you were able to prove it, which is fine, I like to see the data. And if the data were true, I certainly would say, hey, I was, you're right. I didn't make a claim either way. I don't know whether it's gone down or up. I'm just asking you to provide evidence for it. But even if it did go up, I don't think ultimately, I mean, you can blame him if you want, and I don't see how that would necessarily fall upon him specifically. Considering we also saw a lot of encounters at the border go up during 2019. We can look at the chart of encounters at the southern border. They also shot up, and I'm sure, again, at least one of those have committed crimes or unalive people. Would that not be Trump's fault? Keep tapping and sharing. If you guys are joining live, click the red follow button on the top left. If you're joining on the tube, click the subscribe button, please. And guys, I am a gaslighting gay Jew, according to people on the tube, or according to one person on the tube.
I don't know how to pull this up on here.
Right. Where's it from?
Me when I teacup.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it does. I wish it didn't. But...
yeah. But here is just one example for Arizona. Illegals were 146% more likely to commit a crime than other people from Arizona.
Where's this data from? Where's this data from?
It's factcheck.org.
Factcheck.org, and then what's like the title of the
hold on, let me pull it up. It says, is illegal immigration linked to more or less crime?
All right, let's see here. And this is from 2018, by the way, before Biden was president. All right, let's see. All right. Well, hold on, though. Most of this is showing that research shows there's lower crime rates. It says there's one study that's conflicting. So, I mean, this is, I just want to read what from an article that you posted, by the way. This is research showing. So guys, at the top, it just shows Trump's claims about undocumented immigrants and crimes, blah, blah, blah. Then it talks about Trump's reasoning. Okay, fine. Then research. Now, this is about the research. Research showing lower crime rates. Alex I don't know how to pronounce that name. With the Libertarian Cato.
Lower crime rates as a whole, but that's not talking about the illegal immigrant crime rate. The article that I'm referring to, or the study that I'm referring to, is down farther. The one that you just mentioned, it said crime rate has gone down as a whole. It wasn't illegal crime rate that went down as a whole, just crime rate as a whole.
No, it
We're talking
mentions
about illegal.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants in that study. There are undocumented immigrants. I'm not familiar with the Cato Institute study. It talks about undocumented immigrants, documented immigrants, and then U.S.-born citizens.
Right. So
I'm familiar with that study,
which is what I referred to, is the illegal. If you scroll down, let me pull it up. Hold on.
Yeah, the research concluded illegal immigrants are 47% less likely to be incarcerated than natives. And illegal immigrants are even less likely to be in jail or prison. Another study, do undocumented immigrants immigration increase violent crime? Increased concentrations of undocumented immigrants are associated with statistically significant decreases in violent crime. That was another one.
But if you look at the one that's actually done by John Lott, which is the president of Crime and Prevention.
So the one study out of the plenty other that exist on top outweigh it.
The president of the Crime and Prevention, I would think, would probably be the most reliable source, as he's going to have.
Of course you're going to say that, Stephen. Of course you're going to say that, Stephen, because that
is the president of Crime and Prevention. He is going to have access to all of these records. Am I wrong or am I wrong?
Dude, the mental gymnastics is fucking insane. It's absolutely insane.
You're ignoring the president of Crime and Prevention, the guy who proceeds over crime and prevention.
I care about data, Stephen. I don't care about appeal to authority. I don't care about appeal to authority.
The data.
And the data on everything else in this article shows otherwise. But you are conveniently ignoring that because it doesn't back up your opinion.
Where did they get their data from? Does it even say?
Yes.
Where? Where do they get their data from?
Do you know what the Cato Institute is? Do you realize that that's a conservative institute? The Cato Institute even says it, which is a right-leaning institute. What do you think? They're just making up numbers for the fuck of it?
Crime and Prevention Research Center is going to be a little more accurate than an institute that has nothing to do with crime and prevention.
Sure. If that makes you feel better and sleep better at night, yeah, sure.
No, I mean I mean, come on now. We're not doing mental gymnastics here. I mean, I'm just stating facts.
Okay. So the facts above don't mean anything?
I'm going by the one that actually makes sense. Crime and Prevention Research Center. That's literally what they do.
But the 10 other studies that say otherwise, that say that they commit less crime, that's bullshit. But the one that says they commit more crime, that's true. Cool, man. Got it. Guys, remember 30K. We can get to the next guest. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but undocumented immigrants have an incentive to not commit crime, considering that they don't want to be found by anybody, like within the government or anybody in a position of authority. They don't want to be known that they're here without the proper documentation. So it would make sense that they commit less crime. Can we go to the summary at the bottom, though? As we said, there aren't readily available nationwide crime statistics broken by immigration status, but the available research that estimates the relationship between legal immigration and crime generally shows an association with lower crime rates. This is from your article. I don't know how to pronounce that. Impetus, IMPETUS, is on the president to provide evidence of his claim, and Trump instead simply cited statistics on violent crime committed by all non-citizens without attempting to compare those figures to crimes committed by native-born citizens. From your article. Your article. God. Oh, Corey, I'll ring in. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there.
Hello.
What's up, man? How you doing?
No, I just wanted to quickly point out, Stephen, do you know anything about the Crime and Research Prevention Center?
Stephen, I don't know if you know you're on mute. I don't know if you were trying to talk.
No, go ahead, Corey. What?
Yeah, it's just a right-wing think tank, right? Like, the fact that they call themselves this does not mean they actually are experts in this field. It would be like if I start the Corey Peterson Institute on pizza and pit bulls, right? It doesn't mean that, like, I'm actually going to be a noted authority on those two subjects just because I call it that. So,
okay. So
you're one
fanatic. Okay, so where
actually no, literally. Do you know?
So where do we find the data then, Corey?
No, I just want to point this out, right?
No, I'm asking you a question. Where do you find the data? If they're unreliable, then who's the reliable source?
Hold on. Well, it would be sources like. Oh, sorry.
No, this is actually really, really important what I'm about to show here. We're going to look on Media Bias Fact Check and look at the Crime Prevention Research Center and see, in fact, how biased they are on Media Bias Fact Check. Crime Prevention Research Center, very, very far right, factual reporting mixed. And let me exit out this stupid ad. The media sources are moderate to strongly biased toward conservative causes through story selection and or political affiliation. They may utilize strong loaded words, publish misleading reports, and omit reporting of information that may damage conservative cause. Some sources in this category may be untrustworthy. Overall, we rate them center-right bias based on strongly advocating for pew-pews and a conservative agenda. We also rate them mixed for factual reporting based on few failed fact checks.
All right, Corey.
This isn't a left-leaning like fact check thing, because they also rate CNN and MSNBC or MSN now further on the left. So I want to make it.
If they rated CNN as anything different than what they are, they would immediately lose any credibility.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. These aren't biased towards conservatives or progressives, because they also rate.
Well, let me ask Corey then. Corey, what's an example of a trustworthy source on this, and let's look it up on there and see what it says.
All I'm pointing out real quickly is that you have the article you cite paints numerous studies pointing out that there is nothing to indicate that undocumented immigrants are actually increasing crimes or committing more crimes than anybody else. And the single dissenting study comes from a not very reputable organization and a right-wing think tank with a clear bias and a mission goal that is anti-immigration. So, like, I'm just pointing out that you're discounting everybody else for a single source, and you're making this claim that, well, they call themselves the Crime and Prevention Research Center. Therefore, I think they're the ones who are going to know stuff on this. That's just not true. Again, I could call myself the Corey Peterson Institute on pizza and pit bulls. And if I just say that pit bulls love garlic and pizza should have pineapple on it.
What's a trustworthy source then that we can look up?
Well, probably the FBI, probably data from like the FBI or from any state's crime research.
No, like what? Give me an actual source. I mean,
Stephen, hold on, because your own like source also points out it's not easy to collect this data. There's not anything that really reports one way or the other in a conclusive manner that makes us able to say undocumented immigrants, or that most of the undocumented immigrants coming into the country are or aren't mostly criminals or committing crimes.
So you said, but earlier you said there was. Now you're saying there's not.
No, I'm not. I simply came up to point out that your single source on your own, like that you provided, right? The single group that sides with you is a clearly unreliable right-wing think tank. They are not specialists in this regard. That is all I'm talking about right now.
Okay, cool. We've established that. And again, you did mention that there are plenty of other reliable sources to go besides there. And you haven't gave any.
Well, no, we have crime statistics from like the FBI, DHS, and other stuff pointing out that undocumented immigrants do not commit the majority of crimes, or they don't or per capita.
How did we get onto this topic, by the way? I remember you said
because I asked you if you had mentioned if Biden had harmed individuals in any way that you would not support him.
Yeah, I don't think that he like infringed on people's human rights. No, I don't think he did anything that would specifically and directly harm them. Yeah, you can point to any president that may have done something that at some point, like for example,
what about financial harm? Would that be something that you would consider harmful?
Unless you can tell me specifically what he did, but then we can say the same thing about Trump, how gas prices are up, whether you think he's responsible for it or
I'm
not.
not talking about
And
gas
people are,
prices or any of that. It's
well, that's
coming back to
financial.
the
But that's financial.
illegals.
That's financial. But that's
It
financial.
is. I agree, and I'm not happy with the gas prices right now.
I don't think anybody. I doubt anybody.
I'm not going to sit here and back everything that Trump does. I think he did a lot of things he said he was going to do, but I don't think it's working like he thought it was going to. Like tariffs, I think those have been an absolute joke.
But I did think, but people said that very
hasn't
people said down. That. But Stephen, people said that very loudly prior to him being elected that tariffs weren't going to work. Like this shouldn't be a surprise.
Anyways,
I'd hope not.
Moving on.
Okay. Anyway, sure.
Moving on. Like I said, I don't agree with it. And everything that he said he was going to run on, I didn't agree with, but the majority of it, yes. And in fact, his first, if you take away COVID, his first term, financially, majority of people in this country were doing very, very well.
Well, okay. So what did he?
Housing was cheap, gas was cheap, groceries were cheap.
But Stephen,
and that's that's why he won this next term.
No, but because I think people are under the impression that somehow things would just automatically go back to those prices. We can say the same thing but Steve,
back.
I know, but it was wild to think that it was going to go down at all. Like that's completely unrealistic to think that. What did Trump do?
I don't think anyone thought it was going to go down. It's stopping.
Yeah, a lot of people did. A lot of people I spoke to did. Okay, well, but inflation isn't any lower than it was under the last year under Biden, right?
I never said it was.
Okay, but then what did Trump do during his first term that lowered things that weren't already low to begin with? For example, gas was already in the mid-2s going into his presidency. Inflation was already in the mid-2s going into his presidency.
And but gas price also came down while he was in his first term as well because he.
It did not. It did not. It did not. I have the gas prices right in front of me. Let's go over the gas prices. You're going to regret saying that. I promise you're going to regret saying that. So if we look under if we look under Obama's last year, which would have been 2016, I'm going to read out the gas prices from January to December: $2.05, $1.87, $2.07. $2.21, $2.37, $2.46, $2.34, $2.28, $2.32, $2.35, $2.29, $2.36. That didn't go lower under Trump's first term. We see 2.4, 2.4, 2.4, 2.5, 2.5, 2.4, 2.4, 2.4, 2.7, 2.6, 2.6. It stayed that way.
Okay, you got it.
But that didn't go lower.
The 4 years. The 4 years Obama was in.
Okay, now you're changing it.
No, because you're comparing. You're comparing 4 years of his presidency to 1 year of his.
Obama.
So how about we compare 4 and 4?
You're telling me Trump lowered gas prices, or they lowered under his term? They didn't.
On average, his 4-year term is lower than Obama's term.
You are ridiculous. This mental gymnastics is wild. Because you keep changing it so you can be right.
Okay, so let's compare gas prices in 2020 during COVID when it was $1.30 a gallon. I'm not going to use that because it doesn't make sense.
It was $1.93.
No, it got down to $1.40 during COVID here in Ohio at one point.
I don't care about Ohio.
That's the national average.
That's all we can go off of, Stephen.
My point is, you can't just pick one year from Obama and then compare it to the 4-year term of Trump.
Great. Let's use 2015. 220, 230, 254, 255, 280, 280, 280, 270, 246, 238, 226, 214.
So who was lower on average?
His last 2 years, 2015, 2016, were lower than any of Trump's 4 years. And again, you told me that
what was
went
gas
lower
in
under
2012?
Trump.
What was gas in 2013?
Oh my! So let's just go back to then. Your claim is that Trump had cheap gas prices. Therefore, voting for him again will also give us cheap gas prices.
4 years. If you got to compare the whole term, you can't just pick one good year out of Obama and then say, "Oh, that's fine for against Trump's 4 years."
Okay.
You can't just pick the best year. That's my point. On average, overall, his 4-year term was cheaper than the previous 4 years.
Well, actually, let me ask you this.
And that means anything why? And that means
obviously
anything why?
inflation.
That means anything why?
What do you mean that means anything why? My point is,
how is that
gas on
relevant
average was cheaper under Trump, along with everything else.
So
and
tell
that
me
was
what
a
Trump
big
did.
reason that he won, because during Biden's
You're making the causation
4-year
correlation
term,
fallacy.
inflation
You're
got
making
out
the
of control.
You're making the causation correlation fallacy that because Trump was president and these prices existed, therefore he caused those prices to occur. You're going to have to tell me exactly what Trump did to make that happen. That is going to be your job, Stephen. Not
So,
a
did we see trending? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Doug, you can probably look at this directly because I'm outside walking my dog and I'm kind of playing this as off of memory. We saw trending downward gas prices under Obama, at least for the second half of his presidency. At least, did we see trending upwards or downwards gas prices for Trump throughout the first 3 years of his presidency?
Trending down.
Because again, COVID kind of screws that over. And even then, do we see decline? If it's trending down, is it declining, trending down, or is it maintaining at Obama's pace? Which I don't know what any of this has to do with, like, LGBTQIA plus.
Hey guys, before Jimmy Carter died, during his presidency, gas was like 50 cents a gallon. Therefore, if we re-elected him, gas would also be 50 cents a gallon because that's what it was when he was president previously. You see how that works? You see how that works?
No one said that, Doug.
But was gas cheaper under Jimmy Carter?
Because I don't think you do, because that's what you've been doing this whole time.
Was gas cheaper under Jimmy Carter? Yes or no?
I'm not.
The answer would be yes. The answer would be yes.
Stupid reasoning for what you're going on.
The answer would be yes.
Now, this
therefore,
is insane.
The answer would be yes.
Literally insane, Doug.
The answer would be yes. Therefore, we should put the corpse of Jimmy Carter into the Oval Office because gas will also be 50 cents a gallon.
Because anyone up here said that.
I'm down for that.
That is
the corpse of Jimmy Carter would still be better than Trump.
I'm getting my shovel now. We're doing this.
No, even better. Thank you, Heath. FDR's corpse would be even better. I agree. Keep that for sure, you guys. We're looking for ops, okay? You know what? I can bring up another one. We could do like a 2-on-2 thing. That's fun. We don't have enough people. For some reason, live is super slow. I don't know why. So we can just have a 2-on-2. Let me bring this guy up.
Dumbass.
Yeah, for sure. This 2-on-2 would help you out, Steven, not me. Madeep, how you doing? Madeep, how are you doing?
Oh, shit. Ha! Sorry.
You didn't mean to
paying attention.
You're all good, buddy.
What's up, brother?
All right, let me bring that. Guys, we're looking for ops, okay? Ops. We can do 2-on-2, so if you're in opposition and you don't like to talk one-on-one, you have another person here for you. All right, we don't have anybody else in box, but you can come on up if you're ops, okay? All right, Steven, what else you got, man? Can we get back to the topic specifically?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right. So, what was your argument again? I'm sorry. Oh, that he's not harming the LGBT plus community.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you came up with is the military.
Well, that was the first thing I said.
That's the only thing you said.
Well, because that's what we were talking. Well, I can bring up. I can bring up from the UCLA or from the ACLU how many 400 anti-LGBT bills that have been introduced to Congress this year. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, from the pulling it up. Sorry.
You're good. Good.
Oh, if you have the source pulled up, I was just going to create filler, but never mind.
Okay. Yeah, so there's been 500 anti-LGBT plus bills introduced to Congress this year alone. Now, last year there was in 2025, and we can go through some of these, obviously not all 500. But if we look at 2025, I think there was like 900, I don't know. Either way, 500 of them have been proposed this year, and They weren't proposed by Democrats. Hey, Thomas, are you opposition?
Those examples, those 500.
I
Do you have any examples
of anti-LGBT plus bills?
The 500 rule. The 500 thing changes. He said.
You're cutting out a little bit. What about the 500? I'm sorry. You're cutting out a little bit,
The
Thomas.
examples. Yeah, those 500 different things. Examples.
Yeah. So there's actually one passed in Florida, the state that I live in. SB 1580. If you want to pull that up, we can read through it.
Go ahead. What is it?
SB 1580. It gives healthcare providers the ability to deny healthcare to somebody based on their moral or religious beliefs that would play into LGBT plus people, meaning that there has been LGBT plus people that have been denied healthcare by certain healthcare providers because it's now legally allowed in the state of Florida, which I find to be harmful.
I bet you I'll about like affirming care and things like that. See how they play with the words? See how they do that? I'll bet you anything. They have not been denied health care. It's the whatever you call that, the transitioning bullshit that they're trying to make us pay for. Now, I just want to say something if you can hear me correctly.
I hear you now, but Steve, but Thomas, though, that's not true. This can apply to anybody that's LGBT plus. That's not true. Now, that would fall into it. That would be one example, correct?
Dude,
there are many, but hold on. There has been examples of LGBT.
No, they're not denying health care. No, they're not.
But it has happened, Thomas.
You can't be denied health care.
But it has happened. And the fact that you guys,
you're getting upset.
The bill.
With the
yes, because you haven't, Tammy. Thank you. Because I am giving you an example of a specific bill that allows it, and you're saying, well, it's not happening. The fact that it's allowed is problematic, and it has. I can give you examples.
No one is
of it
allowed
happening.
to be denied health care.
Then you should be against that bill.
Incorrect.
So Stephen, the bill.
No, find me an example of someone being denied health care because
Stephen, if I proposed a bill that allowed slavery in the state of Florida and that hasn't occurred yet, would that still be wrong? That it was proposed and passed? Stephen, answer the question. Stephen, answer
I'm not
the
answer
question.
Your question.
Man
the
fuck up. Man the fuck up and answer the question.
Prove it, dude.
Stephen, hold on.
You bring up this bullshit.
Stephen.
You bring up this bullshit, but you can't prove that one person has been denied.
The bill is the evidence.
That's not evidence. That's
the
bullshit. No one's being denied health care.
Stephen, if discrimination doesn't happen, but it's made legal, right? Let's say like we bring back Jim Crow laws, but no businesses yet have created separate water fountains again.
You guys keep bringing up hypothetical BS.
Stephen,
no one's being denied health care.
Stephen, we're pointing this out real quick. Is the law still problematic, right? If somebody tries to bring back Jim Crow laws, but no business has implemented it yet,
why are we talking about Jim Crow? Why are we talking about Jim Crow?
Because I'm trying to separate this real quick to point out the problem with what you're saying. Okay, I'm taking out the anti-LGBTQ bias. I'm bringing up a different topic just for the sake of the conversation. Then we'll move right back to it. If somebody implements a new Jim Crow law, but no companies or businesses have segregated on the basis of race yet, is that law still problematic, and is that law still racist?
Let's go back to the 500 things. Let's get the examples.
This is an example. This is an example.
Thomas, I'm going to hold Stephen. Yeah, I'm going to hold Stephen to this.
Like you guys, you crafted. Is that still here? Let me give you a hypothetical that you have to answer. I'm gonna trap you with a hypothetical. Come on,
right?
Dudes.
I mean,
let's just.
They gaslight, dude. It's
not
unreal.
Stephen. It's not
they do.
Stephen, it's not gaslighting. I'm trying to get you to this. You're saying, oh, this isn't a problematic law because let's just go with this.
No,
like
because
nobody's been denied health care. Does the law allow?
Corey,
does the law?
Doug's point.
So here, I'm going to hold you to answering my question. Does the law allow for discrimination. That's why I brought up the Jim Crow stuff. The fact that there is a law that allows for discrimination is problematic. Even if we don't need to cite a specific example of it being applied. The fact of the matter is that the law allows for it.
Doug's whole argument is that they are harming the community. So if they're not being denied health care, they are not being harmed.
If a law allows for the denial of health care, hold on. If
Doug,
the law
if they
allows,
are being harmed, if they're being denied health care, give an example.
If the law allows for the denial
Corey,
of health care,
I'm talking to Doug. Doug, give an example that they're being harmed and being denied health care, because that is your argument.
It's the bill.
Let's ask the host.
Give the argument.
Steven,
the bill.
Corey, I'm not talking to you, dude. I'm talking to Doug. Doug is the one who made the argument, so Doug is the one who needs to respond.
And your retort to the argument is silly, and I'm pointing out why it's silly. No, you know it's silly, which is why you refuse to answer my question.
Because there's no one being harmed. His argument was someone was being harmed.
I'm sorry. If bringing back a Jim Crow law
harmed.
I'm sorry. Answer my question. If bringing back Jim Crow laws,
argument.
Steven, if bringing back Jim Crow laws is made legal again, but no business is implemented, is the law racist? Is the law racist? Is the law?
Why do you need to use an analogy? Why do you need to use an analogy?
Because you guys refuse to answer the question.
Yeah,
that's why.
You refuse to engage on this one, so I'm pointing out how you guys are wrong with your argument.
Let's reset, guys. Let me ask you guys.
Who has been denied health care, and you guys can't answer it because no one has been denied health care.
Hold on. Again, your argument doesn't work. Again, let's play this game. If you use this argument, you would have to say that Jim Crow laws...
just stop, dude.
You would have... No, Stephen, you would have to say that Jim Crow laws are not inherently racist. You would have to make that claim. So do you think Jim Crow laws are not inherently racist?
I'm not going to answer your question. I'm not playing your game, Corey.
It's not a game. It's a question.
You can keep asking the question. I'm not going to answer you because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Is it because you know it makes your entire point ridiculous?
So no, do you guys support?
It's because your hypothetical bullshit.
Do you guys support paying for people's transit?
Actually, it is.
That's the question.
So again,
I'm sorry.
Support?
Hello.
Yeah, let Thomas go.
Wow, am I muted? Hello.
No, you're talking. You're talking.
Your connection is terrible.
Do you support taxpayers? Let me finish. Do you support taxpayers paying for transgender surgeries? That's the big question here. I would say no. I would not want to pay for that. Why would we pay for that? That's the good question here.
Yeah, where is it happening? Where's it happening?
Well, you're going to tell me that that's...
Thomas, you already paid for other people's health care.
Some of those...
Thomas, you already pay. Thomas, if you are on insurance that's provided by a job that you work at,
it's not health
yes,
care.
you pay for other people's health care. You know that, right?
You know, my insurance doesn't cover.
That silence says everything. That silence says everything. It actually does. So if a woman gets breast enhancement, you pay for that. By the way,
am I silence?
Yeah. Nope. You pay for elective surgery if you do.
Also, you know what's really funny? I actually do believe I believe in universal
we don't pay for that.
care.
That's full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about.
You do.
We don't pay for breast surgeries.
That's how health insurance works, Thomas.
Actually, some insurance.
Yes, you can.
You're wrong.
Well,
some plans.
This is the most uneducated channel I've ever been on.
By the way, here's what's really funny.
Okay.
Steve, Thomas.
Okay.
Thomas, have you ever served? Thomas, have you ever served in the military?
This guy thinks that we're paying for boob jobs. Are you kidding me? You think that the taxpayers are paying for?
Wait, Thomas,
have you ever one example of that?
Yeah, I can.
One
I
example.
actually can. I can. If you stop talking for a second, have you ever served in the military?
Who cares?
I'm just asking to see if we have a common frame of reference, because you might be able to confirm this then. If you haven't, it's fine. This is not a gotcha. I'm just asking you to see if we're coming, if you understand where me and Doug are coming from.
So you're trying to change the subject.
No, I'm not.
You guys are making shit up. Now you're telling us that we pay for boob jobs.
Yes, actually, in the military, you are eligible for
You guys think taxpayers are paying for boob jobs?
Thomas, you are eligible for one cosmetic surgery in the military, and it includes potentially breast enhancement or breast reduction surgery, along with LASIK and other things. All of these are cosmetic surgeries that the taxpayer would pay for. So yes, Thomas, that already happens.
Serena, thank you for the $2 on the. Hold on, I got to read this. One sec. Serena, thank you for the military. Serena, I got to read this. I have to read this. Serena, thank you for the 2 on the blue out with a V. It says, look up Evan Minton. his hysterectomy was canceled when he mentioned he was transgender to the hospital. Thank you, Serena. I'm going to go ahead and look it up. W Serena in the comments. Is that a good enough example? Or it's okay because they were transgender?
Well, I just want to say this because you guys are going to destroy yourself, but here, this is what I say. I think my problem with the transgender community is that I believe their purpose is to deceive the straight man. In other words, their goal, their ultimate goal, the transgender
Stop!
men and they're getting so good. Well, you're not going to let me finish? You're not going to let me finish?
I gotta
You're not going to let me
screenshot this
finish?
for the. No, go ahead, please. This is great.
Oh,
Please.
this must be good that you have to act like yeah, go ahead. So I
No,
do
no,
believe,
I'm
and if
gonna
you
clip
really
this.
get down and talk to transgender people, excuse me, you said that I
Go
could
ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
So, as far as people that are dressing up as women, right? They're getting so good, with the breast implants, with cutting their peepees off. They're so tricky. Their goal. Let's not mess around with it. Their goal is to get a straight man to trick a straight man. And if you really ask the bottom line what they want to do, that's exactly that is their ultimate fantasy. And so I call that men's rights. I have men's rights, and I don't like worrying about it. I'll say as a man, as a straight man, I don't like looking at women in the street, especially here in LA, where I can't identify whether it's a man or a woman,
But
and that causes a problem.
but if
And
you're
it even
attracted
causes
to
problem
them,
for women.
no,
Then
I think.
I don't want to be.
Very
I don't want to be a
unnatural.
creep.
It's very
I,
unnatural,
I don't
okay,
want to
for
creepily.
someone to.
It sounds
I love
like
this. I don't want to be a creep.
It sounds like you hooked up with a trans woman and you regret it and you feel bad about
You
it. That's what
look
it sounds
like
like. What
you
happened?
look like you look for those women. That's what you look like. That's what you look
But
like with your
you
fucking
just
beard.
you
You want to
just
insult me
hold on.
because you
You
can't
just said you
debate
get
because you
tricked by them.
suck.
You just
No,
said
this
you
is
get
called
tricked by them.
projection. No, this
You
is
just
in
said
your
you get
little
tricked
sick
by them,
fucking mind.
Thomas. Guys,
The rest of the straight
because I
men would
have
agree with me. You're not straight, and
guys
that's the
because I have a
problem. You're
beard.
not straight.
Guys because I have a beard
You
that
need to
means I'm into
shave,
trans
dude.
women.
You need to shave, dude. You need to go shower and shave. That's what you
Wait,
need to do.
You
you
Shut the
know
fuck up.
guys.
Let's
JD
attack
Vance
me personally.
JD Vance has a beard. Does that mean he's attracted to trans women? He's attracted to trans couches, probably. But is he
Yeah,
attracted to trans women?
shaves his beard. He looks real clean. That beard looks real clean, buddy. You go on
Okay.
the screen with that fucking beard. Go shave, dude. Go clean up.
Okay.
You want to attack
Guys,
personally? You want to do that? You want to shift it there? Shut the
I don't
fuck
like
up.
the
You look like a pedo.
transgenders because I don't like. I don't like the transgenders because when I creepily stare at women walking down the street and honk my horn at them and sexually harass them, I don't want to actually
I
be doing
creepily,
that to a
Corey.
transgender person.
Right. Let's
When I'm
get into that,
stuck
Corey,
when I'm
because you
stuck.
gaslight. Right.
Corey's
Right, Corey,
projecting
with
quite
the
a bit here.
toothless, nice teeth there, buddy.
Oh, I got another one.
Thank you.
Serena, thank you
I
for the
appreciate
Hillbilly.
it.
Serena, thank you for the 3 on the blue out with a V. It says guest sounds like the kind of man who can't tell the difference between a grown ass woman and a child. She looked way older, quote
No,
unquote,
this is what
when
they
they
do.
look
And here's
exactly
the
their
thing.
age.
Here's
Thank you, Serena.
pay
W
attention,
Serena.
audience. Pay attention, audience. Remember, guys, when they want to insult you, when they want to go after the straight community and insult you, what they do to insult you is accuse you of being secretly gay. Notice that. And that is the ultimate worst thing you could ever say about someone, right? And they say it. See, internally, they believe that it's a bad thing.
Wait,
They're
you think
embarrassed, they're
it's
humiliated.
bad that wait,
This
no.
guy that's on here on the screen, it's his projection. His mind is in the gutter. He's doing LGBTQ stuff. And I'm wondering why. Why do you have a big flag up there? You say you're not gay. I don't believe you.
Why do you
Wait, you know there's other.
Why are you
Hold on, wait.
protecting
You know
this
there's other
community?
things, but you know there's other things besides being straight and gay, right? Like, do you think those are the only 2 things?
Yeah, some of us like Wild Things and Brokeback
What is it
Mountain.
now? You're
It's
up with
fine.
another point. Look, it's very simple. Most men, most straight men, most normal straight men, okay, would agree with me. We didn't have to guess if I call it men's rights. We
It's
have rights.
men's.
We got men, no rights. That's all we want. We want to know. We want to make sure. We want to know that if we're going down the street, it's not about hooting and hollering at a girl. We want to be able to look at someone and know, okay, that's a man or a woman. That's pretty simple.
But
That's a
Why?
but
basic
Why
if
does
you
it matter?
Is
Why?
that
Why
too
does
much
that
to ask
matter?
for?
yeah, if you're inherently attracted to them, why
It's
does it matter?
weird.
Because the
It's also
intention,
weird.
Corey. See, there you go. See, there you go.
Dude,
Now you
I
guys
walk
don't
down the
accept
street
the fact. Okay.
every day when you're walking down the street and you wanna be a creep. You gotta change your point of view. Like, what the fuck, dude? This entire point is when I walk down the street, I want to make sure the complete strangers in the city of LA.
So the rest of the world would agree with me, and you're sitting here shilling for this community.
No, the rest of the world walks down the street and doesn't give a shit.
No, of straight men look at women. That's what we do. And women look at straight men, or straight women look at men.
You're
right?
butthurt. You're scared of transgender people because when you sexualize the strangers you walk past
their
on the
intent,
street, you want to ensure the gender identity of the strangers you are sexualizing while walking down the street.
No, it's not sexualizing. That's on your perverted mind. It's
how do you
simple.
know it's their intent? How do you know it's their intent to trick? How do you know it's their intent to trick you?
Is truth important to you guys?
I want to know how. I want to know how you know it's their.
You know why? You know why the Democratic Party? You know why the Democrat Party?
Can you tell me why it's their intent? Thomas, I want you to tell us why it's their intent to trick you. I want you to tell us why it's their intent to trick you. How do you know that?
Why?
How do you know that? How do you know that to be true?
I've talked with them.
So you spoke with trans
people.
Really
they told you. You say, what would be your fantasy?
You told me.
Yes, I did.
So you spoke with them, and you told me.
Yes,
and they told you.
Yes, I got some on tape.
I'm sure. Prove it. Show the tape, please.
They were saying it.
Yeah, there's people that have admitted to it.
But,
show it. You have tape.
There's people admitted to it, and
show us the tape. Show us the tape.
Give us the Carfax.
You shouldn't have said that you have the tape if you're not going to show it. Of course not. That's really convenient.
Give us the Transfax.
Serena, thank you again for the 5 on the blue out with the
I'm sitting here. I'm not free-handed, but here.
Serena, thank you for the 5 on the blue out with the VW. Serena, once again, you're the best. Says last one, maybe. Is he angry at winter too because everyone is in a coat and hat and he can immediately tell their gender? Should we ban winter clothes?
Well done, Serena.
Thank you, Serena. That's great.
Look at that little clap. Look at Corey the clapper. What a dork.
It was a great point. Oh,
Corey, you
Thomas,
would never be allowed in a fire department or on a football team. You're a soft ass.
I played football. I played football. I was a volunteer fireman. I was in the Marine Corps. I was all these
You'd
things.
be kicked out of the football team. You would be kicked out.
Played it for 4 years in high school.
You'd be shunned if you behaved.
I played it for 4 years in high school, but okay. Yeah. Here's the thing: is that I don't really. But also, wait, show you proof of me playing football?
What position?
Offensive and defensive line.
What position? What position did you play?
I was a.
Which one? Which position?
I was a tackle. I was a defensive tackle and an offensive tackle.
Hey, all right, I got another one. Okay, I got another one to read. Azula, thank you for the 2 on the blue out the V. You're the best, Azula. It says, from a trans woman married to a cis woman to Thomas. Ha 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 ha. Deep breath. Ha 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 ha. Thomas, you got a violation. Goodbye.
Good Lord.
Azula, thank you. Azula, thank you so much. That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. I've never heard that argument before, that their entire reasoning of being trans is to trick straight people. It's interesting.
It's again, when I walk down the street, when I ogle at strangers, I want to make sure they're not trans. What the fuck?
This is an example of, like, it sounds like he would be inherently attracted to some trans women, but the idea of knowing that they're trans is a problem. That's inherently transphobic in of itself.
This dude,
right?
This dude watched Bugs Bunny dress up to trick Elmer Fudd in Looney Tunes and was traumatized by it. I don't fucking know where else to go with this. Oh my gosh.
That's funny. Oh my gosh. Where did they come up with this shit? Why do you expert people to accept you? I think you mean why do you expect people to accept you? Well, that's like a baseline, like, human thing that you should hopefully do, is to accept others as they are. Like, that's like a baseline thing. So yeah, that's why I expect it.
Wait.
Now, I don't necessarily expect it from people like you, but that's on you to not accept others for who they are.
Yeah, it's just basic human, like, courtesy, or basic common courtesy. I expect people to like treat other people like humans. Because I expect people to be kind for the most part.
That shouldn't be a whole lot to ask for. I would hope not, at least.
Apparently that's a big ask. I don't... This shouldn't be a hard thing to understand for anyone with, like... Anyone with basic concepts of empathy.
One would think, Corey. This topic just gets a lot of, like, very confused, hateful people.
It truly does. All right, let's see.
All right, what else we got here? Azula. He's gonna fight his demons. You can totally tell he looks at non-straight corn on his free time and feels so guilty about it afterwards. Like, I just know that he... Yeah. Hey, Madeep, were you opposition? No,
Yo,
Madeep, were you opposition? I thought you were friendly. That's why I kicked you.
No, I'm not a friendly.
Okay, my bad, bro. My bad. I'm sorry. All right. Anyways, what's
unfriendly. I'm not unfriendly either.
I hear you. What's your age? I just need to know for TikTok US.
50.
All right. What's up?
How you doing, brother?
Good, man. What's in your mind?
So the statement, of course, you got why do you MAGA? Why do you hate LGBTQ? You've heard it numerous times. You think it's an excuse. We don't hate LGBTQ. That is a wrong way to phrase that, because it's kind of a misinterpretation just to twist the reality. Now, there are people out there. Yes, you are correct. There are people out there that just don't like them. That's on both sides. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. That discrimination is always going to be there, whether people like it or not, for the next 1,000 years. But in MAGA in general, no, we don't care. When the conversation comes up about force, for example, it's like, oh, we're not trying to force you. But then you start looking at laws they're trying to implement where you've got transgender men and women who want to play in sports on the gender that they identify as. That's wrong.
Okay.
That's forcing people into trying to accept something that they don't believe in, and it's not right.
Well, what if somebody, for example, didn't like black people and didn't want black people playing on the team with them? Would that be forcing that on them? That some black person's on the team with them?
No, and I think that's a bad comparison.
But they don't like it, and it's being forced on them.
But I think that's a bad comparison because of the biological difference, both in nature and in science.
Okay. So it has to do with
comparison.
Okay. So it has to do with you believing trans people have an advantage, trans women at least, over cis one.
No, I think it's just a simple understanding between the differences between men and women. If you want to be trans, fine, do it, whatever. But don't try to force yourself into a place where you don't belong in the sense that you're not a woman or a man.
But why is it wrong other than it is because it is? Like, what inherent harm is happening?
I didn't say that. You're twisting my words. I didn't say
what's
it's
the
wrong
problem?
Because it is what it is. No, I said it was wrong because you're trying to identify yourself as something you're not. That's as simple as it gets.
Right.
Whether you like it or not, that's just your personal opinion.
Okay. Go ahead, Corey.
See how this can so easily be taken into the Jim Crow perspective again. How dare
that is another wrong,
force
gross
himself
extreme.
into the whites only room because of immutable characteristics about himself.
Dude, stop it.
But it's analogous.
Extreme.
No. The reason why you don't like it, is because it makes your argument look really, really shitty. Right? The same argument could have been used
because it has nothing to do with race, and you're comparing it completely to something that is unrelatable.
Madeep, you're saying they can't play with them because they're not part of that group.
No,
that could have been said 100 years ago. That this black person can't go into the white only restroom because they're not part of that group.
Look,
I know it makes your argument look really bad.
If you're a woman, you're a woman. If you want to be one or the other, cool. Nobody cares. But you cannot force your position into. You're essentially, whether you like it or not, like a transgender, for example. Oh, they can play sports because they're taking medicine, they're on therapy.
Oh my God.
They have to be on therapy for the rest of their life in order to try and maintain that belief.
Right.
I mean, their life is on risk forever once they do the change. Second,
but
to that,
but
you've got to
Madib,
take hormone.
that's the requirement. Madib, that's the requirement.
Live that life.
I don't care. Madib, I have to artificially wear glasses because I don't have good vision. Is that bad? No, that's different. No, that's different. That's different. Every fucking thing I give you is an improper comparison.
It's not relatable.
It is. This is artificial. I don't naturally have good eyesight. I'm using something artificial to improve my vision. Great. So what is problematic about trans women using hormones? That's not natural. The hormones are they're exogenous.
If a trans
hormones.
woman or a trans man wants to use hormones, cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But not try and force a trans man or a trans woman to play in sports with men or women. Create a different league. But
Why
do
not?
Put them
What's
in their
the
own
problem?
place like that.
Why not? Just give me a good reason other than they're not part of that group. Why are these groups separated? For what reason?
Because they're men and they're women, and you're trying to force.
But why?
Madib,
why are they separated? Why are they separated? Not just for the fuck of it. Why are men and women typically separated in sports?
Well, because first and foremost, the physical differences.
Thank you. Because you're gonna say that there's an inherent advantage with men who on average are taller and bigger, right? The physical advantage.
No, I'm not talking about the advantage.
Madib, that was literally
difference.
Madib, that was literally the reason why you said they're separated, and now you just denied it 2 seconds later.
Not for transgenders. We're talking about transgenders in this
transgender people.
But when we're talking about
transgender
sports,
people. Okay.
Whatever you want to call them, it doesn't bother me.
No, let's not dehumanize them. All right. Let's give them.
It doesn't bother me. I mean,
all right.
Man, woman wants to do something else. Cool.
But it was your reason that the reason why they're separated is because there's physical difference on average between the two. That was your answer.
Correct.
That's why they're separated by your answer. Great. So if
Correct.
we're talking about trans women, what inherent advantage do they have? Because of their physical ability. What's that inherent advantage? You just said that they have a physical difference. That physical difference.
I did not say that.
Wait, so
I said that about
you literally just did.
I didn't say that about trans.
If there is no physical difference and if there's no physical challenge to having them enter into sports, you have no argument about them not wanting.
All right, so here's where the confusion is getting. Here's where the confusion is happening.
Real quick.
And this is why it's so hard for you,
Madib, hold on,
Corey,
hold on,
to comprehend.
Madib, hold on, real quick.
Why you're not picking up on it, host?
Cheese Louise with a pile of cheese. Let me finish my point real quick so that we're on the same page.
We're not going to be on the same page because you're arguing a different point.
I'm trying to get you to the right page number, my guy. You're right, though. You're currently reading a different book. However, the whole point here is that if there are not physical differences that make a meaningful difference between trans men being in men's sports or trans women being in women's sports, then the only justification you have then is segregation on no valid basis other than you just not liking it. And it brings us back to Jim Crow. It keeps
not
bringing
even
it back
close,
there.
man. Not even close.
Okay,
the
so
defining difference. Okay, here's the physical difference that you guys keep overreaching.
Hold on, let Madib
you
respond,
guys
Corey.
keep overreaching.
Hi, Dougie. Hi, Dougie's biceps. Hi, Corey. Listen, so there are two cisgender athletes that need to be talked about, and especially if we're talking about at an Olympic level. One is a cisgender woman, the other is a cisgender man. Michael Phelps, and I think her name is, it's like C. Simoniana. They are both tested before they go. So the same process. So in the process of athletes, if you don't know how this works, if you are a trans athlete or a cisgender athlete with some sort of extra thing happening, how they do this is to make sure that you are on par with your gender and the people you are competing against. They test you right before you are supposed to compete, not just at the Olympics, but for every trial that you go through. Right before every round, they test you before you start. Semyana is a cisgender woman who produces more testosterone than most people. Than most people. So because of this, she gets tested before every trial that she competes in. Michael Phelps has a bunch of other stuff going on. Regardless of such, for him, because of, again, a genetic predisposition, he got tested before every trial that he competed in. The test is to make sure that at a level, via blood work, they are on par with the people that they are competing against to make sure that the tournament remains fair. So in that example of these two athletes that this has currently happened to and does continue to happen to, because both genetic predispositions, well, I don't think Phelps is competing anymore. Manana might have retired, or she is retiring, one of the two. Because of the genetic predispositions, this is how they were handled as Olympians. So then there lies, what is the difference? If we know that testing these people make sure that in all fairness, they are competing against the people that they are compatible with, what's the difference?
Are you asking me, or are you asking? I don't even know.
He's asking. She is asking you, I believe.
Yes, I am asking you.
Mm-hmm. Your birth biology, like if you're born a man, you're a man. If you've
nobody's born a man.
Talked about. Listen to what I'm saying.
Well, nobody's born a man.
Michael Phelps was born a man. Semeniana was born a woman. Both of these people are cisgender with genetic predispositions. So to make sure they didn't have any sort of advantage over the people they were competing against, again, they're both Olympians. They got tested before every trial. That means every time they were up to compete against somebody, there was a test that was ran directly before that, before they could touch their events, to make sure that the people they were competing against were not at a disadvantage. So again, what is the difference?
One's a man, one's a woman.
With genetic predispositions. Really again, Semeniana's predisposition is that she produces more testosterone than most men. Her body's genetic predisposition put her more on the scale of men.
I'm not getting in the ring with Ronda Rousey.
Her Semeniana's, again, Maud, get out of your feelings and listen to what I'm saying. Semeniana's genetic predisposition gave her more testosterone than a man. So? In order to make sure that she was on par hormonally to compete with the women.
The way life is.
I'm still talking.
A woman.
I'm still talking.
A woman.
I'm still talking. To compete with the people.
Are you trying to force me to believe the way you believe?
I'm not telling you to believe anything. I'm giving you the facts of what happened.
You're not accepting my belief.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. There is no belief in my statement. To make sure that she was on par with the people that she was competing with because she was taking a medication, to make sure she didn't have an advantage over the people that she was competing against.
So she had to take medication to artificially produce those numbers. Is that what you're saying?
She had to take medication to reduce the testosterone that her body naturally produces. In that reduction, to make sure that she was on par with the people she was competing against, to make sure that she did not have an advantage. She quite literally was taking medication and would get tested before every match to make sure that she wasn't outperforming on a genetic basis. If she wanted to
compete, then why didn't she want to compete as a woman?
She is a woman, was competing as a woman, just like Michael Phelps is a man, was competing as a man and was getting tested before every trial. Same.
Okay, she's competing as a woman, acting as a woman, being a woman, then there's nothing wrong with that.
She had a genetic predisposition that gave her more testosterone than a man. She takes a medication to reduce those testosterone levels to make sure that she's not at an advantage to the people she plays against. The same way that the athletes you are complaining about get tested right before their matches to make sure they are not at an advantage over the people that they are competing against. With that being said, what is the difference?
The difference is just sex, plain and simple.
That is not.
You know what? This is so fun for me because you get so hung up on me pointing this out, but let's just use your line with a different terminology. Hey, why does that guy?
No, you're gonna what? Let me guess. You're going race.
You are damn right I am. Hey, why does that guy got to drink? Why does that guy got to drink at that water fountain and that guy got to drink at that water fountain? Well, one was born with more melanin than the other.
That's a lazy argument.
It's not lazy. It's a direct comparison. It is a direct comparison to what you're saying.
And it's lazy.
I'm sorry, Maudib. Let's be clear about this. You're just saying that because a person is born a certain way, you're just saying because a person is born a certain way, they should be treated differently. The same way in which
I'm not saying to be treated differently. Be you, but do not compete with men in men's sports or women in women's sports.
The athletes I were talking about were competing against their same gender, and they had a genetic predisposition that put them at an advantage over their gender. They had to take medication to disadvantage them. They had to be tested in the same way the transgenders athletes get tested before every trial. The same process was used for cisgender people.
So we're using
that's used for transgender people.
Single outlier out of what?
It's not a single outlier. There are multiple athletes. The Olympics has guidelines for this because if you are, as an athlete, if you are at a level to compete on an Olympian space, naturally there are genetic components that are going to allow you to be at that level. On the opposite side of that, there are multiple cases in which athletes have to take medication for a bunch of different things.
Let me back up for one moment. One, I had no idea who Caster Semenya was. When you made that argument, I thought you were saying that person was trans trying to compete in an opposite sex.
I told you 10 times that she is a cisgender woman. I started with that.
I don't understand the cis crap. Sorry.
I also told you
cis just means, hold on. Cis just means you're
I don't
not
know.
transgender.
I don't know. That terminology
Madeep, we're telling you.
Madeep,
we're telling you what it means. It means you're
not
transgender.
Care. I'm not going to use it.
I also told you in plain English that she was born a woman and she was competing against women. I also told you in plain English that she was born a woman and competing against women. I told you that 4 times.
So hold on. Pause for a minute. Stop getting wild. Okay.
Wild.
If she
Get a grip.
If she had to take medication as a woman in order to make her a fair contendant amongst other women, I think that is wrong. She shouldn't have had to. She was born that way. She has a genetic advantage as a woman, whether people like it or not. She's competing as a woman, born a woman. They should let her be normal, period. She shouldn't have had to take anything, period.
She is normal, but again, like stated, Michael Phelps, same thing. So should Michael Phelps
take medication?
Should Michael Phelps? Yes, she had to take medication. Michael Phelps also had to take medication. Should Michael Phelps not have been allowed to be an Olympian as well?
If the Olympian,
Michael Phelps had web hands and web feet, if I'm not mistaken.
If the Olympian board or whoever determines what they should and shouldn't do, like Michael Phelps, if they believe he needs to take medication in order to make him more of a competitor, I think that's wrong.
It's not a belief. He did.
I don't pay attention to it. I think that's wrong.
He also was born with webbed hands and webbed feet and is a swimmer.
That's his benefit. That's to his benefit. I don't know.
Legs and longer lungs, which allows him
if it works out for him, it works out for him. If it works out for her, it works out for her. That is to their benefit, whether people like it or not. That's just the advantage they have.
Let's just extend this then. If it works out for a trans athlete, it works out for a trans athlete. What's the symmetry breaker?
Nobody's saying trans can't compete. I'm saying they can't compete against their biological birth.
Why?
If you want trans to compete, they can either stay within their biological birth or they can compete against each other.
Well, but hold on.
Is there any?
So you want a trans woman who has testosterone levels of say 50 nanograms per deciliter to play with cis men that have near 1,000 nanograms per deciliter testosterone? We're talking about a 20 times difference. You want this trans woman to play with people that have 20 times more testosterone than they do. That's what you want?
She's born a woman?
Is that what you want?
You have no logic. Simple. Nothing is consistent, and everything is based off of your feelings.
I'm not
and if you feel that way, this is based off of your feelings and not rooted in actuality.
It's
it is your feelings because nothing you're giving me is based off of fact. It is all your feelings. When the facts of the matter is, if you are an athlete competing at Olympic level, you already have genetic predispositions, which is why the Olympics has had parameters for decades for circumstances such as this, when you have to make adjustments to make sure that you are not having an unfair advantage, which is why Phelps and Caster Semenya were tested before so that they can compete, because they are, again, like you use the word normal, which is weird, so they can compete like they would normally, to make sure that nobody could say that when they kicked everybody's ass, it's because they had this condition. There was no excuses for the ass kickings they were handing out.
Madeep, I have a question for you. Do you think that there is some sort of inherent advantage that, say, a trans woman has compared to cis women?
No, I don't. It's
cool.
To me, it's
so
just a balanced out.
So there's
thing
no.
So
there's no athletic advantage.
I mean, between men and women, 100%. There's a
so again, a trans woman versus a cis woman. Is there an athletic difference?
If one's a woman and one's a man and they're trying to compete,
they're
against
both
each other,
women.
then yes, there's a difference.
Madeep, they're both women. One's trans,
no,
one's
bullshit.
cis. I'm going to hold you to this. I'm sorry. It's not a game. It's just using English.
Okay? Let me rephrase that. If one was born as a woman and then decides to be a man, you're telling me
not a decision.
Nobody's born a woman.
Oh,
nobody's born a woman.
Oh my god!
A woman does not
a man or a woman.
So when you say
a woman does not come out of
born a woman, are you trying to force that opinion onto me?
The word you're looking for
it's a factual statement. Nobody's born a woman.
So
a woman is not coming
sex
out.
Doesn't identify.
The word you're looking for is female.
We don't use sex to identify anything in
The
biology.
word you're looking for is female.
A woman is an adult. An adult is not coming.
Oh my God.
A woman is not coming
of the
out.
Word. I'm
well, it's
sorry.
not semantics.
Female.
Words mean something, Madeep.
Maud, the word you're looking for is female.
What I was
Maud,
saying.
say
Stop
female. The
games.
word is female.
You understood what I was saying.
In the context of this conversation, you need to be very clear, and the word you're looking for is female.
Obviously.
Yeah. So I have a question.
Okay,
Madeep.
so if you're born a female and you're trying to compete with a man, there are
the word is male.
The overwhelming majority of males versus women, males are going to have the physical
male versus
advantage.
female.
If that was the case, why don't we see transgender athletes topping the leaderboards wherever they compete?
I'm a man. I'm not getting in the ring with like I said, I'm not getting in the ring with Ronda Rousey.
That's not the
dominate.
Wait,
that's not what he asked you.
That's not the question.
Like at all.
There's an unfair.
Look, I'm not sitting here trying to say.
If there was an unfair. Hold on, Madeep. If there was an unfair biological advantage between trans women competing with cis women, why do we not see trans women like heading up the leaderboards in every sport that they're in?
I don't know. I don't follow it.
But
it's because you're wrong.
It's also showing that they do not have an advantage over the people that they compete against. Quite literally, they are not dominating.
That's fine, but at the end of the day, one's a female and one's a male.
So again, this goes back to what I said earlier. These are your
difference.
feelings, and you are entitled to
It's
your
not
feelings.
a feeling. It's a biological and.
It is a feeling. Even the Olympics is telling you that this is a feeling. Even the Olympics is telling you that it's a feeling.
So we
because
don't
the
follow
Olympics
the
has
science
these
anymore.
parameters. Olympics is following the science. The reason why Olympics do the testing that they do before every trial is to make sure there is no advantage or disadvantage of the player.
What it is.
Madeep, do you care about the science?
You said
the
science.
science
Olympics
tells
is
me
using
the difference
science.
between men and women.
No, actually, so first of all, the science would explain certain things. The science is not in your favor. Unfortunately, the science is very clear that you're wrong, which is really fun because the science points out that trans individuals currently on hormone therapy actually do begin to lose or gain bone density and muscle mass to accommodate based off of the hormones that they're on.
Is that a natural occurrence or is that an artificial occurrence?
Why does that matter? My
It's
glasses are
natural.
artificial, Madeep. I shouldn't be allowed to wear glasses.
So do
if I
your
play
glasses change you
Wait,
in any way,
but
shape,
it's also
or form?
natural.
Yes, they give me
It's
a
also-
huge advantage. Yes, they give
So
me a
they
huge
change
advantage.
you genetically
Wait,
and
Madeep.
biologically.
Madeep, it's also natural. By the way,
What do
the
you-
answer to your question is natural. These hormones aren't.
Okay.
These aren't
If
like
you-
invented
Hey,
hormones.
I drive a car. Can I go race in a runner's race on foot?
What are you talking about?
What the fuck does that mean?
That remark was based on the ignorance of his I wear glasses.
The muscle mass and the bone density loss, depending on if we're talking about trans men or trans women, because trans men get more dense. Trans women, I'm still talking. This is not going into the weeds. Simple. This is answering your question.
This is like basic biology, you silly goose.
This is answering your question. This is not going into your weeds.
Between male and female.
Hi, I'm just going to start doing this. Go ahead.
Oh my God. So depending on if they are trans men or trans women, if you are a trans man, you are going to get heavier. If you are a trans woman, you're going to get less dense because that's how the hormones work. This is a natural consequence of the medication. It is a natural consequence that happens, which is why the Olympics, using the science, test the blood of these athletes to make sure that there is nothing wonky happening as it pertains to their competitors, and the people they are competing against do have access to those results to make sure that they are able to compete without any advantages or disadvantages.
Also, it's natural because our bodies naturally produce both of these hormones already. These are simply increasing the amount of that hormone in your body, but that hormone is already naturally produced. Right? It's like saying a vaccine's not natural because it forces your body to produce antibodies. Right? No, man, it just... I don't know what else to say. Also, I'll send you the unmute request.
I don't know. You are 100% entitled to your feelings, but arguing that your feelings are science when science is telling you that is an outright lie is crazy.
Yeah.
You can have your feelings. You can feel that you don't like this to happen. But scientifically and by the stats, we know that these athletes are not at an advantage or disadvantage.
You're entitled to your feelings, but at least admit what they are. Right? I have food preferences that are is it more than a feeling? Sorry, I gotta stop doing that. But it is just a feeling because it's not based on any actual data.
It's not a feeling for me.
Oh, you have feelings for me? Anyways, it's not based in data. It's a feeling based entirely off of your own personal perception that goes against the very data.
We use biological definitions across all species of life on the planet.
But gender and sex are two different concepts.
And we also are talking about the reality of advantages and disadvantages by way of hormones and hormone therapy, which quite literally has nothing to do with what you just stated.
I'm keeping it as simple as you can get, and that is the differences between the biological
You're not simplifying it. You're talking about your feelings. You're even refusing to use the correct word.
There isn't anything more complicated than that. There isn't. You're either a man or a woman. I don't
There
care
are a
how
lot
you
of things more
identify
complicated
it
than that.
gender-wise.
Michael Phelps and Castor
But
are
at
the
the end of the
example,
day,
and there are multiple other Olympians.
I don't care.
There are multiple other athletes in general. Andre the Giant is somebody that we
I
can talk
don't
about.
Is
Wait, hold on. This is super funny. Wait, Mandeep,
none of that crap
Mandeep, I can
matters
just concede to this. Wait, Mandeep, I can just concede to this. You're either a man or a woman. The difference here is that you think you're either a man or a woman, and that also must apply that you're either a male or you must be a man if you're a male, and you must be a woman if you're female.
No,
and that's where the disconnect is.
You don't have to be whatever you decide. You can be whatever you decide to want to be.
It's not a decision, A, and B. If you're either a man,
but
biologically, you are a male or a female. Period.
What about somebody with XXY chromosomes?
Oh, you're talking about. What is it?
What about intersex?
Not transmogrification. What is it called again? You're talking about
intersex. We're talking about intersex individuals that represent.
You're talking about some crazy wild outlier that happens during birth.
It's not. Hold on. It's not because they represent the same percent of the population that redheads represent, and you wouldn't say redheads are a crazy outlier. Same percent of the population.
Mandeep, do you know what a true dichotomy is? Do you know what a true dichotomy is?
Go ahead and explain it to me.
Okay, it's basically the idea that it's either one or the other. There is no in between. There cannot be a third option. It is only the two options presented. However, the fact that intersex exists means that you're saying you're either a male or a female, or you're either a man or a woman, is not a real dichotomy because there is a third option.
J-Ro, thank you for...
Unfortunately...
Ooh, sorry, no, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Good. J-Ro, I got you.
So you've attempted to set a true dichotomy, and it doesn't actually exist in reality, and you even admit it. I'm sorry, Doug. All you.
All right, J-Ro, thanks for the 3 on the blue out with a V. I appreciate you, J-Ro. Says the irony of being anti-trans people, the irony of being anti-trans people in sports, but not caring about the gym bros that regularly use testosterone to improve their physique unfairly. That's pretty ironic there. I appreciate it, J-Ro. Thank you.
Community is
WJ,
very questionable. I came across the carnivore community, and Doug, I got questions. We'll save that for another date. But
They're the worst.
Why in the fuck are they eating raw? Never mind.
Because of Jordan Peterson.
Oh God!
Well,
he played into
at the end
it
of the
a
day,
little
like
bit.
I said, it
It
all
looks
of this
nasty.
it's just a difference between a man and a woman. That's going to be the biggest disagreement. So when we're talking about this, why do you hate LGBTQ? It's not anything about hating LGBTQ. It's this understanding that you and I disagree on. It's like I'm always going to disagree with this idea that, oh, this person can do this, or this person has this advantage, or this person believes this way in order to be a female or in order to be a male. That is never going to identify in my lane. It's just not going to ever work that way.
Madib, is there any information that could make... Madib, is there any information that could make you change your mind on your misunderstanding of transgenderism? Cool. So
it's not a misunderstanding.
No, so you hate them.
It's a difference of opinion.
No, it's not a difference. But here's the thing: if you didn't hate these people, you would be willing to change your opinion. Hold on, Madib. Still,
we are talking about a specific moment.
Madib, here's the deal: if you did not hate these people, you would be willing to change your opinion based off of data that contradicts your current view. You would be open to being wrong about what makes you not feel comfortable with them, but you're unwilling to do so because you hate them.
I mean, personally, I got 2 things out of this whole conversation with Madib. I don't know Madib to say that he hates them, but I can say, based off of the statements made here, he is extremely bigoted and single-visioned. There is no other viewpoint but his own, and his feelings are specifically what drives his decision-making. He's not using logic. He's not using science. He feels how he feels, and that's just it, which makes this an unworth it conversation. To the people in the comment section that asked about this, somebody said something about the carnivore diet's cholesterol. Apparently, they believe the higher cholesterol is you're living good, and so they're out here eating like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that answers your question.
If you are opposition, you can hit the request button, by the way. If you guys could keep tapping and sharing, that would be great. Appreciate that. If you haven't sent your heart me, go ahead and do that too. Mod Deep, you're on mute. But if there's no information that's going to change your mind, then it's almost sort of a waste having the conversation.
It's not. So the whole idea. So look at this. The question you pose: why do you hate LGBTQ? It's not about changing minds. The idea is to try and find understanding. And the one thing that has happened during this entire argument is one from your side, from Corey, from the Mrs. Buzzy. You guys have been trying to convince me that I am wrong. That is that force that we don't agree with. Now, on the flip side of that, and here's why it makes it force from your side, is because you simply will not accept our stance on things. It's not that we have a problem with somebody wanting to be a man who is a woman, or a woman who is wanting to be a man.
Nobody's wanting to be a man. That's not how it works.
You know, Maud, I have a question.
You're trying to change
Maud,
my
at what point did I make the statement that you're wrong?
Your interpretation is wrong. Your interpretation is wrong.
And there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're wrong, you're just wrong. This isn't an opinion, Madib.
Madib, are people who are unwilling to accept the fact that the Earth is a fucking sphere, right? Are they just wrong? Or is everybody else just trying to force them to recognize the shape of the fucking Earth?
Oh, the flat earthers are like Pennywise from the drainage pipes.
Well, he might be a flat earther. He might be a flat earther.
This is like talking to a flat earther, though, right? Science is trying to force us to recognize the shape of the Earth.
And then the other thing is, personally, Madib, I would like to know at what point did I say that you're wrong? What I said was your argumentation is solely based on your feelings, to which you told me I was wrong. And then you're now proceeding to explain to us, 137 people total, what your feelings are, which means that I, in fact, was right when you told me I was wrong. As a matter of fact, even in speaking about your feelings, I said that you are entitled to those feelings, but you need to be honest about what those feelings are, and the fact that it's not rooted in science, nor is it rooted in actualities. It's specifically rooted in your single vision ideology of how you feel. I can't say for everybody else because Dougie did say you were wrong, and in the context in which he just said it, you were wrong.
I said it.
And then Corey also said you were wrong at one point, but in the context of which he said it, you were wrong. At this point, I never said you were wrong. I said your feelings are solely based on you.
And you said I was bigoted, and you went right to insults.
I said I don't know you well enough to know that you are
You
hateful.
also insulted.
What I said is based off of what you said, your statements were bigoted. I didn't say you were bigoted. I said the statements you made
statements
were
coming
bigoted.
from my voice, from my mouth, from my person. You don't think that's
if you
a
don't
direct
align
insult
with
to me?
those feelings, you can clarify, but I said that based off of the words you used, those statements are bigoted.
You know,
bigotry is not accepting others' differences or a difference of opinion or of their beliefs, whether you like it or not.
Which is what your statements just said.
It's literally prejudice, dude. You are prejudiced against a group of people, and you have admitted
I am not
that nothing will ever change your mind on your prejudice. Even if you are 100% wrong, you don't care. You don't care if all the data points against what you believe. You will not change your view to adjust to that.
So can a man who thinks he's a woman still get prostate cancer?
Oh my gosh, that has nothing to do with being a man or a woman. You're talking about something that would occur with a male.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
So,
okay,
a man
let me help
who
you.
wants to be a woman,
trans man.
They're not wanting to be a woman.
Let me help you before we go down this rabbit hole of ridiculousness at which you think you're going to pivot. A trans man was born female. A trans woman was born male. That is why it says trans. Right? It's in the name. So we know this. Nobody's arguing that at birth you are male or female. That is not the argumentation being made here. And consistent with the science, if you are a trans man,
therein lies
you were
the
born
understanding of
female.
difference.
If you are a trans woman, you were born male. That has nothing to do with your identity and your presentation.
Okay, so then
quite
why
literally,
is it
that
so
is your
hard
biology.
to accept the fact that I was born this way, but this is who I choose to be?
You're not choosing to be a certain way, Mardi.
Because science has identified the fact that it is not a choice being made, and that it is based off of, I'm going to use a big word here, not to sound like an asshole, but quite literally, it is based off of your biopsychosocial schema, which happens when you develop, and it is a system of hormonal washes that start when you are in utero. So
I'm gonna use a gross extreme for an analogy, and this is a gross extreme, so I'm not going to use the verb.
This is not going to go well for you. Please
I have a feeling this is going to be bad.
So here's the gross extreme that I'm going to use, and I'm not going to use the verbiage. But if a child, say, and we'll just use some random part of the world, whatever, it doesn't matter, is raised to think it's okay to end somebody's life. And as they grow up, there is no moral behavior or any other influence involved in that. So for that person, it is completely and totally normal. All right?
I can give you the answer to that. Actually, we do have people like that. There is a diagnosis for this. And those people are known diagnostically as sociopaths.
Oh, really?
Inherently, what we know about those people who have this ideology, it's because that they do not have... I am still talking.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to ask a question, even with gross example that requires an explanation, you're going to have to use your ears to get the answer. So these people are sociopaths. They are not diagnosed as children, but we can see the signs. Typically, in those signs of seeing it, we see that they have the ability to harm things because they do not have the ability to recognize feelings. They, however, do not have the ability to recognize empathy. One of the first characteristics, the early known signs of a sociopath is that when they are children, they tend to hurt smallish animals. And I'm talking about like crickets and butterflies and things like that, because they don't have the empathy. And then also a lot of times they burn themselves because the feeling of heat and the fact that they are burning themselves does not resonate. So what we then do in treatment and teaching them is that we teach them how to recognize feelings based off of other senses. Usually that's sound and sight, what they are hearing and what they are seeing. We use descriptive faces and all of those other things, but they do not have the ability to recognize empathy. They do not feel sadness. They do not feel pain. They can't recognize emotions. And so, with that being said, there are some people that are in fact born and then raised with this ideology that harm is okay because they don't recognize it as a harm. They can't see it as either good or bad. It is all neutral. And so sometimes things do go wrong. However, even in that gross example you use, the people with those ideologies, the people with those actual diagnosis are more of a danger to themselves than they are of other people, because as they can't recognize it in others, they can't recognize it in themselves either.
Okay, so what about the Wari or the Yanomami tribes?
Are you talking about the tribes that do cannibalism as a practice of their ancestors?
Are they raised this way, and for them is it perfectly normal?
For them, it is normal to be cannibalistic.
That's my point.
For them, I'm still talking. For them, just like the sociopath, it is normal for them to be cannibalistic because this is the way that they are taught.
Sociopaths?
Oh my God, no! Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth and stop interrupting my sentences.
Obviously, my point went right over your
You're
head
making no point, but I'm trying to answer these chaotic points you keep making.
In the modern world.
You're making no point, but I'm trying to answer these chaotic points you keep making, and you keep interrupting me.
From the point
Can
that was
somebody
made.
please hit the button? Somebody hit the button. Hit the button. My vocal cords can't do this for so long.
Sorry, I walked away with cleaning. My bad. I'm back.
Let's go back to this. Okay, so you're talking about the tribes that practice cannibalism as part of their history, heritage, and culture. For generations upon generations, since the inception of their tribes, this is a part of their culture. This is normal to them. In this way, as part of their society, and they do live in a society, albeit not from what you consider to be societal standards. In their society, this is normal, this is practice, this is expected.
Tino, thank you for the 5 on the blue out with a V. That's WTino in the comments. That's TINO. I think you meant to say Maudip and not Buzzy. I think you used the wrong person here because it says Buzzy is one of the. You meant to say Maudip. Maudip is one of the reasons why self-unaliving rates are what they are. Why would anyone choose to be hated or discriminated against? To lose our families, homes, jobs, lives, etc. No one would. How we treat each other is a choice. God, I wish empathy was contagious. Exactly.
And I do have a question for you. How are you conflating culture with science?
The reason why I use that gross extreme, and you actually came to the conclusion of the same point I was making at the end of your statement, is for them it was a cultural norm. The Yanomami or the Wari or any other cannibalistic tribes out there. For them, it was a cultural norm because that is how they were raised. When you try to utilize diagnosis, I wasn't using diagnosis. Now, I understand that in our culture here in the United States and other modern cultures such as Europe, we do identify these outliers among the few, the very few within our country.
They're not few.
Yes, in that regard, you are correct about the psychopathic behaviors. My point was, depending on where you live or how you grow up or what culture you're in, what you deem as abnormal could be considered normal, right? So then we can fall back into the whole trans ideology or whatever it is you believe. But
not a fucking ideology.
And in the science on a global scale, there is a major difference between male and female, and it's that simple. There is no complication to this, and I have a difference of opinion on this whole matter, and it's where I stand along with many others.
Science is telling you that identity is not.
Buzzy, hold on, Buzzy. Let Bridget go ahead. Hey, Bridget, how you doing?
Hey. Your opinions are only as good as the facts that back them up, my guy. But also, the thing is here, You're talking about upbringing. I'm trans. I'm a trans woman. All right.
Cool.
I grew up conservative Catholic.
Okay.
Okay. I prayed every goddamn night when I was a teenager to either A, wake up as a woman, or B, not wake up at all. So you saying that this is a choice is ridiculous. If I could have chosen, I would have chosen to not have had this happen to me. But here I am, and I'm happier than ever because I made the choice to actually do something about it and transition. Okay?
And that's fine, and I respect that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. But like
by the way,
hold on.
By the way, anyone, hold on. What's that one quick? So, by the anyone in TikTok or the YouTube or the tube comments that's saying anything harmful against Bridget right now, you're just getting blocked. Okay, so I'm already blocking a couple of people.
I agree.
Go ahead, Bridget.
Anybody that's going to be mean to this person, you should not act that way. That is wrong. It's disrespectful, and it's very, very rude.
Thank you. However, you're using things such as trans ideology. My existence, and therefore my right to exist, is not an ideology. It's just a fact. I exist. I have a right to exist. I have a right to exist as I want to exist. Agreed. As I want to exist.
Agreed.
Okay.
100%.
So, but you're up here arguing that I have some sort of mental pathology that needs to be, I don't know. What do you think needs to be done with trans people in the United States?
I was this whole argument that you've basically been listening to the entire time from almost start to finish was where I stood basically on whether or not men or women should compete in opposite sex sports, is where this all came from. And I've also been very clear on the fact that if you choose to be who you want to be, that is entirely up to you. That is your choice, and I totally respect that. 100% behind it. Just as the position you're in. It sucks that you had to deal with the crap that you had to deal with because there were awful people around you. I think that is wrong. So if you're a woman or a man and you want to be that person, man, that is great. That is who you want to be. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all.
Okay. All right, well then let's talk about sports. You know that the IOC did a study proving that there was zero advantages for transgender women over cis women in sports.
Is there
you realize that was a study that was done by the International Olympic Committee, correct?
Is there anything wrong with having a transgender bracket?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, there is. There is absolutely.
Bridget, may I step in real quick?
Yeah.
Is there anything wrong with having a blacks only league?
Oh,
I am
Jesus
so sorry
Christ,
for saying like that.
you
People
again.
of color only league.
God.
That's not a fair comparison.
Is it? I apologize for how I verbalized it. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I was thinking back to like the 1940s. I am sorry.
Of course you would be.
So segregation equates harm. Segregation is directly equated and is correlated with harm. There is nothing good that came out of segregation. So why would we choose a segregated measure if we know that the only thing that segregation results in is the harm of a targeted group of people?
Literally, it's okay, is there anything wrong with having a racially
How about this for a
league?
compromise? How about this for a compromise? Is it Bridget?
Yeah.
How about this for a compromise? What if a transgender wanted to go into sports?
Transgender person.
That's fine. What if this person wanted to go into any of the sports and compete? Right, so say this transgender person was born a female, right? Competed against men. Why couldn't she or he just openly say, "Hey, this is who I am biologically, but I want to compete against you guys as I am." Now, if I win or lose, that's my issue. But let me be open about it. That's my choice. I don't want to force you guys into that decision, but that's where I'm at. If you allow me to play, then I will play.
Period. Okay. I will say a couple of things. One, there are already regulations that a trans person has to go through to compete in whatever gendered sport they're in. They have to go through hormone testing to make sure that they don't have a higher, talking specifically
Yeah, I
for
heard
women's sports here.
Buzzy talking about that.
Yeah, there's already regulations on that. Okay.
Brandon, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you, Brandon.
Number one. And number two, so you're saying that trans people should have to basically beg to go compete in the sport that they want to?
I think the argument could be made that is very similar to when women were fighting for their rights, right?
Okay.
It's very similar to that in this case, that there is a separate identity, whether you agree with me or whomever, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you are who you are, right? And you're competing for the rights of the people that think like you do, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Just as women were competing for their rights. That is the result of this, but you cannot overlap the two.
I feel like I just said this. Like, I feel like...
Yeah, Buzzy just said this. You're conflating opinion with state of being. Me being trans is not an opinion that I have. That is just who I am.
Hey, Matt, thank you for the raid. Guys, we got raided by two at once. I love getting raided by two at once.
So,
also, just want to point out, once again, racial identity can be used the exact same way again. Like, Mandeep, everything you're saying points out that you would have been...
I didn't realize you were talking to the weak guy again.
Look, I'm sorry that you keep saying the exact same things that pro-Jim Crow racists said back in the 1930s.
Either you're on board with the conversation or you're just going to use weak arguments.
Quite literally, let me restate this again, since I don't know how we keep circling back to things that I have already addressed and talked to you about. Okay, we'll go down the list very simply, very quickly.
With your condescending tone.
I literally just sound like this. I have talked like this the entire time. As a matter of fact, why don't you go to my profile for 2 seconds and listen to the videos that I make?
She's been so nice to you. She's been so nice to you.
She really has.
I've been the condescending one. At least identify me correctly.
No, you've been direct.
Oh my god. I've also been very direct.
Matt, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate you.
Military, Corey?
I've also been very direct with you. I've explained things several times, and every time I've said something, never mind, fuck it, whatever.
Hey, let me make a quick announcement while we got more people in here. Hey, guys, if you're enjoying the live, make sure, you give me a follow. Click the red follow button on the top left. If you guys can all send in a heart me like Miss Lisa just did, I would appreciate it. Make sure you guys give Bridget, Buzzy, and Corey a follow, and you guys are welcome to show them support. My pay links are in the bio. Show me support. While it's not needed, I do appreciate it. All right, good.
So, okay, again, the sports as a whole, even at high school level, sports as a whole, high school, professional level, collegiate level, Olympic level, they have standards in which to handle this, because if you are a competitive athlete, there is a high percentage of a chance that you have some sort of genetic predisposition to something. And a lot of them have a lot of things going on. So there are margins that have been created to make sure that they can safely compete without having an advantage or disadvantage against their competitors. That is long-standing, that's always exist. That is going to continue existing. Secondly, again, for what Corey has been addressing, segregation is directly correlated to harm. There is nothing positive that came out of segregation outside of people just being attacked directly for being a part of a specific demographic. So segregation is going to do nothing positive. Nothing positive comes from segregation. It only perpetuates harm and allows those people to be singled out in specific areas, because now the people that would target them, if you seek to do something bad, you will do something bad, know exactly where to find those people, and there's nothing to stop them.
I'm going to use Thailand as a good example.
Guys, we're looking for opposition, by the way. If you disagree with the background, you voted for Trump, etc., hit the request button.
Specifically about Thailand?
Hold on. We can get to new guests at 60,000 likes if we have a guest in a request box, which we currently do. So at 60, we can move on. Go ahead about Thailand.
I just sprinted 30 meters to get here from what you just said. I'm so excited.
What specifically about Thailand? Please.
I can only imagine.
exciting
Yeah,
about
right.
it.
Caitlin, I literally said that same thing as you commented. I can only
Please.
imagine.
Please, let's just
So
get on with it.
you've got the men out there that want to be women, right?
Oh my God! How many times do we have to
So
correct you? They don't.
Okay, we're just going to take this piece by piece. No, we're going to take this piece by piece because this is actually pretty educational for anybody that wants to learn. So Thailand acknowledges a multitude of gender, but the way that Thailand acknowledges their gender is based on, in a lot of cases, sexual identity. So Thailand has a long list.
Are they open about it?
Yes, they are very open about it.
They're very open about it. Do they identify the fact that they were this to that?
But Thailand is correctly. Listen to what I'm saying.
Was my question.
Listen to what I'm saying. You didn't listen to what I said when you asked this question.
Don't sidetrack.
Not sidetracking. You quite literally did not listen to what I stated when I said it.
See, the open
in Thailand, no, somebody hit the button. In Thailand, gender is not about expression for gender identity. Gender in Thailand is about sexuality. Thailand uses sexuality as a marker for gender. So if somebody is gay, that is their gender identity. If somebody likes a certain demographic of people with a certain expression situation, that is a part of their gender identity.
But they accept their birth. They also accept who they are.
It's not about their birth. Again, it's equated to their sexuality.
There is nothing wrong
and
with
what they are
people.
attracted to.
The Taiwan people, however you want to determine, however you want to identify them, as far as their land goes. But the people of Thailand, for example, they're open. They don't hide it. They don't hide it, and they don't force it. It's a natural way of life.
What do you mean by force?
That's fine.
Force what? Force what?
Force what?
Is he saying Taiwan?
I think he said Thailand. Is he saying Thailand or Taiwan? Did he?
Guys, come
did
on.
he put them both together?
Well, let me ask you this question: which one would make more sense?
I don't know, because Taiwan and Thailand have different procedures for what are okay. I could have sworn you said Thailand. If you said so, if you said so okay. Let me explain what I'm saying to you.
And I want
yeah, like I
didn't say Thailand is an absolute monarchy.
Beyond that, like, I'm sorry.
I didn't say Taiwan.
If you didn't say Taiwan, you're talking about Thailand. And so let me give you an example of gender in Thailand. In Thailand, somebody's gender can be Tom. Tom in Thailand is a masculine woman, right? Also in Thailand, someone's gender can be D's. D's in Thailand are feminine women who like Toms. As we just discussed, in Thailand, gender has nothing to do with what you look like, but what you like. And the example that you were going to use in context in this conversation are not described in the wordage that you use, but they are called katois.
Corey, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength there.
And not
Mandeep, all you're doing is proving to everybody that like gender concepts change in different cultures. Like everybody else in this room gets it but you.
That's fine.
It's so funny. Like you're even making examples that prove this point and you just don't want to acknowledge it.
So the reason why I use Thailand as an example is because they accept their biological sex.
Okay. Everybody does. But every trans person understands their sex.
We had a conversation about that. We quite literally talked about that. There was a whole 2 minutes where I told you that if you are a trans woman, you were born male, and if you are a trans man, you were born female. We had this conversation.
I don't care about the trans definitions.
That's not the trans definition. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Let me ask you this.
Let me ask you something. Mandeep, let me ask you something. What determines a person's sex?
What determines their sex?
Yes,
Well,
what
how do you
determines
want
their
to
biological sex?
how do you want to approach that? Do you want to say whether or not
Medically.
they have a
Medically.
certain organ, or do you want to go
That's
down
one
to the
part of it.
genetic level?
See, you get it, but you don't. You're not digging deep enough here. So you're correct. There are multiple things that determine a person's sex, not just their chromosomes, not just their genitalia, and it's a whole host of secondary sexual characteristics, right? So in like say a baby comes out, baby's got the male genitalia, right?
First hold on real quick. Are we using the hermaphrodite extremes, or are we using natural extremes?
That's not a word that we typically use anymore, just FYI. But
Also,
I didn't
yeah,
know that.
I'll engage with it,
hey,
and
Amber, how are you?
we'll say intersex. We'll say intersex.
Okay, intersex. What are the percentages of intersex births?
Less than 1%, right?
Okay.
Actually, higher than that of redheads.
Okay.
And in fact, when they did mass testing at the Olympics a couple of years back, they found 50 some odd people that were intersex that they didn't know that they were intersex. So, multiple factors determine sex, right? So, my hormone profile, my hormone profile, my secondary sex characteristics, pretty much everything except matches a biological female sex.
Okay.
So why do we keep harping on biology versus sociology here? When we talk about gender, it's sociology. When we talk about sex, it's biology.
So what is wrong with knowing you were born a woman and defining yourself as a man?
Nothing. Nothing is wrong with that.
But again, nobody's born as a woman. Nobody's born as a woman.
You were saying that we have that we as trans people have some sort of problem with that.
I didn't say you had a problem with that. And I'm not saying there isn't anybody out there that has a problem with that to some degree or another.
So you're arguing
like I've said from the start, that is a choice that is yours to make and yours alone. And I agree with that choice.
Dude, Mud, this is literally your line. I don't have a problem with it. I just don't want them anywhere near me. That's basically what you've been going with.
That is not what I said at all. That is you projecting your own feelings onto
I don't
me,
have a problem
which
with
aren't
it.
even close to true.
I don't have a problem with it. We should just segregate.
That's
But and the other thing is, right? You brought up Thailand and saying that they're I believe you were talking about Thailand. I'm going to hope to God you were talking about Thailand.
I was talking about Thailand, and I was talking about how it's treated normally in the sense that everybody accepts it because they're open about it. That's
so. But Thailand.
That's a good thing. That's what we want here, though. Wait, that's what we want here.
There's nothing wrong with that. I understand
that's your whole goddamn argument then.
But in Thailand, they don't have segregation. Like in Thailand, there is no segregation. Do you want to know how bathrooms are identified in Thailand in most buildings? So Thailand recognizes what they consider to be third gender, which is why they have such a long list of identities based off of sexualities. How bathrooms are marked in Thailand are images of half men, half women. Like on the bathroom, it's just a bathroom. You just go to the bathroom. And in older buildings that don't have this, people go into the bathroom at which they feel the most comfortable or at which they outwardly appear as.
And there is segregation in Thailand.
That is not segregation. Quite literally, the bathrooms have a picture on it that have half man, half woman.
Is there bathrooms that depict men or women separately as well?
I'm not sure. I know majority of bathrooms in Thailand don't have this. Well, no, I'm not sure that it would be in a majority. I just said in older buildings that do not have that that third gender recognition, people go into the bathroom at which they feel most comfortable or at which they outwardly identify as. That is not segregation. People are just doing what people are doing here in America. But for acknowledgement for how the Thai society is, a good portion of bathrooms in Thailand have the image of like half man, half woman on it. And Thailand is not the only place that has this. Like, I've seen those when I was in Montreal. I've seen those in the Dominican Republic. Like, these are not the only places that have these things.
Okay,
so in Thailand, they do have 3 bathrooms: one for men, one for women, and one for trans.
I just said that. I quite literally just said that.
Is that not segregating them?
That is not segregating them. Quite literally, the image on the bathroom has half man, half woman. And if you are not using a half man, half woman bathroom, you go in the bathroom at which you feel comfortable.
Segregation in that regards?
That is not segregation. That is inclusivity. It includes everyone. There is space for everyone. There is not a sign on a bathroom in Thailand that says trans people.
Has anybody ever been to
segregation would be forced exclusion or forced separation. That's not what's happening in the example that Buzzy is giving you.
I don't know. I've never been to Thailand. I'm just using the 3 different examples. That
sounds like you want to go to Thailand.
Why are you using Thailand as an example, bud?
Well, somebody made a great point. Somebody said maybe he doesn't realize what the half man, half woman sign means.
According to Thailand, they list it as a segregation. That's not my fault. That's Google's fault.
The Google AI?
Google AI?
No.
Oh, same thought, Corey. Same thought.
Okay,
guys, keep tapping and sharing. Keep tapping and sharing, please. Yeah, got it.
I got to hop off, so I got to say a couple things before I leave. Number one, trans people, we exist, and it really irks me when a lot of people start talking about us and not talking to us. And this is a huge problem in mainstream media. You see all these news organizations talking about us, and they don't give us a voice to speak for ourselves. So that's why I came in. All right. Number two is all of these issues that the right seems so preoccupied with, bathrooms, sports, and all of that. That's literally the right trying to boil the frog in terms of trans people. They're trying to institute little things that they think that they can get people to sign off on, so it becomes more and more okay to take away more and more of our rights. That is what's going on. We are the canary in the coal mine, and I hate that fucking metaphor because the canary fucking dies. Save the canary, everybody.
That is a pretty bad metaphor.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, thank you all. Bye.
You know what's the most harrowing to me? You know what's the most harrowing to me? We're having this conversation.
One quick thing, hold on, guys. Remember, 60,000 likes. We can go to a new guest. We're almost there. We have a couple people in our request box we can get to. We're only looking for opposition, though, guys. So if you're friendly, drop in a request box, please. Good, Buzzy.
Yeah, I need a teammate.
We're having this conversation about a group of people that have been living peacefully up until this point because of political warfare. The only reason why we're having this conversation is because a bunch of people in a specific political party decided to tell people that somehow this less than 1% of the population was taking your wives and stealing your jobs.
What? Nobody's thinking that.
Unfortunately,
that isn't a true statement.
It is a true statement. Quite literally. You just told us that we were forcing this upon you by way of telling you the actual. I'm still talking. Someone hit the button.
Yeah, I got it. You know what? I'm just gonna.
You quite literally just told us that we were forcing this quote unquote ideology, your word, not mine, wrongly used word. You just told us that we were forcing this ideology on you by telling you what the science says. And then when the science didn't agree with you, and I told you that you were entitled to your feelings, you just need to be honest about those feelings. You then told me that I was wrong in telling you it was about your feelings, and then proceeded to describe to the class, and at the time it was 137 of us, what your feelings were exactly. And then you went down this rabbit hole where you talked about people that were born that are sociopaths. Then you talked about the tribal people that do cannibalism, and then you talked about and then you quite literally described a sociopath.
Hold on.
Someone hit the button.
Hold on. Let me just make sure this other guest is opposition, and then we can switch out. Anthony, are you opposition?
You muted yourself.
Dougie.
Yeah. I know. Anthony, are you out? Shut the fuck up. Anthony, are you opposition?
No.
You're not. Okay, I'm only looking for opposition, man. Let me go ahead and bring you down, okay? Guys, remember, I'm only looking for opposition. Guys, unfortunately, we had a bunch of people in the box. They were all friendlies. So if you are in opposition, go request. We'll switch you out. And if you're a mod, please invite opposition. Go ahead, Buzzy.
You described a sociopath. Tried to use it as an example. Someone hit the button. You
literally did.
Someone hit the button.
Literally could ask.
You described a sociopath of which you didn't know what it was called, and then I popped in and was like, actually, those people do exist. You tried to use it as an egregious example for people that don't exist. And I popped in and I was like, they actually do exist. And there is a diagnosis for this. Like, we went down this whole path and there were hundreds of people here to see this. Then you tried to use Thailand, and Thailand does not agree with you. So not only does the science not agree with you, the country of Thailand does not agree with you, and they also don't equate gender to how you look. They equate gender to sexual attraction and sexuality. Then we went down that rabbit hole, and now we have pivoted somehow and circled back to which you then called me condescending, and now here we are again in this little condescending circle in which you're not using your ears, you're only using your fifis, and I don't understand how this is going anywhere. What is it you actually want from this conversation?
Real quick, I did not define anybody as a sociopath. That was
you described a sociopath.
No, I was describing an example of natural existence and how cultures can define how people turn out. That's all I was describing. It was you.
I know
that
description was of a sociopath.
Definition.
That description was of a sociopath, though. Whether you
it was of a sociopath in the way we view things here in America. That is correct. Yes.
I didn't.
Well, no. In any culture, if they're any culture, it doesn't matter. In any culture, if you unalive somebody without any negative feelings towards it, right, and it's something that you just don't seem to care about, that would be a sociopath in any culture.
I mean,
I didn't talk about a triangle, but I did say a shape with 3 sides and 3 points. But I didn't say triangle.
Again.
Sociopath has a global diagnostic criteria.
Look, I did not disagree with you on that.
Then stop telling me that I'm wrong and I'm right about it.
I didn't say
and what's crazy is I still have not at any point in this conversation.
I said you were wrong. I still have
not told you that you were wrong.
I was presenting it.
This is what in the hell? This is like reheating nachos after they've sat in your refrigerator for 3 days.
Hey, sometimes they can be good.
No, they can't. They're
Depends
soggy.
On how drunk you are.
Soggy and nasty. Soggy and nasty.
Or unless you have the munchies, if you're one of those people that like to
they don't even have the crunch anymore. It's not a nacho, it's a tortilla. This is baffling. Mod, what do you want out of this conversation? Genuinely and truly, what are you trying to get from this? What do you want out of Corey and Doug's biceps? Answer when you're ready. Take your time.
What is it the Gen Z kids say? My cortisol levels? I don't know if that means good or bad things, but I think you're achieving that.
I think my voice has gone off. My flowers are so gasted. I think my vocal cords went all high pitched for a second.
Is it cortisol maxing?
It's funny how often you
cortisol maxing,
but let those guys run their mouths.
Because we're better than you.
Of course you are.
I mean,
because we're better than you.
My flowers are gasted. Mod, can you please answer the question? What is it you want out of this conversation so we can just directly address that?
There wasn't anything specific. There wasn't any specific point I was trying to make other than what I was saying earlier before you guys went off on that crazy tangent again. I said it's not about. So the question again: why do you hate MAGA? Why do you hate LGBTQIA plus community? And I said that is not the statement that is true. What I'm telling you is it's an understanding of differences. And that was what it was coming down to. And then you guys went off on, and here you go. Then you guys went off on your tangent where you're trying to force your opinions of what you believe personally onto somebody who disagrees. And that's my point, is even though we have disagreements, it does not mean we hate that community. That is not anywhere in the realm of truth. We can disagree and still respect each other.
I can't speak for Corey and Doug, but at no point in this conversation have I disrespected you, and at no point in this conversation, and actually, I don't think Corey has disrespected you either. I don't think Corey has disrespected you either. Saying that your statement is bigoted when you were specifically talking about how you did not like a certain thing about a group of people is not an insult. That is by definition an actuality based off of the verbiage that you used. At no point did I call you hateful. Actually, what I told you is I don't know you well enough to call you hateful, but I told you that the statements you were making at that present time were bigoted.
So I'm going to say this real quick. I find it
Stop
interesting.
muting me.
Trying to be like, we can have.
I'm not doing anything.
Yada yada yada. The fact of the matter is that I will not respect somebody who denies human rights to others. You don't have respect for somebody to whom you deny
At no point did I deny human rights.
Denying equality,
Yeah.
you have. And it's based off of ignorance. You have decided that you will never change your view on this, and this view leads to you having segregationist views for certain individuals and downsizing them to second-class
Those
citizens.
are gross extremes.
And yet you push them. These are your views.
That is you making those statements. That is not me making those statements. That is you spreading your gross extremes onto me.
These aren't.
Throughout this entire conversation,
did
both
Mod
of you
not
guys
make
have
these
called me a
statements out
bigot
his
and a
mouth on his
racist,
own
which is
recognizances?
completely opposite of the facts.
Well, of course he did.
Madib, the entire rhetoric you pushed could be quoted verbatim to defend Jim Crow laws. Quite literally, I would have to change.
That is manipulation.
I've explained segregation to you 3 times. That's not manipulation. I've explained. I personally, a little bumblebee, have explained segregation to you by definition 3 different times on 3 different occasions at which you backtracked. And again, we'll just revisit it again for the 4th time so that you can have it in front of your face again, because I know it's hard because there's lots of conversation happening. We'll revisit it again for the 4th time here. Segregation is directly correlated to harm. Nothing good has ever in history come from segregation. All it results in is the targeting of a specific demographic of people, and in often cases points a big giant red arrow to where those group of people are, and it's like, hey, come get me, come attack me, because nobody gives a fuck while I'm all the way out over here in East Bumfuck, Wisconsin. So, like, you know, I'm just, so like, again, now that we've revisited this for the 4th time, let's not deny people's existence and lead with hatefulness.
Nobody's denied anybody's existence. Again, you're putting words out there that I never said.
You literally did not.
Literally, I did not.
Literally, you do.
You are you take everything to a gross extreme, and then you take it outside the current conversation just to try and prove a stupid
brought
point
up a
that isn't even close to reality.
tribe in a whole other country at which you confuse with another country. Who's the one using gross? Corey, what is this? Girl, what are you saying?
I actually think, like, here's the thing. I genuinely believe, Madib, you actually don't think that what you're saying is gross and harmful. I genuinely think that you think what you're saying is actually very progressive.
Oh, I'm sure that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we still got to be very nice to these people. In the same way that, once again, I know you hate this, going to point out the logic of the white man's burden. in which a bunch of racist assholes were like, hey, we actually need to treat this group of people like second-class citizens and deny them certain concepts of equality, but it's actually good for them. And I'm actually doing this because I care about them. Right? I genuinely think that there is... Do you think we should segregate trans people from cis people in athletics and other areas?
I do, yes.
You cannot say that and then also say you do not hate this demographic of people, even if you don't think that you hate them.
Also, by definition,
people
that
within
statement
their own
is bigoted.
community. That's my point.
Exactly.
People in their own community disagree with it.
Who?
Who?
What do you mean who? I said people within their own community. Their own community being the transgender community.
Yes, whomst art thou speaking of?
Specifically.
People within the transgender community. I don't think
But
I
who?
can make that any more clear.
Does that validate it though? Hold on, does that validate it though? Like there are people in any community that may be against certain things. What does that have to do with it?
Does hateful people agreeing with other hateful ideology? Wait a minute. Does other people's hateful ideology being agreed with make it correct
Well,
ideology?
how about this? How about
right?
this? How about this? Why don't we just remove every aspect of anything that defines a man and a woman, and then let women get into the sports arena with every man, and every man should get into the sports arena with every woman? Just remove.
That's literally not what they do now. Let's revisit this for the third time. This is the third time we're revisiting this. In sports, at every level across the board.
You cannot make an argument.
Someone hit the button. My vocal cords are not doing this. In sports, at every level across the board, there are standards at which there is testing available for people that are outliers to make sure there are no advantages or disadvantages in the
I'm not muting you.
amongst the people.
Who the hell is muting me?
There are no
Amada Vine, not me.
So again, in every layer of sports, high school, collegiate, semi-pro, pro, and Olympic, there are standards to make sure that everybody playing is consistent with the people they are playing against. So that is not happening now. No gross extreme or random theory necessary. We are good. We have a system.
Hey, Buzzy, I want to say the Tube comments, because I'm streaming on the Tube. They really, really like you a lot. And I'm being very sarcastic.
Oh, well, that usually happens.
The Tube. I don't know if you know how the Tube comments are very different than TikTok. They really do not like you.
Most people can't stand me. It's fine.
Let me see if I understand. I want to make sure that YouTube comments have a somewhat negative view of a woman of color having an opinion.
Oh yeah.
It's not shocking. It's not shocking. I mean, most people don't like me. It's fine. Listen, so again, now that we've circled back to it, we've revisited it. We've been there. We've revisited. We've been there.
I know.
Okay, good. I'm so glad that we are seeing eye to eye on such an important matter.
By the way, yes, we are looking for opposition. If you disagree with the background problem, come on. Go ahead, and then I'll introduce Mitra.
If you don't like that I keep clearly pointing out these very distinct parallels between your point of view and racists and their point of view and how you literally use the same line, the solution is that not I stop drawing that direct comparison, it's that you stop pushing the same fucking rhetoric. I'm not the problem here. You are. I mean, I'm kind of the problem. I'm definitely partially the problem. I'm not the problem in that one regard, though.
I don't know.
I'm more
it's
the
a problem. I think it's very entertaining. I am easily entertained. I've been entertained. I don't know about everybody else. I've been entertained.
Well, thank you. It's the autism, mostly.
You know what? I say the same thing about my boyfriend. I think the tism is really a rhythm. I get it.
You guys are enjoying live, click the red follow button on the top left. What's up, Mitra? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Do I have a friend yet?
No, I'm trying to invite opposition.
I know, man. What the hell, Doug?
I've been asking, man. I've been asking.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a friend.
Come on.
Hey, Jeannie, he made my eye twitch. I even swore a moment ago.
What's
some
his
of
name?
these YouTube comments are really fucking.
What does Mitrals mean?
It's Mitria.
It's Mitria.
Oh, Mitria. All I see is
Well, I'm a member of the trans
MEETRL.
community, and I wanted you to tell me who it is speaking out against trans people in our own community, because I'm going to go talk to that bitch. So who is it?
I like the way you worded that. I don't know anybody specific. I'm just basing it on what's out there in the ether.
You just say things you don't know, you can't prove.
Come on. Stop it. You're going to sit right here and tell me you don't. You're going to sit right here and tell me you have not seen people within your community agreeing with me. You're going to say that doesn't exist?
Point them out, because no, I don't.
But Madeep, okay. I am sure there were some women.
I can't help you if that is the case.
Madeep, I have literally seen some women say that they shouldn't have the right to vote. That doesn't mean women shouldn't have the right to vote just because two women out of all of them say that.
I can agree with you on that department too as well. We're on the same page there.
So if there are some trans women or trans men that say such, that doesn't. Yeah.
I literally just said this.
And even if there is a trans person, even if there is one trans person that speaks out against the community, they're not speaking for the community. They weren't voted in as the high priestess. I was. So who is this that I got to go talk to? Because it seems like you can't name the name, you just want to use it as rhetoric. Because I can name about, I don't know, I'll give it a good number. I can name at least 150 people in the cisgender hetero community that are actively sticking up for my rights. But you can't name one in my community actively fighting against them?
Okay, I'm going to shoot from the hip and hope I remember correctly. One individual will say, I don't know, who's that one that's been on the news? The Olympic athlete, he's older now.
Are you talking about
Caitlyn Jenner?
Yes, there we go.
Jenner.
Thank you. That's one. There's one for you.
And where does Caitlyn say that we don't deserve to be in sports?
Oh, gosh, now you're going to make me use Google.
I don't recall Caitlyn
Yes, we're gonna make him look up stuff.
Caitlyn has said a lot of things about being Republican and political ideology, but I don't recall Caitlyn saying anything about sports.
Hold on.
And also, please refer to Caitlyn as her. Caitlyn is a her.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
I mean, Caitlyn says a lot. She could say anything.
Here's a headline. NBC News. Caitlyn Jenner backs New York County's ban on trans women competing on women's sports teams.
Cool.
That article was
Caitlyn Jenner goes to visit
Natalie Keynes in March 19, 2024.
Okay, then you provided what I asked for. So that's one. We're going to all listen to Caitlyn Jenner. She's the arbiter of what transness is.
And we're all going to listen to one person on TikTok.
Well, but hold on, though. If you're going to listen to somebody because they're transgender and they have an opinion and you think it matters, shouldn't you listen to like the 99% of transgender people that think opposite?
That's a very fair point. Imagine that.
What's the point that Doug made?
That what we are saying on TikTok right now, our argument is ultimately just between us in this small little moment of time.
It's not. I take this exact argument to the street.
It's not that major of a thing.
Well, no, that was
this exact argument to the streets. I am fully planning and intending on going in front of government if I need to. So this is you're just my practice, just so you know. But we have somebody else here who's very intelligent.
Fighting for your rights.
Hey, Amy, how are you?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Mitra. Hey, Buzzy and Corey. Madeeb, you said, Caitlyn Jenner versus one person on the internet.
They asked me to cite somebody, and I just cited Caitlyn Jenner.
I've been here. I know. What I'm saying is you just said Demetria, oh, so we're supposed to believe one person on the internet referring to her. And I'm going to tell you something. I came up to make it two because I'm also a trans woman. So right now, there are two of us up here that outnumber your Caitlyn Jenner. So what else do you got, bud?
I
Nothing.
also
I have
will
no
say,
problems with you
I,
guys. I
I did,
respect what you want to do and who you want to be.
I
Except you want to
also
segregate us, right?
I did pull up the article on the Caitlyn Jenner situation for anybody's curious, because somebody asked what exactly she said. So what she said was the question is of fairness. She said that is why I oppose biological boys who are trans competing in girls' sports in school. It just isn't fair. We have to protect girls' sports in our schools. And then the article also says that her views on trans athletes put her at odds with many activists in the trans community who are arguing that legislation targeting trans children is dangerous and discriminatory. So it does acknowledge the fact that she is an oddball in this conversation. On the opposite side of that, just because Caitlyn has made lots of hateful statements about a multitude of things over the years, we should still use the corrected pronouns because we are better people, okay? Better people.
So, like, I don't know. It's like saying.
Now, hold on. Back. Did you guys take it from her?
Oh, you want to hear from me, Muddy?
Weren't you the one that was speaking before you were
I mean,
stepped on?
listen, I am happy to have these other voices here, but I do kind of want to ask you why it seems as though you are the only one up here who wants to have men and women's sports. Because if you want trans women like myself to play in men's sports, that means you want trans men to play in women's sports who have been on testosterone for 3 years. And there is a significant difference. And so I'm curious why you seem to be the only one up here that truly wants men to be in women's sports, because point blank period, and I will not argue this, trans men are men. So why do you want men and women's sports?
All I said was there's nothing wrong with having a category for trans.
There's not enough of us, bud. That's
Yeah,
the thing,
like
is you want us in
logistically
a
that would
separate
work.
category. Here's what
Sorry
it is,
about your
Muddeep.
luck.
Here's what it sounds like it boils down to me. Okay? It sounds to me like it boils down to you don't want to see us, so you certainly don't want to see us play in a sport you don't watch anyways because you don't watch women's sports. Give me a moment to finish my sentence, Muddeep. You said you wanted to hear from me. Let me finish.
All right.
It seems like you probably don't watch many women's sports in the first place, and you definitely don't want us in there. You want us to be in a separate team that you can just fucking ignore rather than letting us be part of the society, because it sounds to me so far in this conversation like you're a segregationist. And the whole point of segregation is to keep people you don't want to see out of eyesight, to keep them out of your mind as if they don't exist. That is how you invalidate people's identities, and that is how erasure happens. Madib, do you not understand your segregationist views are hateful? Because you don't want us in the public eye, you don't want to have to see us. You're okay with us existing as long as we don't exist around you. Is that right, Madib? You're nice to us if you have to come across us, right? If I'm helping you at work and I'm, the one who's like making your food, you gotta be nice to me, right?
Dude. She asked me a question. Why did you mute
Dude,
me again?
you have to stop blaming me for that. This is like the fourth time I told you it's not me.
Who
And
else
Paige,
are you not the host?
Paige has told you 4 different times in the comments that it's her. What the absolute fuck?
Also,
Bro, the person in the comments, I can't. Good.
Also, the only thing that Dougie cares about is his peanut. Dougie has his ADHD is too great for him to focus on muting people, so he does not do it. Mod, chances are, if you've been muted, it was not Dougie. His ADHD would not let him live.
Wait. Hold on.
In order to mute somebody, I have to do this, right? Like I can't mute you from back here.
Doug,
sorry,
my apologies. I don't understand how this works. This is like my first time ever doing this. Number one. Number two.
Right.
Can anybody mute anybody? Like, can I mute other people?
Nope. No, and just for the record, Madib, I was asking you politely to be quiet while I was speaking, and I do not have mod powers here, so I cannot do that.
I understand.
So just so you know, it definitely wasn't me.
I didn't say it was you. I didn't think it was anybody.
Oh, I know. I'm just letting you know.
On this sidebar here. I always thought it was Doug every single time.
I know, but we kept told you every time that it wasn't, though.
And again, just for we go on record saying this, Dougie's ADHD would not allow him to survive that. It would never work, so he doesn't do it.
I'm literally swiping on a dating app right now. That's how distracted I am. I'll stop.
Here's my tip for you, Madib.
Look, I got muted
I would
again,
recommend.
Doug. I was sitting there talking to you,
Madib,
bro,
I
trying
would
to answer.
recommend that if you're going to get upset about that, that you focus on the conversation, look at your phone, and pay attention to that button. And if it happens when it's time for you to talk, be ready to hit it. So instead of distracting with all this conversation about muting because you got your feelings hurt for 2 seconds, can we focus on the question I asked you instead of running away from it with all of this conversation? Why do you want men in women's sports, Madib?
Whoever I tried to,
Yep,
I'll
okay,
be honest.
we're done with that.
Hey,
Madib, you're unmuted right now. You're not muted right now, so answer the question instead of talking about being muted. That's done. It's over with. Stop living in the past, buddy. Let's live in the
Corey,
present.
I agree with
Answer
you.
the question.
In that moment, I was actually trying to explain. I was trying to answer that question, and I was muted. I literally
Okay,
just
I understand. So
myself.
answer the question now, Madib. Stop talking about the muting.
I've already forgotten the question.
I just asked you 2 more times. But you're too in your feelings right now. So
however you want to define it. What was your question?
Listen, because you're focused on being muted. So let's take a breath.
Ask the question.
Quick. Take a breath, bud. Calm down. It's not that big of a deal.
Oh my
Let's
God.
be adults about this. Okay, you calm? You ready? The question is.
Just ask the dang question.
I'm doing it now. The question is, trans men are men, but you see them as women, so you want them to play in women's sports because you want women like me to play in men's sports. So it sounds to me like you're the only one up here arguing to have men in women's sports, and I'm curious why you are the only one up here that truly wants to have men playing in women's sports, because none of us want that. You seem to be the only one.
On this panel, that is correct, yes.
Hold on. You want men to play in women's sports.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
You ask me the question, and then you start running your mouth, and then I don't get to talk, and then I get muted by this other person.
Here, I'll mute, buddy. Go ahead. Answer. Why do you want men in women's sports?
So, first and foremost, I don't want women or men to play in sports that go against their biological birth, period. Whether you like it or not, that's your own personal opinion. It's not an attack on you as an individual. It just isn't. It exists.
You're not going to gaslight us. We answered enough of the question.
I just want to ask this question because you keep saying it and we keep asking it, but I don't think anybody's ever clearly asked it of you. Do you have any actual objective basis for why you do not want this to happen that you can prove with fucking data?
I didn't even get to finish what I was saying, and I was muted. Are you serious?
Yes, I seriously muted you because you're a whiny bitch.
Who's the one muting me?
Me.
Wait a
minute. Me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me, motherfucker.
Oh man. Hold on, I gotta address it. There has been 2 comments in the tube that have both said this, and it's the stupidest comment ever. It says, where is it? Why do you only see guys pretending to be women trying to join women's sports, but not the other way around? You can tell this person only gets their political information from Facebook memes. You can tell they've never bothered to look into anything whatsoever. There are just as many trans men as there are trans women in sports. You just don't hear about it because it doesn't fit the Republican MAGA narrative. That's it.
Because they don't want to recognize trans men
are playing contact sports and whooping ass.
There have been numerous trans men that have come in first in numerous sports.
There was one just in American Ninja Warrior, 5 foot tall, went for 4 obstacles, which is fucking crazy. Like, that's fucking wild. With that height, you don't have that kind of arm span, but the strength that he had was incredible. People like on the right, they don't want to acknowledge that trans men exist because it ruins their narrative 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And trans men are valid. They're not just an argument piece. I want to make that clear as well. Right? Because they get forgotten about. Trans men are valid. They are here and they are forgotten about. And I will tell you just really quickly, for those of you who don't understand why this is important,
the worst part about being trans is not the dysphoria for me. It is being like it's not existing, right? It's being ignored and erased and not being seen. That's the part. So what trans men are facing right now, where they are not even acknowledged in these conversations most of the time, and when it is, it's just a talking point. And I apologize if it came across like that to any men who may have heard me say it that way, and I'm sorry for that. I need to work on that. But that erasure hurts. So I just wanted to say that.
And just so we're clear on where I stand, in most cases, trans men are the better man. I'm leaving it there.
Keep tapping and sharing, guys. We are looking for opposition. Again, if you disagree with the background, probably vote for Trump, etc. Hit the request button. If you're joining live, click the red follow button on the top left. Follow Emmy, Mitra, Buzzy, and Corey.
Hey.
And if you guys want to show them some support, you guys can send gifts. Well, it's not needed. I'm sure it's
other
appreciated.
people on that are the opposition. I'm surrounded by a bunch of people that disagree with me, which is fine. I'm cool with it.
What does it say about your worldview that nobody agrees with it?
That would be an incorrect statement because your followers and your viewers are built around the algorithm of those who agree.
Weren't you a viewer before you were a guest?
Sorry?
Weren't you a viewer before you became a guest? Didn't this come across your feed?
Yeah.
So you don't think there's others of you in here?
Yeah. Oh no, I don't.
And there have been people in the comment section agreeing with you. They just won't send a request.
Said there wasn't.
But there's been people in the comment section literally agreeing with you this entire time. At no point has there not been.
If they choose to join, they choose to join. Maybe they're just not comfortable doing it.
They're not. That's what I'm saying. Most people don't
Nothing's
join
wrong with
because
that.
of.
I'm not going to insult these people that
It's
don't
not.
wanna
I'm not
join.
insulting them. I'm giving you the why that you were asking for. Most people don't join not because Dougie is not letting them up, but simply because they do not want to say the things they are saying out loud. In a lot of cases, they prefer to type it. Some people don't feel comfortable public speaking, and some people don't want to have the conversation that makes them face themselves in a mirror if if something is said to them that could be potentially triggering. And that is all to their own. Everybody's entitled to their feelings and their boundaries.
Yeah,
I would invite them up.
That it's almost a wasted point of measure.
I would bring them up if they were accepting or if they were requesting. Believe me, like I would love to have more opposition.
No, I know. I get it, brother. No big deal. It happens. It's like. I just don't. It's like I'm not trying to create enemies here. The problem is every time I try to negotiate my way around the conversation, I have people like Corey or Buzzy chiming in to try and tie it to something it isn't. And I think that is wrong and it's disingenuous. Just because I disagree with a transgender wanting to compete in a sport, that's equivalent to me trying to...
Person.
See, this is what I'm talking about right here.
Yes, the fact that you're a bigot. Yes, we're talking about your bigotry.
Of course, I'm going to say something you disagree with.
How can we've corrected you numerous times.
Comprehend this?
It's a label. You can't even get the labels right. And as for me and Buzzy jumping in, primarily I've been.
Oh, good God!
But beyond that,
it's like, well, then try to be a little more understanding from my perspective.
You admitted that you're pro-segregation, my guy.
It's not pro-segregation.
We're
it's
not
a
going
lack
to
of
be more understanding of you being a moron.
That's fine, and I'm totally cool with that.
We're not going to be more understanding. We're not going to be more understanding of you being ignorant. And you're being ignorant on purpose.
It's not on purpose.
It is. You can go read.
And it has nothing to do with
ignorance. You can go do your own research.
Basic human decency is acknowledging someone's personhood. When you say the term a transgender, you do not acknowledge their personhood.
Then why do we separate women from men's sports?
Why? You also are intentionally ignorant. You have explicitly stated that there is nothing that will change your mind, even if you're wrong. That's intentional ignorance.
It has nothing to do with being wrong or right, dude. Why do we separate men from women? My God, it's that
misogyny.
Simple. No, it's that simple.
It's
we
misogyny.
Separate women from men's sports. We did it a long time. There is a
because
reason.
Of misogyny.
No, stop it. And I'm going to get muted by whoever it is that wants to mute me. But at the end of the day, women fought for their rights to be women. Period.
They fought to have equality, you silly goose. And now you're denying equality to a subsect of women.
Ooh, can I?
Women fought for their rights to be on equal level with men. So cut it out.
To Corey's response, we did argue and we did fight our way to have a semblance of equality that we're still not getting. And as a matter of fact, we're still being dehumanized in it. You still dehumanize trans women in it. You don't see trans women as equal to men or anything else. You don't see. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. You still other than majority of this conversation, the only group of people you have talked about is trans women. You have not acknowledged trans men in your argumentation.
Doug,
in the
tell that person to
majority
stop
of this
muting me.
conversation, your focal point has been specifically on trans women and talking about them as if they are taking something or robbing something. So in no form of womanhood do you respect or view women as equal. So that is not an issue for you to bring up because the equality is not there, evidence-based in your argument. And secondly, once again, stating that a statement you made that is specifically targeting a demographic of people in an unkind way, in a almost hateful and demeanor, is by definition bigotry.
Hey, hold on. Guys, I do have too many friendlies on up though. Crow, I see your comment, but I've got like
and will you
4
please
friendlies
tell
on.
that person to
Hold on. And as far as the kick goal, we've already surpassed it, but the issue is we don't have any opposition that wants the request. They don't seem to have any courage to come on up. So as soon as one request, I will switch them out, but we need to have opposition requests. We've already passed the tap goal. You guys, I'm sorry, we have too many friendlies on up.
I can drop, but if I could just
unless you want to switch out, unless somebody wants to
before I
switch
drop,
up,
and then I'll drop, and someone else can switch up. Madib, I want you to know, going back to like 1866, Frances Thompson, a trans woman, and former slave, was someone who fought against the anti-rape movement, grape movement back then, an early on feminist who fought for women as well. Right? And we have documentation all the way throughout the feminist movement of trans women being part of and leading that movement as well. So when you try to sit there and talk about how women fought for their rights in feminism and trans women shouldn't be a part of that, we were there from the beginning and all the way throughout. So don't say that we don't have a right to it, because feminism is something that also belongs to trans women. If you actually knew anything about queer history, if you cared to educate yourself at all, you would understand these things. That's all I have to say.
Yeah,
and thank you for having me up. Thank you, chat, for the love.
Thank you, Emmy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll jump in too because I've been up here the longest and I probably have the least reason to actually be arguing this. So I'll leave it with a very well-reasoned point as well. And Madib, this is my final statement. The rest of you have a great day.
You know what, Corey? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All right, Corey, take care. All right, let's bring
so fighting for identity, you were talking about identity and fighting for equality and to take up space, right? Women and trans women alike are fighting for their identity and the ability to take up space. In the same manner are being disrespected. In the same manner are being unalived. And as a matter of fact, specifically talking about Black trans women, they've been unalived so much that it's considered a genocide. So with that being said, the identity argument is still palatable for both.
Hey, hold on, Lakin, you can't have your camera on if you're in the...
I'm just a passenger.
Okay, okay, all right, that's fine then.
Hi from Mom. I was bat signaled because apparently I don't exist. I'm a ghost.
Who says that?
Apparently you.
No, I do not say that.
You are focused on
said that.
You are focused on trans women, but not once have you talked about trans men.
So I would imagine the only reason why I'm focused on that particular side of things is because I'm a man, number one. Number two, the biggest argument isn't really coming from women who want to be men. Even in social media and in media, the overwhelming dynamic on both sides is the men aspect of it. I do not disagree with what you want to do. If that's who you want to be and how you choose to live, that is well within your rights.
It's not a want or a choice. This is why you get muted.
Okay. because I support it and you don't like the way I support
Because you're a dumbass, and I'm tired of you saying dumb shit.
That's fine.
We have talked about the science behind it. I quite literally used the words, explained things to talk about the science
There is
behind
no
it.
science behind what
There
you
is a
were
science behind it.
just
I quite literally
exaggerating
remember
science.
when I said
All
not to
right.
be an asshole, I'm going to use a big word. It's about the biopsychosocial schema. And then I defined that and explained that whole thing. There is indeed a science behind it that I did explain to you earlier, as I've explained everything else that other people are saying. And the only people you seem to listen to when they say things are the ones with deeper voices. But that's a whole other conversation to have, since you're saying you're up here because you just have so much respect and care for women.
Whoever keeps muting me
Wild.
is weak.
It's me, because you won't shut the fuck up when Buzzy is talking. Now be quiet.
Also, sorry, Buzzy. Buzzy, I forget. You have a degree, right?
Yes, my specialty is actually early childhood education.
I also have a biology degree. We can go through that too. Who else in here has a degree in anything that would prove him wrong?
Nobody.
I'm working on my master's in counseling right now.
But like to
All
say
of
that
which also
there
covers
is not a science is inherently wrong. The science starts in my specialty. That's how we were able to formulate that gender incongruence was happening, and how we were able, when I told you that it starts with hormone washes
Yeah,
in
and we can
utero.
go all the way down to the gametes.
Mitra,
if
you
we
got a
need to.
violation. Mitra, I got to bring you down. Unfortunately, if you have a alt account, you can come up
Thank
under
you.
that, Mitra.
So
It was
we
just
talked
because
about
it was because she got a violation.
Oh, so we talked about it, how it starts out as hormonal washes in utero, and how that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you wanted it, if you're trying to take it all the way down to the biological level, why not just go all the way as far as the gametes? Why can't you go that far? Or do you just stop there?
Because we know that this process starts in hormonal washes in utero. I just told you what the starting place is. It starts in hormonal washes while the infant is in utero. Okay, so basically, what we know on a fundamental basis is that everything
Okay,
the
then
mother
what?
is feeling, said baby feels through hormonal washes,
Who
and then
produces
things happen.
Who produces semen and who produces eggs?
Jesus Christ.
Even there, you would be wrong, because do you know that there are women? Wait a minute, stop interrupting. There are women that produce XY chromosomes. There are men that produce XX chromosomes. There are Swyer syndrome and De La Chapelle syndrome. Again, I'm pretty sure Buzzy has probably went over this with you. Have you not, Buzzy?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Then he went on a tangent about intersex. It was a wild.
Never went on any tangent.
It was a pathway. It was a path. There was
So,
137 of us confused.
So, like, we can go through this. We can go through this, and I mean, De La Chapelle syndrome, Swyer syndrome. You have people who are genetically female or genetically male that produce what you say as semen and eggs, but will be phenotypically women or phenotypically men. So, you can't base everything off of chromosomes, and you can't base everything off of gametes.
I tell you what, the next time somebody says something wild, the first thing out of my mouth is going to be, what about the gametes?
If you guys are enjoying live, click the red follow button on the top left. Follow Lakin and Buzzy as well. Buzzy's almost at 1,000 coins. Might as well get her there. I think Lakin needs to get closer to there too. You know, my feelings are to bio guys. While it's not needed, it is appreciated. Show support.
I think I just used a big word for Elmo. This is the quietest he's been.
That's a big word.
Oh, by the way, guys, I have a client I have to work out at 5 o'clock. I live right next to the gym, but I do need to leave at the 50 mark. So I got like 40-ish minutes, just to give you guys a heads up.
I have a challenge. If
Elmo's
y'all
gonna
don't
sue.
get Buzzy to 1,000, I'll be disappointed. And if you know me and you know what kind of mod I am and Laney's, me being disappointed is very, very upsetting.
And to backtrack for a minute, Lakin, my apologies. I was muted earlier when you were asking me whether or not I respect your position in life. I do. Period. I do. Whether you agree with it or not, that's on you, or
Here's
however
my
you feel,
thing.
that's fine.
The fact that
When it
you are
comes to
upset.
please don't. When it comes to the sports or any event like that, when I was going off on my statements earlier about the differences between why we have a separation between men and women, that existence is there.
Was that
Elmo's
Mitro or
gonna
Buzzy?
sue.
Who was that?
Holy, are you freaking serious now? Who is it now?
I don't know who it was. I don't know. I didn't see
I
it.
don't know.
It's
Normally it
ridiculous,
says that
Doug.
Was he actually muted?
Yeah,
he was. Yeah. Just let him
it's
finish.
ridiculous.
I don't know who it was. Let him finish.
I know. I'm surrounded by the opposition, but I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm trying to be real. The question again on your board here, it's like, why do you ask the question, MAGA, why do you hate LGBTQ community? When I'm on here, I'm trying to be as fair and as balanced as possible. I'm trying to give reasonable, at least reasonably understandable explanations as to why I stand where I stand. I'm not trying to speak on behalf of everybody, but I'm just trying to develop an understanding. There are going to be rooted disagreements that we have. We can't avoid that. That's just the reality. I can still respect somebody and their choices, but disagree with certain aspects of that area. There is nothing wrong with that. And it seems to be that other people can completely not like that and then all run on an anger or run on a disagreement tangent, or i.e., mute me. It seems to be happening regularly and routinely. It's not like I'm sitting here trying to disprove how people feel. That's not what I'm trying to do.
So I have a question for you. What is your problem with trans women?
Nothing.
Then why...
That has been my stance since the beginning.
Okay, then why did you come up?
Because the question was, MAGA, why do you hate the LGBTQ community? And I was very clear on this. It wasn't that I was sidetracking. I've been very clear on this since the beginning. And every time I mention something you disagree with, it goes right into, oh, bigotry, racism, or this, or that, or segregation. And it's not like you're trying to listen to me. You just want to go on the
Bumblebee's
offense
gonna
and
chime
attack
in
me.
again because this has been explained before. If you talk
Again,
about
stop it.
segregation, you are quite literally being a segregationalist by advocating for
Were we being
segregation. By definition, segregation is bad. Nothing good or nothing good or nothing mildly unharmful has come from segregation. Segregation is directly correlated to harm, right? Segregation and harm.
I know what you're
Segregation
saying.
equals
You
harm.
don't need to
Okay,
repeat
so
this
then
stuff.
you can't say that we're wrong for saying that. Secondly, if you are making targeted statements
It's not
about a group
targeted.
of people, you were making targeted statements by
It's
talking
a
about a specific
broad
group of
statement.
people. It's not
It's
a
a
broad statement if
broad
you're talking
statement.
about a specific group of people. If you're talking about a specific group of people, it's not broad, it is targeted. If you're
Doug,
making targeted statements about spaces and places you don't want these
I need
people
your
to be,
assistance on this,
by
brother.
definition, that is bigoted. Do we need to look up the definition? Actually, hey,
Is your
Douglas,
question to the community open,
Douglas,
or is it
can you
one-sided?
please look up the
Hold on,
word
dude.
bigoted and tell us as a class the definition,
Doug,
just so that
Let's
we
check
can
out the
stop this
definition. Let's check it
BS?
out.
I have a
And then
question.
also in the
Hey,
comment
Doug.
section, if he is still
Doug.
here, can Corey type the definition of bigoted for the class, just so that we're all here, eyes, ears, present, and aware?
I have a question.
Unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular prejudice against an antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
Which is what
Doug,
you have been doing. Very targeted.
Doug,
I'm so glad that we associated that. So you have been a segregationalist. You have been making bigoted statements. Nobody's saying you're bigoted, but your statements are directly bigoted statements by
Doug,
definition. That is not
What?
an insult.
can I ask you a
What?
question?
Sure. What's the?
In the way I have been trying to approach this conversation, in any way, shape, or form, have I tried?
Are you gonna ask if you tried to be bigoted or try to be hateful? Again, as Corey said, I don't think your intentions are that, but that doesn't mean that's not what you're doing. I actually believe those aren't your intentions, but that doesn't really matter.
And let's be real and honest about something, right? Because again, at no point have I called you bigoted or I've called you hateful, but I have pointed out that your statements have been segregationalist and bigoted. And in the same token of breath, my problem with your argumentation is not your feelings and your stance. If you have those feelings, you should stand on those. The issue is you won't stand on those feelings. You quite literally will not stand on those feelings. You're doing everything but admitting your
I was
feelings.
muted again.
You're doing everything but admitting your feelings and saying that it's rooted in science or it's rooted in biology. And then when someone tells you something
Whether you like
that tells
it or
you
not,
that is
those
not
are the
true,
realities.
when someone tells you something that tells you that those
There
statements
is
that
no
you're making are
telling me
not
anything.
true, we go back to your feelings. And so we know that this is rooted in your feelings. You just won't stand on those feelings. My problem with your argumentation isn't even those feelings. It's the
So
fact that you want trans people to
you mean to tell
exist.
me
Well,
your
I don't know.
entire argument
You want
isn't
trans
based on how you feel?
you want trans people to exist. You want them to fight for their rights, but you don't want them to win. You want them to breathe air quietly somewhere in a dark dungeon in a ditch somewhere in bumfuck Ohio. You want them to exist on some little farm, a little island, a little archipelago somewhere. And they can exist there as long as they're not engaging in society. You want them to fight, talk trash, and
No,
make their
you're just
statements and
blowing
live, but you
smoke
don't want
everywhere.
them
Why
to
do you
win.
keep
You don't want
talking
to see
over
them thrive,
Bessie?
succeed, and live a full life. You want them
Stop
to live
blowing
within a
smoke.
bubble that makes you feel comfortable. That's
Stop
my
it.
problem with your argumentation. You
No,
want them to live, just not
you
around
just
you.
don't
They
like
can be
what
2
I'm
streets
saying
away
because
from
you
you, but just
disagree
not in
with it
front of your
based on how
face.
you feel.
Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, Lakin. You had your hand up before I spoke. Go ahead, Lakin.
I have a question. When he came in, what was his issue with the LGBTQ community?
Nothing.
Well,
Then why
no,
did you come up?
it was the sports. It
Well,
was that he didn't believe trans women should play with women, vice
Right.
versa.
So,
okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry. My apologies. Stop for a second. Who was asking the question?
Lakin.
Me. I was
Right above you.
asking.
Lakin. So, my reason for coming into this is what I stated almost from the beginning. Is it wasn't that I had a problem with the LGBTQ community. It was trying to. So the question is asked because, again, why do you hate? Right. So there is no hate. It's trying to develop an understanding. How can you have
I am
common
so
discourse?
glad you
Oh,
said
good
that
God.
just
Here we
now
go.
because
I just
It's
you
you
need.
said
again.
that now
Oh,
twice and you
man.
cannot get an
There is
understanding
no
with your mouth
chance.
open.
Dude.
I
All
just
right.
need an answer of why you have an issue with the community. I just need the short answer. I don't need the long answer.
You know, if I didn't get muted all the time and your friend Mermy or whatever her name is on the board here trying to mute me every freaking time, and whoever else is trying to mute me every freaking time.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Well, trust me.
Wait,
I'm
hold
aware.
on. But hold on, Madeep. I have something
It's
really important to tell you.
disrespectful.
Hold on. I have something really important to tell you. Somebody
You're
dislikes
gonna
you
tell
so
me
much.
about.
No. Somebody dislikes you so much they paid to kick you.
Sayonara.
Tammy, let's have a W Tammy in the comments. W Tammy.
Absolute W, Tammy.
Listen, for any of the people in here that share the same ideology of
Thank you,
I
Tammy.
forgot his username, of anybody in here that shares that same ideology of the guy that was just up here, you having your feelings is you having your feelings. That's perfectly okay. But you should stand on those feelings instead of hiding behind them. Wanting people to exist, just not exist in your line of vision, is still hateful AF. Like, it's bigoted. It's still segregation. It ain't cute. Get a grip, a firm grip on reality. Like SpongeBob when he's jellyfishing. You firmly grip that net and you swing with everything your little sponge behind got, okay?
Firmly grasp it. Exactly.
I really wanna know, was his issue with trans women in women's sports, and then forgetting that trans men exist, and the fact that 3 trans men got third in a something Olympic something. It wasn't the Olympics. It was some, I forget. It was Skylar Baylor. Shit, I forget who it was. But there's 3 trans men that. Go ahead.
To be fair, he did mention trans men as well.
Okay.
Not that it makes it any better, but he did mention trans men. It was on the basis of that you should play with the sex that you were born as. Not that there was an advantage or anything like that. Just you should play with the sex that you were born. It was an odd argument because normally it's that there's some advantage. He didn't seem to care as much. It was just that you got to play with the sex you were born as, just arbitrarily, without any reasoning.
So he would want me, with my testosterone level that I just got checked, being at a 760 in with women.
Well, I gave an example like that actually, saying, "Hey, if a trans woman was on hormones and her testosterone was really low, she should still play with cis men." And he's like, "Well, yeah." That part, I guess,
That
he didn't really seem to care. And your example as well, he wouldn't care either.
Yeah, I would dominate. I was a catcher in high school, and I was very good. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm really not. I could sit behind home plate and throw to second consistently. But if I were to play softball now, I would be a lot stronger, a lot bigger than I was back then. I would not be. You wouldn't want me there.
So I brought up Caster Semenya. I hope I'm not pronouncing her name wrong. She is an Olympian. She is a cisgender woman. She had to go through the testing, similar or same testing as trans athletes because her genetic disposition, naturally, she produces more testosterone than most people. So she takes a medication to lower that testosterone level to make sure she didn't have any unfair advantages against the women she was competing with. They tested her before every trial, which is the standard for anybody doing any sort of therapy in sports. And his response to that was he thinks it's wrong that she had to take the hormones to reduce the testosterone and that she should have been able to play against the women with her testosterone levels. To which I then asked, then what is the point of your argument? And then tangents ensued.
Got it. I see he's still in the comments. He's also saying that he would have supported me if I was now with my testosterone levels. Here's the thing. That's also misgendering us because I shouldn't be playing with women because I'm a man. So you're also the same people that don't want men in women's sports, but you're putting us in women's sports. So make it make sense.
He was very disingenuous anyway, because he came up here and more than once after I got dropped earlier said he was just up here trying to learn. But the problem is, like I was trying to say, even though he would try to talk over me, because that's what men do to women, they talk over them typically, he would not let me get out that you cannot learn with your mouth open. Mouth closed, ears open to learn. Yes, you did. And we can roll back the YouTube if you want.
I mean, I literally just picked up one arm, a 50-pound bag of, feed that I'm not saying women are lightweights. I'm not because Phoebe's in the chat and she'll probably kick my ass if she heard me say that. But like, I know that Lainey probably can't do that. I'm not saying Lainey's a woman because Lainey's non-binary, but like, it's something that someone that doesn't work out all the time normally can't do. Like, I know a lot of women that can't open jars on their own. Not saying that they're weak, just something that, like, my mom has problems doing stuff. She's a cis woman. She's also 60 something. Age and other things, you know. It's testosterone changes your body, adds muscle. Estrogen, you lose muscle mass, you lose grip strength, you lose, stuff like that.
Like I said, I don't have issues with people feeling their feelings. Everybody's entitled to their feelings, whether they're agreed upon or not. But if your argumentation on those feelings is based in bigotry and segregation, that's the bigger underlying issue. And thinking that people should exist just not around you is a problem. I guess we should do a YouTube check-in, Dougie. What are the people on YouTube wanting to know we're saying?
Oh, gosh, I haven't looked at them in a bit. Oh, they're just incredibly negative.
Well, it is YouTube, Dougie. This is what you signed up for, babe.
Well, I know. By the way, if you are watching on the tube, make sure you subscribe to me. Hit the subscribe button at the top. Let's see. No man can ever have a child. Men don't have a woman's womb. This is just common sense. Basically comments like that, more or less.
That is acknowledged when we talked about. So for the person that said that, that is acknowledged when we talked about that conversation earlier, when we said that we know a trans man was born female and a trans woman was born male. We acknowledge that, but we also acknowledge that there are outliers to this conversation because chromosomally everybody looks different, and we don't know that unless you have a condition like I have, polycystic ovarian syndrome, that at some point we did genetic testing. Augustine, stop trying to slap the fly with your paw. You're going to be the first puppy in history to get high blood pressure. Sorry.
Another one. So I can't talk about Jesus, but trans ideology gets shoved down my throat in society.
I don't know in what way you think you can't talk about Jesus. There are tons of public schools that have Bible clubs. And actually, in Florida, there are a bunch of churches that'll go around cleaning schools and doing volunteer services so that they can talk to students and teachers. Unless you just live somewhere, I don't know, maybe you live in Minnesota where you're living in the snow. You all right? You feeling good? I don't know. I'll tell you.
There's plenty of Jesus talk. More than enough, actually. I think you're okay.
There's also whole Christian institutions for education if you choose to put your child in that. I'm not saying they're the best because some of those have volatile means. The Catholic ones have really been making a statement these days. However, if you choose to go that route and that's what you believe and that's what you want, you are entitled to that.
Like Juliana said in the comments, people knock on people's doors to talk about Jesus. I don't see people doing that for trans people.
No, that is not happening.
Yeah, Crow talks about Jesus often.
Yeah,
now he responds and says, little does she know the chat is telling me that it's wrong what I'm doing. Just as there's plenty of people in the chat that are saying it's wrong what trans people are doing. That doesn't make it right or wrong just because other people are saying so.
Okay, so let's address this as a whole because there's also people in the TikTok chat that are saying similar things, right? To have a conversation about the difference in belief systems and the way that you live does not require to say that somebody is wrong or right? Because that is your system of beliefs, that is your morals that are specific to you. I can't argue to you about your morals just like you can't argue to me about your morals, which is why throughout the entirety of that last conversation we were having, I quite literally said, and even after saying, that you are entitled to your feelings. But if your feelings are rooted in harmful ideology, that deserves a conversation. Being religious is not inherently problematic or hateful. There are extremists on all sides. That would be like me saying everybody in the Catholic Church is evil because recently there's been a whole list of Catholic priests doing egregious things. That does not apply.
Sorry if you're hearing my mom's chicken.
We hear them. We hear them very loud.
Yeah, my mom has chickens, and when everybody was talking about eggs, I was like, I feel bad because I don't have to pay for eggs.
I'm on the chicken side.
That sounds like the previous guest. Anyway.
He's a menace. He's a menace. If anybody wants a rooster, come get him.
Deep, you can't come back up. The rule is if you were kicked by a Venmo Cash App, you can't come back up until the following day.
But I do have to go, so.
Bye,
I'll talk to you guys
Lycan.
later.
All right, Lycan, take care. Okay.
Doug, did the person on the tube say something to respond to?
Let me check. Is there any opposition in the guest box? But and again, if you are opposition, hit the request button, please. I think they're just bitching and complaining, really. Let's see. I can argue to you about what God says our share. What? I don't. They're just bitching, complaining. That's it.
Okay,
I
and you
wouldn't.
can't argue with me
Don't
about.
worry about them.
Okay, I was gonna say you can't argue about religious basis because it's open to interpretation, and there are multiple versions of the book, and we also know it's been rewritten several times over. You can
Oh,
argue with
here's
me
one.
about your feelings.
I see them doing it in libraries around kids. I assume by doing it, he means
Doing what?
I.
Doing what?
Well, actually, I don't.
Doing
Talking
what?
about
That's an egregious statement. Doing what?
Well,
Doing what?
yeah, actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
Can you
I thought I
specify the
do.
doing what? Because it's making my
Yeah.
eye twitch a little bit.
What are? Yeah. What are they? Yeah. What are they doing in
What is
libraries
it?
around kids?
Reading,
Oh no,
writing,
the
touching
reading.
grass,
I don't know.
coloring.
I don't
Are
know.
they coloring around kids?
I don't know. This
Circle
person's really
time?
weird. This person's very weird. I don't know. They've been in my comments for like hours now. Apparently, there's
Well,
only
it's their
one holy
entertainment.
Bible. That
No,
I
there are
think
multiple versions of the Bible. New Living Translation, King James, blah blah blah.
they specifically said there aren't multiple versions or being rewritten. What?
There are
Yeah.
historically we know the Bible was rewritten to hit patriarchal standards, and we also know, and that's historical context. You learn about this in Bible college, and then also there are multiple versions of the Bible, multiple translation. Every Bible, the NIV, the KJV, all of those things are an indication of a new translation. In words of my mother, girl, pick up your Bible.
All right, who's in a request box? And guys, remember, I have to leave in 20 minutes. Just to give you guys a heads up. If you are in opposition, please hit the request button. Appreciate everybody watching. Make sure you click the red follow button, follow Buzzy as well, and I guess it's not Mitra anymore,
Pause.
is
If
it?
you hate me, don't follow
Mermitra.
me. Follow Doug.
It's my mermaid account that I made. But you can. I'm gonna go ahead and drop 2 actually, so I can thin out the panel. Maybe you'll get somebody before you gotta go. But thank you for having me up, Doug. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Good seeing you. Long time no see.
Yes,
Well, I
good to
guess I
see
haven't been
you.
live
Good to
much in
Bye,
see
a
you
while,
too,
but yeah.
Nitria,
Buzzy.
you angel.
Love you.
Love you, you deep sea angel.
See you, Mitra. See you, Buzzy.
Oh, Ray, thank you for being here. Ray said, thank you for this live. I've learned so much and I appreciate it. Well, thanks.
That's
That's so
great.
nice. You said
That's really.
nice.
That's always really nice to see that, because that is one of the main reasons why I do this live, is for educational purposes. Obviously, there's a little entertainment involved, but no, that's
Dougie's
always good to
biceps
see.
appreciate you. Elmo's gonna sue, but we're happy that you're here.
You know what? I probably should end the live early because I need to like trim this whole thing up and everything.
You're gonna shave?
I'm not shaving. I'm lining it up
Damn.
and making it look
We were so
neater. Yeah.
close.
No, I'm not shaving. I'm growing it back.
How are you supposed to get the men to bring their milkshake to the yard if you're growing out your beard at such a time?
They seem to like it.
Really? When you shave your beard and you wear a tank top, for whatever reason, your audience shifts. It should be a
Hillary,
kiss thing.
Hillary, yes, blame Matt. Blame Matt for it. Blame Matt and blame Brandon for the raid, you guys, for all this.
See, Spaced Out said they date you because your milkshake brings all the boys to the yard and they're like, it's better than yours.
When I pulled chat a while back, they seemed to like the beard more. I asked them if they like me clean shaven, mustache, or beard. Most people preferred the beard.
Ooh, for anybody that wants to participate in my case study, if you're ever scrolling on your For You page and you see Dougie on live and he's wearing his muscle tank top because he's going to the gym, please check out the demographics of his audience and then report back.
Mystic. Respectfully. And I don't know if I'm going to be live later, guys. It sort of just depends. I'll let you guys know, of course, in the bulletin board and Discord. If you want to join bulletin board, click the profile picture in the top left. You can join the bulletin board and I announce there at the time when I go live. Also, I prefer if you guys join Discord, just because I announce there at the time when I go live and we get a good community. But whatever you want, the link to the Discord is in my link tree. What are the demographics on it? I don't know. I've never actually bothered to look that up. I don't even know where I would see that. How do I go about finding that? You guys know I'm like.
Oh, I do wonder
when
if your
it comes
demographics.
to technology, I know I'm like very lacking.
I do wonder if your demographics shift on the tube because on here, depending on what you wear, your audience is majority male. Like when you're half naked, your audience is majority male, and that's okay because your milkshake does bring all the men to the bed. And then when you talk about seed
That's me wearing
oils,
a tank top. That's not half naked. That's very disingenuous
your
to say that.
clavicles are out.
That's so disingenuous.
Your clavicles are out, and sometimes you're only wearing boxers.
Clavicles. I hate that
Yes,
guy.
your clavicles.
Do you know who clav is? Clavicular? I only know
It
who he
looks like
is
somebody I
against my
saw in
will.
my. It looks like something I heard in my news feed from something. Is he a guy that got arrested recently for something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everything
Wait, that's
I
his
know
actual
about.
name?
Well, not real birth name, but
No, but like that's his name he goes by on the internet. I thought it was like some sort of
essentially, it's
criminal. I thought it was some sort of
clavicular.
criminal moniker or
No,
something like that.
clavicular. Everything I know about him is totally against my will, though.
He sounds like a criminal.
I mean, he's just a dumb. Is he Gen Z or is he Gen L?
They said something about in the article I was reading. They said something about look maxing. I was already annoyed, so I didn't dig deeper. What the hell is that? And what is mogging? As a matter of fact, there's 267 of you in here. Somebody explain this to me.
I've learned these terms somewhat recently. Mogging, I guess, essentially is where you're like looking better than somebody else, essentially.
What? How
Right?
do we determine that?
Like he said that Gavin Newsom mogs JD Vance, meaning that he's better looking than JD Vance, which I think is factually true.
Given. That's a given.
But he said he would vote for Gavin Newsom solely based on that, and nothing to do with politics, just based on he's better looking. But I think that's essentially what mogging means. Essentially,
interesting. Okay, so
yeah, he's a weird guy.
What is the difference between mogging and looks maxing?
Well, looks maxing is where you're like doing things to enhance your looks. So like working out or making your jawline look more defined. Shit like that. Weird shit like that.
But he looks like the Crimson Chin. Never mind. Nothing. He looks like a great human, I'm sure.
I don't know what to tell you, Buzzy.
Well, okay, here's my thing. For people that are confused at why I'm confused about this, Dougie knows this, but some people don't. I read the news. I don't watch the news. So when I get updates on things, I'm reading it. If I don't, and the content, like if you look at the content I make versus the live I'm in, there's no correlation there. And then my For You feed is me counting the chiclets of the hockey players. Those are my favorite TikToks when they're like, how many teeth do you think this guy has? And I'm always guessing something egregious like 3. And then the other portion of my For You page are the hoof GPs where they're shaving the hooves of the little cows and taking out the abscess and making them feel better. Such great people. And then everything else is like cooking, houseware, clothing, all the fun stuff. So like I don't really see any of the chaos, and that is because when I do see chaos, I block it immediately, and my block hand is strong. But I guess for how people have been using the term mogging in the comment section, that makes the most sense.
So I found the audience on my tube thing. Nothing really surprising. The highest percentage of people that watch me are 65 plus. No.
Oh.
Well, yeah, 65
a man
plus.
of the people.
65. Well, they're 21% of my audience. Actually, I correct myself. 22% is 35 to 44, but most of my audience is between 35 and 65. That's, I would say, about 80% of my audience.
So what you're saying is you could do a live show in that group of people that live in Florida that shall not be named in that very specific community?
Yes. Not 99% men. I don't, I'm not surprised by that. Yeah, so 82% of my my viewers are men, so there is that.
The bumblebee wins again.
Somebody asked a really odd question. I wonder if anybody has an answer to this. Where'd it go? What does a trans gooner and a cis gooner have in common? If you guys know what that word means. That's also a recent word that I just learned. Do you know what that?
Probably
Do you
the
know that?
fact.
You know what that word means?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so. I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
the fact
Okay.
that they're both lustful. That would be the answer to that.
I get. I don't. Is it supposed to be a joke or is it supposed to be a
I
serious
don't know.
question?
If
I
they're
don't know.
asking a
I don't.
genuine question, I mean, they're both lustful. They're probably
Yeah, I
really good at
suppose.
DJing, great stamina. A very steady hand for construction. Maybe
Oh my
they
gosh,
paint.
Polly has a lot of subscribers on YouTube. It's showing me channels that my audience watches. He has 64,000 subscribers on
Tenby, that
YouTube.
is hilarious.
Jesus
Tenby said,
Christ, that's a
"What do
lot.
incels and XLs have in common? Neither can figure out what's a date."
How does Polly have that many subscribers? He must have been streaming on the tube for a long time. That's quite a bit. All right, guys, let me end this because I really need to trim up all this shit before I go to the gym. All right, and it's gonna take me a good 10 minutes. I'm already gonna be late as
Bye,
is.
you gym rat. Have fun in the aquarium
All right.
for men.
Thank you, Buzzy. Make sure you guys give Buzzy a follow, okay? People on the YouTube, thanks for watching. I appreciate you. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Also, make sure that if you are watching on YouTube, that you follow me on TikTok. And if you're not watching on TikTok, sub to me on the tube. It's Dougielifts, Dougielifts. Click the red follow button, guys. I appreciate everybody watching. I appreciate the Venmo to catch up, the guests, follows, the taps, the shares, all that good stuff. If I go live later, I'll let you guys know. Chances are I probably won't, if I'm going to be just honest, but it's not a total no. So, I think that's it. Make sure you guys join the Discord as well. The link is in my bio. Yes, I'm going to lift at max, apparently. Okay. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later. If not tomorrow, take care. Appreciate you guys watching, okay? Bye, YouTubers.